traveling. This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Oh, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Sprite lane strike! Ha! I'm a spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow, that hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! It's fine. Let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival. Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness. The world can't be without spritelings.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
The smallest lies become the bright
brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lights become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lights become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lights become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lights become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's Battlefield, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's how I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Only one way, got night to
I can
lose.
see it, I gotta show them. We got no cry. We barely 5 as 1, crashing pieces, you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've treated my soul
Follow my
that
pace.
we the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's how I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
어떤 이들은 침묵 속을 걷고 또 다른 이들은 천둥을 뒤에 이끌며 걷는다.
Ma una volta entrati, conta solo una cosa.
Each splash writes a legend. Each step takes them higher. And only the worthy remain.
그리고 모든 시선이 한 곳으로 향할 때
Dove il cammino dell'onore conduce i valloranti alla vittoria.
How's it going, everybody? We are now live with the Honor of Kings Major East League for the Fall Edition. I am Blam, and with me is Sagi, giving you the full flavor of the East League.
Well, first time on the East League here, Blam, and I think previously you were on the West League here, so welcome to the East League here, buddy, where everything is slightly bright on your side.
I know, right? Like, this is different. I'm used to seeing blue. Now I'm covered in flames. It's going to be a hot one today, guys, because obviously we do have some great matches as well, right? Like, we're seeing the returns, obviously, the defending champions. We're going to be seeing Nongshim. We're going to be seeing the crazy Raccoons come back, as well as obviously CMF, Astar, a little bit of a new ragtag team from the MENA region, and then obviously we have Gen.G as well. So there's a lot for those viewers at home and for us casters to break down today.
And also, there's also Mirage City skins arriving on September 11th here, so, you know, just check out the shop if you're interested. But aside from having new skins, there's also new players in addition to our new rosters here. Aside from Nongshim RedForce, I believe all of our KME teams have went through some fixes and changes to further upgrade their rosters to maybe contend for that title that Nongshim has been, you know, taking that control over these past few seasons.
Yeah, I mean, if first you don't succeed, you're obviously going to make some changes, which some of these teams have. And like you were saying there, Sagi, the fact that only Nongshim is the only team not to do that, they being the defending champions as well, means that they weren't really in that position too, right? I mean, this is kind of like a very experienced international team. Season 3 Invitational, they got very much to a close spot, at least top 4, right? Like, they're a team that rose to the top, kind of kept going within KME spring season, and then obviously KWC wasn't their greatest moment, right?
It wasn't their greatest moment back in KWC due to potentially difficult opponents, but it wasn't the peak performance as we saw back in S3 Invitationals, as you mentioned. So if you're a Nongshim fan, if you're a Nongshim yourself, you're definitely going to be very angry and packing up a punch coming into this tournament with a prize pool of $50,000 US, with the champions claiming back 10,000 into their pockets. Subsequently, second place with 8.5, fourth place with 6.5, third place with an increase of 7,000, and fifth to seventh, you will walk home with $6,000 US in your pocket here, Bland.
Exactly. That's 6,000. That's 6K that you're going to be walking away with if you are just the last team. But speaking of teams, these are the participating teams for those that are new to the KME. We have Nongshim, RedForce, we have RA Esports, we have Crazy Raccoon, we have Scars, we have Gen.G, CMF, and then Astar. So we have a lot of obviously regions competing within the King's Major East Fall Edition, and these are going to be the matchups today.
Yep, on the first match of the opening match of our KME Fall, we will have Crazy Raccoons go head-to-head against CMF. Coming to the second match, we have Nongshim against RA Esports. Third match, Gen.G versus Astar. And to close up the day, career rivalry once again with Nongshim RedForce going up head-to-head against none other than the Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, the JP-KR clash to finish off the day is definitely one that I'm going to be looking forward to here as well, because obviously Crazy Raccoons as a team, they finished 6th within spring. So really, they have Kai, that's their only kind of like a solid player that has maintained from the spring season. And now the rest of them are kind of like a new bunch of players hoping to actually maintain or at least surpass that 6th position that they left the spring season in.
Well, like you mentioned, Vlad, you remain some players, you remain some rosters here, but the goal is the same here, especially when you come into the fall season. There's no more second chances here. If you lose in fall season, you're probably going to be preparing for the year 2026, because fall season qualifies you to the final tournament of the year, the KIC 2025 here. So if you lose here, you're going to have a pretty long holiday here. So for all these two teams here, they're going to be packing a big punch, and they're going to be going to these tournaments with whatever they got in their bank.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about obviously these teams have to kind of try to vie for that first place position to get into the KIC, but there is a little bit of a constellation prize for that team that weren't able to kind of just beat the top team, right? Second place teams are going to go through to the last call qualifier, which is obviously going to be where they meet the WKS champion as well. So that's a little bit of a different spice that we've had this time around within the fall season, is because it used to just be second place KME, second place KMW, and they would battle it out. But now they have to go up against a third contender, which is really going to make things very spicy and heat things up nicely.
Of course, it's going to be spicy. You have the champions of WKS, one of the strong regions as well in the international state. So having WKS join in just for a qualifying spot to the KIC 2025, be it the last chance, that's going to be a bit spicy here, especially when we talk about format. In first week, it's all chill for our teams here. Everybody's gonna fight for that top 3 spot, so they minimally secure that playoff spot here. But for week 2, oh my, if you're a group A, you better be sweating, because that's only one slot to that lower bracket.
Never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. Hey, the time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah, 'cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah, oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
So that is going to be the representative from Japan. Yes, Crazy Raccoon is going to be represented by Kai, Kong, Cliche, Nanohana, and Nia.
And yeah, what a cute name coming in from the CR Nation here. So this is one of the Japanese teams that we have coming into the KME. Fully refined rosters here, only remaining Kai of their original member here. So they're definitely gonna be packing a punch here. Those are your members here alongside with their coach. They are ready and warming up for their first match of the day here.
Yeah, I mean, Kai is obviously one of the outstanding players here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. He's one of the highlighted players as well, obviously having such a good performance up into the Clash lane last spring season as well. So really, he's going to be looking to kind of just like get these guys together, get them where they need to be, and obviously try and beat that 6th place that they obviously got within spring season. So really, Crazy Raccoons has a lot riding on this first match of the day and first match of the KME East Edition.
Oh yeah, aside from that, they're definitely going to be quite confident, right? Because the first match, they're looking kind of confident. Look at their faces. They're like nonchalant, they're chill, they're chit-chatting among their team members. Their first opponent will be none other than CMF Esports. So coming to this first series, it depends a lot on their state, right? You want to be proving to the world, the KME audiences that, hey, after a long season break, we went back to carefully research our team. What do we need to build around Kai, our star player here? And this is the final edition going into this KME Fall.
Yeah, obviously we got some kind of like, we got some members from teams from obviously previous teams like Moonlight. We have obviously Naya from SBI Esports as well. We're going to look at their opponents now.
Never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And blam, this is CMF Esports. Previously, they have a lot of these veteran US players coming into this roster, and I believe the most important addition towards this roster will be CMF Wei, an import, Malaysian import coming into this roster that I've heard good news about. He's the engine, the sole carry coming in from the CMF Esports team. So with this addition, I do think that they will look to spark some level of competition in KME.
Yeah, I mean, we focus on Wade there, obviously being the import from Malaysia, but we're going to look at obviously the other 4 members of the side of CMF. We have Seeker Oya, we have Ashir, we have Anthem and Tamid, and obviously they've kept the bot side of the map, obviously with their mid laner. That's basically what they had last spring season, right? Is that within Venom US, these 3 were the kind of like keeping themselves together, but then they're going to bring Syke and Oya from a different mobile game, and then that's where the kind of synergy is really going to hope to come through here from the side of CMF.
Well, only time will tell, right? Both of these 2 rosters, they have a lot to really prove, especially this is their first showing in the KME. It's not like Nongshim, it's not like the other teams whereby they have already a solid roster here. Coming into the off-season, coming through the Open South Asia, they have a lot of time to rebuild their team, right? So right now, it's the perfect proving ground, especially as the opening game of our KME Fall.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of pressure there with obviously being the opening match, the pretty much premiere match of the KME Fall edition. But at the same time, these are going to be the teams that obviously Crazy Raccoons, they do play 2 games today, so they're going to be a little bit more warmed up for their second match later on. But we have CMF onto the blue side, we have Crazy Raccoons onto the red side. We're going to get into game number 1 BP as they look to ban out the Liang here for the side of CMF.
Usually when you ban out the Liang, you're probably looking for the high mobile picks, especially like the Luna that CR just banned out, or like the Jing here. So just coming into the series here, you know for a fact that CMF, they want to play this jungle or marksman-centric style, be the early, be the assassin jungle. So they allow Wei and Anthem to really pivot around the map and start looking for these resources and engages.
I mean, something's going to be apparent here, right? Like, Crazy Raccoons, they have one more ban. Did they ban out the Ali? Did they ban out the Mai Shiranui here? But it's going to be the Ali gets banned out onto the red side. So really, if CMF really want to, they banned out the Liang, they could go for the Mai Shiranui. But instead, it looks like they're going to potentially lock in the idea here. So if Crazy Raccoons do go for the Mai Shiranui, they already have that counter.
That Mai Shiranui is looking pretty good here coming in from CR, especially when we talk about Mai Shiranui. So much mobility and so aggressive towards the early game here. We did see back in KWC 2025 that Mai Shiranui didn't get a lot of attention due to the fact that there's a lot of picks such as the Fatigue, but that's been nerfed. So CR, I like what they're doing with the Yuhuan pick. Like we know, okay, Mai Shiranui, good burst, good setup here. Yuhuan can bail out with the ultimate unending sorrow here. So they take that one too. They deny any form of disengage here coming in from CMF.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, obviously, U1 within, obviously, KWC, the previous international tournament, has been mainly played down into the roam, sometimes in mid, but it's a bit of a flex pick here, so it's still going to keep CMF guessing where that U1 is going to fall. Obviously, like you said, Sagi, sustainability is going to come through onto the side of Crazy Raccoon, so in terms of healing, they've already got that locked down, and now they're locking down that Flowball Marksman.
And Flowball Marksman is actually a very rare pick here coming into a best of 3 scenario here, so Crazy Raccoon picking up this probably of a pick here, they definitely have like those scrimmages or practices back into their heads. So picking up this, I do think is a confident pick here for Nanohana.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like you said, in a best of 3 format, the Global Marksman coming through is a little bit of a one we weren't going to call for, right? But now it's going to come through. Maybe it's a bit of a pocket pick here for Nanohana in on the side of Crazy Raccoon, but it's going to be going against the Lung here. In terms of that matchup, what are we thinking?
Ooh, I'm thinking Long does look like he can dominate the laning phase, but there's also the diarrhea here. So the Romans play a big role here in disturbing the map. So if you're a Long versus the Global Marksman, I think, okay, early to mid, Long does seem to do pretty well. In terms of the late game per se, Global Marksman outranges the Long, unless the Long can find that flash engage to really decimate that one-shot potential.
Yeah, potentially there, right? Obviously, in terms of the range of the Flaming Palms, it's going to be a little bit harder to escape there, because as soon as it's committed and casted onto you, they're going to find their way and literally deal that damage in the early game. And obviously, we all know Lung being that late game assurance hero for the side of CMF. So really, we're looking at some sort of like early game, which is now why this pay comes through. So now, for the side of Wei, on the side of CMF, they're going to go for the pay.
And Pei, one of the best early game junglers like you mentioned, very reliant on tempo here, and I do believe this Pei can match that Mai Shiranui that Cliche has back into the pocket here to double down the prior early game here coming from CMF Esports. The Yixing and Pei combination will prove that mid priority towards the pockets of CMF Esports.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of control, obviously, this is going to be a great setup for those set sails, right? Obviously, Psyche and Oya into the top side of the map, trying to set up those fights, then the board kind of wraps around as well. It's going to be a great way for CMF to kind of control the battlefield for themselves, rather than just wait for Crazy Raccoons to make the first move. They're looking to try and make for those aggressive engages into these team fights, but Crazy Raccoons here, they're looking to kind of just round this off with that fire and to try and get that catch off into the back line here. Obviously, we know he's quite an impressive hero in terms of sustainability and obviously gankability as well.
I like the Byron and Zhang Fei and Mai Shiranui here. Usually when we see these 3 picks, it's paired up with a Pei here, but you take these 3 picks and you go combat against a Pei, you are saying one thing. We are looking to match your early game aggression with early game laning phase here. So with the Mai Shiranui, you're going to have a very quick mid lane 2v2 that's very strong. With the Byron, however, actually, wait, hold on a moment. We see a Yu Huan potentially going to the jungle here coming in for CR.
Q1 jungle it is, like we were saying. Obviously, it's one of those crazy kind of flex picks that we know that kind of makes your enemy team keep guessing, and it is going to be into the jungle, which historically and statistically for the KWC, it was normally down to that bot side in the roam or into the mid. So really, they're going for it in the jungle here. Maybe just trying to upset the pace of the Pei. Maybe they were thinking that that was what CMF were going to go for. Maybe they had that kind of intel to be like, right, okay, they have the long range done. If Pei tries to come through, it's going to be a bit easier to shut him down.
Yeah, I do think that is potentially the case here. Like, we jump back to the three picks that we discussed, right? The Mai Shiranui, the Zhang Fei, and the Byron here is a pretty strong early game trio to really mark down Wei's pay coming into the early game mark prior to the 4th minute. So if we do look in that sense, maybe that's Crazy Raccoon's direction in drafting these three and moving the Yu Huan to the jungle per se.
Yeah, it could obviously have that altercation there for the side of Crazy Raccoons. But I mean, they obviously drafted the Mai first, then Hugh won, and then obviously locked in their marksman towards the 3rd pick being Flowborn. So really, there was like, okay, so we've already got our mid lane, so it can't be into the mid lane. Then they locked in the Zhang Fei, and then it kind of all kind of made sense, right? That they're going for kind of a great engage within the team fights. Obviously, they're gonna have the Unbridled Outburst, the ultimate from the Zhang Fei, really hoping to set up those great team fights. Hugh won, however, to give that sustainability over as well when she gets into the team fights. And she has that quite quick rotation within the jungle as well, right? So we can see some heavy pressure into these side lanes if need be.
And I'm very interested in one thing as well. We keep talking about this Yu Huan pick. I'm very interested whether the Yu Huan is going for the full tank build or the full magic damage build here. So I gotta say, what will Kong from Crazy Raccoon show us on this Yu Huan pick? Because it's been a long while since we last seen this pick towards the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has been a long time to see her in the jungle. Normally, like you were saying there, Sagi, goes kind of like the tanky build into the roam position, obviously to give just the sustain that you need. But when you've got the likes of a Byron, when you have the Zhang Fei, you're not really counting on the Hugh One in terms of being a tanky hero. She can just be there for the heals, but then also dish out the damage as well. So maybe that's what Crazy Raccoon's going to go for here, is potentially that magic damage build onto Hugh One. But we've glazed Crazy Raccoons for a little bit there, obviously trying to understand what they're going to do with that Hugh 1 pick. If we look over to the side of CMF here, they do have their own kind of sustainability as well, right? Obviously, the Diadea, the Destiny Counter is going to be that kind of great engage and disengage potential on that ultimate. But then they also have the likes of Sunset to be the front line, which is only really their front line, right? You're looking kind of towards the Diadea and the Sunset. So if one of those fall, and then we can kind of see the aggression come from Crazy Raccoons, they could get easy pickoffs here onto the likes of either the Yixing or the Pei.
I like how you mentioned the easy pickoffs here, because Tamid on this Diadea and Wei on this Pei will be the early game engine to get CMF to go for that early game tempo here. But this is CMF Esports vs Crazy Raccoons in game number 1 of our opening series.
Yep, the Kings Major East Fall season has now officially started, with game number 1 being onto the Gorge. This is CMF going up against Crazy Raccoons. Both of these teams, I mean, Crazy Raccoons finished 6th, CMF, obviously Venomous US in the spring season finished last. So this is going to be a proving ground for both of these. But right now, that 2v1 is not looking in the favor of CMF. Can they get that last hit? He gets out just with a lick of health.
And Kong here utilizing that side lane start on the Yu Huan, catching second Oya Sunter off guard here. So a bit of a cheese strat here coming from CR, proving it to work here as Kai on this Byron is looking to escalate the jungle even faster.
Yeah, I mean, we was kind of already saying in the draft, right, that Kong on the U1 is more than likely going to be kind of putting pressure into these side lanes. Completely kind of just got rid of the whole jungle. He didn't start his red, didn't go for any of his little camps. He just went straight to the clash lane to put that pressure onto CMF into the top side of the map, because they know that they need to create that pressure. You need to get that T1 before Sunset does, because you know those set sails are just going to be able to be a little bit more free and available if he's able to keep that lane in his own favor.
And right now the lane seems slightly decent, even though that he lost out the early game here. Wei coming towards the clash lane here, helping him secure that space prize. So it's a bit of a consolation prize, not having the pledge. It's okay. In the end of the day, as long as you get that set sail, you'll be free from the laning phase.
It's okay, but is it okay, H-okay at this point for the side of CMF, right? They are able to get that 200 gold lead for now. And obviously you can see on the board here right now, ladies and gentlemen, that we do have the vision score, which is really what we're going to be keeping eyes on and tabs on, especially for those roam players, right?
Yeah, roam players, especially like a Zhang Fei, you want to get that vision score in, because one thing for sure, you need that river vision. You need to scout out where the enemy is to really keep track on their locations across the map. That is the role of a roamer.
Yeah, they need to make sure they set up the intel correctly for their team, right? 'Cause if not, they get one wrong thing out there, and this could be the death of the Sunset over to the clash lane. It's going to be the first blood going up to the side of Crazy Raccoons. Nice rotation there from the mid and their jungle. They may be able to get another pick up here. Maybe the Yixing's going to go down. Ashir not looking too hard. The passive is only going to keep him alive for so long, and the board comes through, but it's not going to give any kind of prizes over to the side of CMF.
Big wins in the early game coming in for the side of Crazy Raccoons here. 1 kill towards the top lane because they punish Syken Oya's over aggression, even though he does not have the flash here. And Ashir wanting to protect the Azure Golem gets caught out as well. And another prize for CR, they take away the Azure Golem here. So that is so much win in just a span of 1 minute.
It is a huge win in the span of 1 minute, right? But the fact is, he was like, hey, I'm going to try and go for their Azure Golem, but there was no real setup there, no real intel from his side to say where the enemy team was. Crazy Raccoons caught him at his own tail. It's like, no, we know where he's going to go. And this is showing the kind of improvements we're already seeing here from the mechanical sides of Crazy Raccoon.
I'm loving it. Very aggressive, very well detailed as well. It's planned play. They know for a fact that Syken Oya wants to fight Kai for that control, so he can use that set sail to traverse around the gorge. But if you want to clear, you need to make sure that you don't die in the process. That's where Cliche comes into play and catch out this Sun Tzu for being overly aggressive.
Yeah, exactly right. They're just trying to catch him out, trying to create that pressure into the top side of that, like we were saying previously. But right now, we get into that 4 minute mark, which is kind of like notorious for where we start to see those first kind of team fights come through. We're already seeing the positioning of Pei, Diadea, as well as the Lung already going around the Tyrant here, trying to contest it. Right, Lembas going to keep them away, and it's going to be the side of Crazy Raccoons that gets the Tyrant here as well. Ashir looking a little bit worse away, but he has even the fastest to be secured out of there. Anthem, sorry, but it's not going to be Nanohara with the kill onto Wei. On the Syken. Oh yeah, but there it is. Anthem tries to get a little bit of a Brucey bonus, a little bit of a comeback there for the side of CMF, but that overall is a 3-1 trade.
3-1 trade, getting the Tyrant, getting the kill. So what? We lose the Maestro. It's okay. We get your jungle, we get your jungler, and we get even more towers here. Crazy Raccoons, crazy play towards the early game.
Very crazy in terms of what they needed, right? They needed to get some more of those resources onto the board, further that gold lead that they had prior to that Tyrant fight. And really, to the detriment of Naya there, he was able to use that upfront leverage to keep away CMF. But oh my goodness, the damage coming through from this Flowborn marksman is crazy now. They've got to try and hold this, especially the fact that they've got the Crimson Golem, right? Cliche here going in with a dive. Maybe a potential takeoff here because he doesn't have the infinite vastness. Down goes Anthem once again.
Red team has
I think
destroyed
for
a
CMF
tower.
Esports, they're a bit not respecting the fact that Crazy Raccoon has so much control and lead on towards the gorge. Like, Crazy Raccoons, they have all the timers of your Long here. For one thing for sure, after the Tyrant fight, the Long has no infinite vastness, no bailout button, no flash here. So immediately Cliche was like, okay, you're overextended. My time to shine, and immediate success. Getting that kill onto Long, getting 2 towers in that clash lane. What a worthy trade.
A huge trade, right? Absolutely. I mean, the setup was there just for a gank, just for a kill. But it's these teams like Crazy Raccoons that you can kind of now tell that their methodicalness is not just going for the kill. They have the bigger picture in mind, which was obviously getting the takedowns of those 2 towers into the top side of the map. Also just creating pressure down to the bot side. So really just trying to avert the focus from CMF from the top side to their bot side. The much more being committed there. Just catch out 3 onto the side of Crazy Raccoons, but it's not going to stop them. Get this takedown onto the T1. They're able to get it. Syken Oya has to get out alive using the set sail.
Man, Crazy Raccoons are so dominant here coming in towards this mid game here. Just freshly getting that lead from the Tyrant. Right now, they're already starting to dominate all the towers coming in this map that CMF is looking to salvage. And I gotta say, Crazy Raccoon, very good play here for a game number 1 here. And Kong on towards this U1 is showing signs of why they flex this pick towards the jungle.
Like I said, I mean, this is day number 1. This is game number 1. This is a proving ground for Crazy Raccoons. They've got to prove themselves that they are a better edition of themselves from the spring season into the fall. And right now, they're definitely doing that, right? I mean, like you were saying there, Sagi, they haven't lost a single T1 just yet. The only damage being dealt is up into that clash lane, which felt like years ago within this game number 1 that they were able to actually get some damage onto these turrets because they haven't had the privilege to escape from their territory, those T2s, and they don't even have the T2 into the top side of the map. So really, Crazy Raccoons are just going to keep putting this pressure on.
And it's very painful to see Pain not having any resources to farm. No red buff, no blue buff, everything countered from the hands of Crazy Raccoons. So right now, the tempo is so bad, they're already knocking on the tier 3 turret here.
Yeah, could be a frightful end here for the side of CMF within game number 1. But the Bright Light Burst doesn't actually catch onto anybody, but it's going to be cliche into the backline just to try and keep them off, try and get a bit of poke damage onto them to try and get a kill. But oh, okay, Naya does go down there, so that is going to be the second kill going up for the side of CMF. Can they get a bit more? Thanks to the idea. The flaming plants going through from the Loon. Can they get another one? They are looking with their backs towards the wall, but still strong. That is going to be a 4-2 trade here for the side of CMF.
Big blunder here coming in for the side of Crazy Raccoons here as they overextend for that tier 3 turret coming in from the bottom side here. They took so much turret shot, they overdosed the strengths and they overestimated themselves, and right now they pay the price. They paid 4 kills and a Tyrant back towards the hands of CMF Esports.
Yeah, that's like kind of not the advantage you want to give over, right? Like, it's, yes, they're still behind in terms of the gold, but taking that Tyrant, it's not obviously the 10-minute Tyrant, it's not the Shadow Tyrant, but that's still going to kind of convert the extra damage to the lack of gold that they have. But we're going to check that replay, right? All set up by that fantastic ultimate board by Sheer. It was obviously thanks to the whip of the Unbridled Burst from Nier as well, right? Like, if that was really, truly set up, this could have been a completely different team fight for Crazy Raccoon.
But that's the thing, right? You can see the distort in terms of wanting to engage and disengage, right? Half of the members of CR wanted to back off, whereby Nier went in, he pulled out, Crazy went in, he pulled out. So it's a bit of a discomfort that I see that from the shot calling, they have 2 separate ideas. But yeah, once again, knocking on that tier 3.
Yeah, you might be right in that call, right? The fact that they maybe listening to 2 different people saying go in, go out, go in, go out. Kind of a little bit like the hokey pokey, right? That seemed what was happening there for the side of Crazy Raccoon. But now, within this next few minutes, they have to prove that they can come back from what they've just given over to CMF.
Exactly the case. They've already seen it engage go through.
Yeah, the Unbridled Burst catches on to 3 this time. That is a good one from Nier. And to the bot side of the map, they aren't able to get anybody just yet, but Wei is looking pretty low. The Prison Sprite here from the Zhongfei is not something we normally used to see, right? It's normally taking the smite, taking the heal, but the Prison Sprite here, they will look at keep them dead bound.
Prison Sprite is so interesting because once you engage, you can use it to lock the enemies in. You slow the movement speed, and for a specific amount of time, they get rooted here. But if you use it defensively, anyone that comes in for the dive like set sail, they get locked in almost immediately. And right now, Shadow Tyrant already spawned and CR looking dominant, and they will secure this with almost no disturbance here coming in from CMF.
Tyrant has been defeated.
I mean, this is all the behest of taking those high ground turrets, right? Like, they're able to take those. That pressure is now being created that now CMF have to make sure that that wave's naturally kind of clashing in, because if they don't keep eyes down to that bot side, into that mid, like now we can kind of see that bot side minion wave with the enhanced minions being ushered through here, they could be potentially a barrage onto their crystal. I mean, this is no stranger to the KME, right? Like, we saw games being ended by minions in spring season.
Yeah, and right now you just gotta be thinking CMF Esports, what's their way of coming back towards this game? Because if you're early game centric, your pay and your student turn is starting to fall off at this 10-minute mark. You're banking on towards this low on the hands of Anthem to really find those items quite here. But if you're Crazy Raccoons, you're not gonna let that happen. You're sitting with 7,000 gold, and right now they're knocking on the last tier 3 of CMF in this game number 1.
Yep, last standing obviously the unended sword that was going to be used towards the biggest part of that team fight. Actually, not just being used just yet by CR Kong. He still has it in his back pocket. But the Unbridled Burst, once again, he tries to go to the back line, tries to get the catch up there. But now this could be the turnaround for CMF. We have the Infinite Bastards being casted early, but no, that's a 3-0 trade. But now for the Crazy Raccoons, they have no minions, but they have time. Wei is not going to be the champion here that is going to be keeping this crystal alive. They're just going to keep battering it until those eventual minions come through here, Sagi.
Yeah, 4-4-0 exchange right now. Wei's sole never surviving. He cannot defend the base. He goes down, and down goes the crystal for game number 1. Crazy Raccoons is the game number 1 winner here as they look to get that first point in this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a dominant kind of early game that they have, right? They were really putting the pressure onto the side of CMF, but it was that kind of like, there's still little glimpses of potential downfall here for Crazy Raccoon, right? Like, they're not as savage, they're not as kind of like bin diving as Raccoons normally are. They were kind of not listening to each other, right? They were definitely playing as like a pack of raccoons. It was like, no one's a leader here, especially that bot side of the map where everyone was kind of like in, out. They're not too sure where to commit. So really, I feel like that's where they need to brush up onto the side of Crazy Raccoons, whereas CMF just needs to do a better job at kind of matching the tempo that Crazy Raccoons did in that early game.
Yeah, especially when we talk about CMF, the discipline game here is something that they need to really respect here, right? Because you burn the flash on the hands of the Sun Ce in towards the early game, and you still went aggressive trading here. Then you got punished. That punish led to your Azure Golem way on this pay to be heavily punished. And after being punished, you also start losing out resources. You start losing out kills. You lose out a Tyrant fight. And that escalated into that 7,000 to 8,000 goalie just short of 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's just a short snowball moment, right? Like, the fact is that Crazy Raccoon really didn't have that kind of like pause moment that CMF really needed to give over to them to kind of like, wait, let's create a breather for ourselves, and then we can potentially try and get a lead back over them, which we saw the team fights. They did go into their favor that one time, but that was the only time that CMF really gave them any kind of glimmer of hope, which is unfortunate for the side of CMF, but it still kind of shows that there has been a clear already improvement from both of these teams.
Yeah, and especially when we talk about improvement, I think we do have to give it over to Crazy Raccoons. From their early game rotations, their early game setting, how they cheese strat the Sun Ce from the side of CMF Esports to really give up that early game tempo, then revisit him once again for the gank, and then escalate that lead to early game invasions, neutralizing CMF Wave's pay totally. I wouldn't say like his presence wasn't there, but it was limited because of all these series of events.
Yeah, I mean, it's the fact that obviously Pei normally is able to kind of shine when his teammates are having a great time in their lanes, whereas we saw in the early game that CMF wasn't having the greatest time in their lane. So really, he was just trying to maybe like kind of like spread himself too far and thin. So it meant and translated into that he was kind of just like chasing his own tail, unfortunately.
Yeah, he was left with no resources, nothing to farm on towards the map here. Members like CR's Cliche and Kai and Nia was always looking at him for all these big engages here, and these are the stats that we are looking so far. The damage chart for the side of CR is very well rounded for all these members, with Cliche and Kong being the top damage dealers. But if we put some of our focus towards CMF, because of the fact that Wei didn't have the dream early game that he wanted, it didn't really escalate towards that level of pay performance that we usually see.
Yeah, I mean, in the draft, we kind of expected the Yixing as well as the Lung to be kind of like their main damage output, right? Like, that was what we were looking for. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough because they weren't able to obviously get into the late game there for Lung to get the items on the board for himself.
Yeah, and also itemizations here. When you have so much knockup coming in from the side of Crazy Raccoons, one could wonder, you need boost of resistance here, but with no resistance, CR Kong will be your MVP of the first match, rocking that 409 KDA with 27% damage dealt and only 16% damage taken on towards the Yuhuan.
Yeah, very impressive performance here onto CR Kong on the Q1 here. Obviously, we were really kind of like guessing into the draft, and obviously it was like, hey, we're really excited to see this come through once again. This used to be a huge pick into the jungle, and now Kong is trying to make it a comeback trend.
Yeah, he is making a comeback trend. He has a pretty decent early game on towards this Yuhuan here, thanks towards the members of Cliche, Kai, and Nia. I do believe these three members played an exceptionally good job in towards the early game here, but this was the play that we talked about, right? The synergy just wasn't there. Okay, so Cliche goes in for 3-man knockup, he backs off, and Nia goes in for that re-engage, but as of this point, there's no members here. Kai wasn't going in, Nanohana was too low, Kong is just doing Kong things onto his Yuhuan, right? So all these return kills is a bit of like giving a bit of a chance here for CMF Esports. If you were to give this chance to a strong teams, that could have been pretty bad.
dare we call him King Kong at this point? You know, I mean, he was definitely the king in this one, right? He was the king, he was the MVP of game number 1, and really showing that kind of like frontline performance that he was given there. It was not only the Zhongfei, it was not only the Byron, it was also Kong being there, being very sort of like present within those team fights, allowed him to get those 4 kills onto the board. But it's that impressive kind of like AoE that we know that Hugh-Won can deal, right? Like that's really hard to play against when you've got kind of like a jungler that needs to dive in on top of you.
Yeah, and especially this Yu-Huan is left untouched, I would say. Like, there's so much key targets here coming in from the side of Crazy Raccoon's game number 1 draft. You have the Mai Shiranui, you have the Global Marksman. So, like, when it comes down to this Yu-Huan, do I really spend my spells on towards this really slippery pick? Once I spend enough, he's just to be like, okay, time's up. Time to Unending Sorrow, and I'm out, and I'm back into the fight with full health.
That's exactly right. Like that's exactly what you need with a jungler like that. The fact is that they were really just holding in onto that team comp, really just making sure to create the space for the like of the Flowborn Marksman. But we're gonna go for a short break, guys. Game 2 starts soon. See you then.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every line. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you
Hi, how's it going back, everybody? We are now coming back from that break from that game number 1 between CMF and Crazy Raccoons. I am Blem, and once again with me is Sagi as we are about to go into this game number 2. So what we've seen from game number 1, Sagi, what's the improvements we think CMF need for this game number 2?
Okay, first things first, they need to sharpen up their mechanics, right? So they need to be alert at all times. It's not a typical rank game. You need to make sure that you are not overextending at times, because Crazy Raccoons will come in fighting as a team to punish you for overextending without flash, without those key spells to get you away here. So that's the first thing that they have to do, because if they do look to play these tempo junglers, then you really need to make lesser mistakes here.
Yeah, I think obviously, like you were saying there with the tempo jungler and stuff like that, I feel like the whole, like the chink in the armor really started to show there when obviously we saw that Kong on the side of CR completely just like gave away his jungle, right? Like he didn't give it away, he just didn't do anything. He just went straight to the top side of the map, which really kind of like caught off the wind of Wei on the pay, right? Like he was just like, huh. They're not kind of allowing me to, farm up. They're not allowing me to kind of just have my own space. So maybe they just need something that's going to have a little bit more of assurance into that jungle for game number 2. But speaking of, we're going to get into the BP here between Crazy Raccoon and CMF. So Crazy Raccoon's going to be on the blue side this time and CMF on the red. And obviously this is going to be the global ban format as well. So those heroes picked the last game for these teams will not be coming through in this game number 2.
And you see how much it is prized towards the meta here. So CMF Esports banning away the pay and the loan that they have already used in game number 1. For the side of Crazy Raccoons, My Shione has been removed here. And Luna, I think it's one of these respect bans that you have to give towards CMF's way, probably due to scrims, probably due to his past performances, that really put this pick towards the ban slot here. But first pick will go towards the Dharma here, one of the top picks we've seen back in spring. And CMF, they lock in that Ali and Yuhuan that has been used by Kong.
They go for their own Q1, but is it going to be into the jungle like we just saw for CR? I highly doubt it. I think it's going to be down to the bot side of the map with Tamid, because obviously he played the Diadil last game. It looks like that kind of hero that he would kind of be fit into naturally in the hero pool. But Crazy Raccoon, man, hey, Kong going for the Fade and the Liam. Oh, such a great synergy already appearing here for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
I love the Fade, right? You get to Jadify the enemy, and then you get to secure all these objectives here. It's a bit of a cheat code, I would say, like the fact that you can just Jade and steal away buffs, monsters, or like Tyrant or Overlords. It's just one of the best things you can do on this jungle pick.
And speaking of best things you can do when you have a Dharma on your enemy team, it's locking in that Shuangzi, right? Like that CC immunity property from this hero is going to make sure that those crucial crowd controls from either the Dharma, from the Liempo, is going to be harder to actually cast onto your enemy team, right? Because they're going to be like, right, okay, we're all immune to this CC now. Let's see what you can do.
I also feel like Zhuangzi is like a double-edged sword, right? If you play it well, yes, you can react to these crazy engages. But if you play it mediocrely, then you will see a situation where you're on the passive end because you drafted the Zhuangzi, you drafted the Yuhuan. So where does your engage come from for the side of CMF Esports?
Maybe up into the Clash lane, right? Maybe they're looking at something like the Byron this time around. Obviously, we saw that Crazy Raccoon went for it in game number 1. I feel like maybe the initiation could come from the Byron as well. Obviously, waiting in those brushes, waiting for those prime pickoffs onto the side of CMF. And there it is. The Byron does come through.
Yeah, the Byron does come through. Another early game pick that we've seen for the side of Crazy Raccoon that has proved really decently did well, especially for the early game. So for CMF, they pick up the Byron that Kai had decent success with to match up the laning phase here. So it's a pretty good pick, especially if you're looking towards the early game here.
Yeah, the ban of the Chana obviously just trying to get rid of that late game potential for the side of Crazy Raccoon, as well as the Nua as well. But that's not going to stop them here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. They're looking to lock in one of my faves, which is the Consort Yu here. Oh, wait, no, they're changing this here? I was going to say, Guan Yu, baby, down to the bot side of the map. This is day number 1. Just chill a little bit. Just chill.
Yeah, just chill a little bit. I almost thought we're going to see double fighters towards the side lanes, but it's your favorite pick. It's Consort Yu being locked in for CR Nano Hana's farm lane here. And to top it off, Lady Zen will be picked as well here, but CMF going a little bit spicy here, covering that Jing for Wei.
I'll shatter the obstacles in my path.
Wei gets his Jing, and maybe he will get his way with this pick, right? Maybe this is what he needs. The pay wasn't quite what they were really hoping for in that game number 1. But really, we're looking still for the setup here from the Byron. We're still looking for the setup here so that the Jing can come through with the mirror domain and do so much damage onto the side of Crazy Raccoon. But really, I mean, they don't have the squishies of team comps, right? Like, they've got the Lady Gen, they've got the Consort Yu. Consort Yu has her protective winds from her second skill, which obviously negates all kind of physical damage onto her for a very brief moment. So really, if you go into the lock-in onto the Lady Gen, who also has her own kind of can proc her own status as well before dropping the Destructive Deluge, it's going to be a hard pickoff here for Wei. So really, they've got to be quite calculated on how they take down either of these squishy heroes onto the side of CR.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned about all these bailout techniques, right? For the side of the Consort U, protective wins. So if you're Wei, who are you going to be targeting on these carries, right? So maybe you're going to be looking at the Fade on the hands of Kong. Maybe you're going to be looking at the Clash name per se. So if you're Wei, in your head, you're going to be like, oh man, a Consort U, not on my bucket list to be targeting if she has that spell too.
Yeah, exactly. You're really going to be trying to relying on your teammates to give you over that intel to be like, right, okay, the protective wind is completely off of the table here. Let's go in. Once again, we're seeing that Tamid, though, going in for the...
Enemy minions will arrive.
Actually, no, it wasn't Tamid last
seconds.
game, but Tamid is going for the Prison Sprite here onto the Strong set as well. So we've already seen 2 games in a row where Prison Sprites come through for both these supports.
Yeah, Prison Sprite does seem to be an interesting spell pickup here coming in for the recent patches. You can peel, you can engage, you can just walk in, drop it in, and it will zone off a patch of the map here. So that CD key on your screen here, ladies and gentlemen, just drop by, go back to the YouTube video, and you can probably see it and claim it in the community tab. But another cheese here coming in from CR.
Yeah, another 2v1 at that top side of the map. Maybe they're focusing in onto a potential weak link here onto the side of CMF, right? Like, they're always putting that pressure, going for that kind of like Clash Core playstyle onto the side of Crazy Raccoons, just to make sure they're able to give over their own Clash laner to then aid the farm faster for the fade.
That's a reoccurrence of what happened back in game number 1, right? So Psychonoia walk towards the lane, try to clear it, and then Kai and Kong cheese in once again. And this is a repeat of what happened in game number 1. But game number 1, CMF does seem to have a much better early game with Anthem dictating the early pace.
Yeah, Anthem go top side of the map as well, just to give some pressure over to their Clash lane health, trying to just relieve that the pressure that was already built here by Crazy Raccoons. But it looks like it's not going to show any signs of stopping. We're sort of seeing that same kind of MO here from CM from that game number 1, able to just try and get that goal lead. But it's now slowly just going over to the side of Crazy Raccoons in this early part of the game, which is not going to be a detriment, right? Like, there's no first blood on the board just yet. As I speak, we may be seeing kind of like a bit of a brawl here into the mid lane.
But teams are still playing very safely. Oh, I learned something new. So, oh wait.
I just saw that, yeah.
yeah. So this spell 1 from Lady Zen, you can allow Kong on this fade to jump on that pillar of ice. So that's a pretty interesting mechanic, actually.
I didn't know that was actually a thing, but now we're going to see the fade go full kind of KO Chem right now. He uses the Jade sword here, try and get that silence, and there it is. There's that execute you were talking about in the draft, Sagi. It's that Jade Crystal, that smash that made it onto the Gorge.
And once again, the same way of punishment here for the side of Crazy Raccoons. They notice the fact that, hey, Psychonoia does not have the flash, so we force a play on towards him, and we let Kong and Cliche come and pick up the kill here. So it's a repeat of what happened in game number 1. The question is, can Wei protect the jungle this time?
He's got to try it, right? Like, they can't allow that same kind of golden ticket that CR had in game number 1. They was just like, hey, you want some of my farm? Go and take it, buddy. They need to make sure they're playing a lot more reactive, which was my one main point against CR from that game number 1, was they need to be a little bit more reactive. And I mean, is the reaction going to come through here? The CC immune is going to keep Hamid alive for now.
Yeah, but that's only for now, right? This Zhuangzi, we talked about it back in the drafts. You kind of have to wonder, who will be the main engager coming in from CMF, or are they just going to be this reactive team?
Yeah, like I said, I think it's only going to be really that Psyken on the Byron, right? Like, he's going to really be looking for those kind of like prime catch-ups. He's not the greatest of engages, because you've really got to rely on, obviously, first skill, second skill, flash to get that engage onto the backline, right? But if you kind of commit those 2 really important parts of your engage and you have no means of getting out, then you kind of just like stuck in between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. So we have to see CMF Esports in this upcoming Tyrant. What is the call here? Is it for Wei to pick up the buffs, slowly scale towards the mid game, or are they going to be looking for that big fight despite losing out 1,000 gold lead towards this early game?
I think the big fight is what's going to be on the cards, right? I mean, they definitely got to maintain this Azure Golem for themselves, right? They can't give it over to the side of CR before this Tyrant comes up, because that would be crucial for the side of CMF's Way here, especially on a hero like the Jing. But already we've seen pressure into that mid side be created there, because they were able to get the priority for themselves on the side of CR, and CR is able to get that Tyrant. Maybe CMF's like, hey, it's unfair. They technically have 2 smites, so we're not even going to contest it.
Yeah, it's also a good way of like CMF saying like, okay, you have 2 smites, so I'm just gonna back off, go pick up my own Crimson Buff towards the top side, and I'll see you later on. But big poke here coming onto a shear.
Yeah, the unending sorrow has to be used here by Astar to keep himself alive. Because, I mean, we saw the Oak Ball come through. It almost took him down, but it was a well-timed unending sorrow that kept him in this game. So, still CR looking for that second kill onto the board, but they are able to create some pressure into that bot side by taking a lot of damage onto that T1, especially translating it from objective to objective playstyle that we saw from game number 1 for CR.
Yeah, and I also like the fact that CR, they're sending Kai on towards like ganking Beauty instead of Kong. They know Kong needs a lot of resource on towards this Fade, and Kai, if you have the Truth Mantra and Flash, you are more in a place where you can set up fights for your team. And right now, talking about setup, another invade towards the bottom side for this tier 1.
Has destroyed a
Yeah,
tower.
no, just playing this Liam pose a little bit more of like a harassment kind of a hero, right? Like he's just kind of into the back line, making sure that Shuangzi can't clear out the minions, means that Nanohana was able to get that T1 as well, just with pure ease. So you're already seeing that they're able to kind of like make these team fights a little bit more better off here, but it is the mid-range, it is being used with the unending sorrow. That's 2 ults being expended here, but it is going to be the Arlie getting taken down by Kong once again. Truth Mantra being committed as well, just to kind of push away CMF in this team fight.
Kong is having such a good game in game number 2. Game 1, he showed us a pretty good Yuan game in towards the jungle. Game 2, his Fate so far is doing exceptionally well, but the engage comes through.
Yeah, we saw there obviously Saiken was trying to go for a little bit of a pickup onto Cliche, but it was just like, no. Obviously the bolting shot from the console U, the ultimate there kept him locked into place long enough. There was just too much CC for him to contest with.
Yeah, right now, after that kill of Saiken, guess what? The jungle is wide open again, and Wei is yet punished once again.
Oh, punished once again thanks to Fade's ultimate. Like we were saying, it's basically like having a certified smite diff, right? Like he's able to just like pop that. Once the execute goes off, you've got no means of outsmiting him, right? Which is just a shame here for the side of CMF. So really, being behind in gold, they have now obviously lost their T1 down to the bot side of the map. They've really got to try and put some priority into either the Clash lane, which is now going to fall here, or maybe just try and just keep themselves alive long enough for the late game for the Arlie.
Yeah, and also Saiken is getting punished extremely hard. Every play that he tries to do somehow ends up kind of bad for the side of CMF Esports. So maybe they have to chill out, give some time, like you mentioned, for Wei, for Anthem on this Arlie to really scale towards the late game that you talked about.
Yeah, nice face check there from Naya onto Psycho, right? He caught him out of bluff. He was like, hey, I know you're going to wait there, try and get the pickup onto our back line, but it is going to be a pickup onto the Liam Poe for the side of CMF. But now, Wei gets taken down by the console U, but it's going to be that crucial Kai into the back line to stop it, any kind of reinforcements from the side of CMF.
Just playing for dividend of 1, they get 3 kills, and a double kill goes over to CR's farm main Nano Panna. This console U is still left untouched in the majority of the fights, and right now she is just dominating the board.
What a nice time ult from Fade there. Kong was just like, I've got an egg timer on. I know when the Unending Sorrow comes off, and the execute timed perfectly.
And that is the beauty of the Fade ultimate, right? Even if you go towards the untargetable spell like the Unending Sorrow, you still get chopped off. And let's check out the replay here. So, you see a phase check here coming from Mia. The Destructive Deluge forces out the ultimate here coming in from the Yuan. At this point, there's no one that can actually harm this console U from free hitting. Has the protective winds, has all these spells, has so much damage thanks to the fact that the team won her the lane. So that is the reward of winning this early game, having that 8,000 gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, not only just having that 8,000 goal lead, but just the way they compose themselves in these team fights, like you were saying there, Sagi, and as the people at home saw on that replay. It's just the fact that Naya knew that Saiken was going to be one of those brushes, right? Like, he knew that the potential setup there, it was a closed lane, and that's where you're going to see the Byron, but the flash there with the Tremor Smash actually doesn't connect onto anybody thanks to the CC immunity there from the Shuangzi. But for now, it's going to be enough to lock in that Dharma with a Prison Sprite, but it's going to be the Arlie picking up the kill here. Kai is not going to have that crucial crowd control into this next team fight, but that's not going to make a difference here. Crazy Raccoons looking to make a crazy assault onto the side of CMF.
And they're not stopping right now. They're looking for yet another tier 3 tower on towards the top side. It's so low in terms of health. I think they can get it on towards the next push. So, paying the price of Kai for almost 2 tier 3 towers, I call it work for CR.
Oh, absolutely. It's a good trade, right? Like, he was just diving in, making sure, like, CMF was like, we're literally buzzing the fact that we've got a second kill onto the side of Crazy Raccoons. But that buzz was soon cut off there because the side of Crazy Raccoons was able to get that T3 into the mid lane, which is going to be a lot more pressure and a lot more useful for the side of Crazy Raccoons than this Dharma at this point in the game.
And look at how rich CR's jungle and farm lane is. Prior to 10 minutes, 9.5k on Kong. He's almost 1,000 gold per minute, and that's kind of crazy. And on towards Nano Hana's side, he has a Daybreaker before 10 minutes. You know that they are farming above the curve.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's playing his high here for this Console U for me. I love Console U. So when you drop into my streams, you'll see me on Console U, loving it up into the farm lane. And Nanohana is playing this one to my heart. This is a love letter for me.
It is indeed a love letter for all the Console U fans. He's definitely playing a heck of a game on this CY pick. So if we look at the current map state, it looks so difficult for CMF Esports to make a potential comeback, but they still have to do it because they're still in the game and there's still hope for them.
There's still hope, right? I mean, they got 2 T3s alive at this point in the game. That is going to be some kind of reassurance here for the side of CMF, but for how long do they have these support beams? And only time can tell, right? I mean, that top side, the T3, that just needs a little bit of a love tap, and that's gone, which is going to then create more pressure thanks to these enhanced minions that we can kind of see right now coming through into that mid lane.
You might just see Kong jump over, get that one auto attack in, and that tier 3 is no longer to be there. And right now, look at the pressure coming in from the side of CR, pushing all members of CMF back to their base, and that is all 3 of the tier 3s going down for the side of CMF Esports.
That said, that we have the wielder off and the Leah pose into the backline. They're just going to keep them, drive them at their base, but it's going to be the takedown here for the Nanohana. Take on to the Astar, but they don't have the minions just yet on the side of Crazy Raccoons. This is just kind of setting up, delaying the inevitable here, but CMF need to try and find a way out of their base.
There's no butterfly effect here coming in for the side of Tamid here, so Kai with Flash, with True Montage, he is going to be looking for that angle on towards the backline.
Yeah, even the Dharma, even the Lianpo looking for a big setup here, but it's going to be the takedown onto the Lady Gen, so a little bit of consolation prize here for the side of CMF. They do have some minions still under the base, but they have the hero to take down those minions, and CR was like, no, we're going to claim game number 2.
Very clean stuff here coming in from CR in this opening series of our KMW Fall 2025 here. They claim a 2-0 victory in a clean, convincing, and dominating fashion over CMF Esports.
Very dominant fashion here for the side of Crazy Raccoons. I mean, game number 1 looked very hopeful for them. They were definitely playing it a lot more better in terms of their playstyle into the early game. That pressure up into the clash lane was obviously their MO. A little bit of a kind of like into the weakest point, it seemed. Like just completely throwing off the side of CMF. Like, oh, why is he not farming his jungle? Like, what's going on here? But really, he was just like, no, I'm going to get the pressure into the top side of the map just so it then makes Fade's jungle rotation and clear a little bit faster, having his clash lane with him as well.
So Syken Oya, he definitely has to do a bit of a homework, and also for the side of CMF Esports, if their playstyle is to revolve around Wei's tempo, they have to take care of their early game. Make sure that early game is in check. Make sure the early game allows Wei to pace themselves towards that mid game, because we saw in game 1 and game 2, what happened was, okay, TR goes for the top clash lane early start. They cheese Syken Oya forces the flash out. Then after like a minute or so, they go back to Syken Oya and get that free kill that they set up by 1 minute ago. So if you are CMF, this has to be reviewed and fixed coming into the later stages of the games.
It definitely does, right? Like, this is kind of like a team that's they experienced this in the spring season. Obviously, the 3 three-men themselves, obviously mid lane, farm lane, and obviously their support, where they're sticking true to them. Obviously, Wei being their import as well. Didn't really got to show his star performance within this one, right? Because like you said, the pressure was just always on into the enemy jungle. If it wasn't in the jungle, it was always into these side lanes, especially up in that top side of the map, right? Like, we really barely saw Kong actually rotate down to the farm lane because we saw that Nanohana, he didn't really need it in that matchup, right? He has the range onto the early.
Yeah, he has the range on towards the early, and even though they swapped the early towards the mid lane to fasten up the tempo, relieve the early game pressure, it still wasn't enough, right? Because at the end of the day, if you are losing so much gold in the early game, that causes a 1k per gold minute for the Fate. That is not the ideal situation you are in. 502 on the Fate, 503 on Nanohana as well. The both carries of CR, unbothered, untouched, and they are having a field day.
Having the field day, and CR's kind of damage output is looking very similar to what obviously game number 1 was, right? Like, they always at least look for that trio of damage, and it was coming from Kong, Cliche, and Nanohana once again, because really, Kai and Naya were just kind of just the setup for that whole team, right? Like, it was either Lee and Po going in, or it's the Dharma going in to try and get those crucial truth mantras onto the back line of CMF, and most times out of 10, it did hit, and this is obviously the gold graph, and we've already pointed it out. CMF would get a little bit of a goal lead in the early part of the game, but then it just translates into Crazy Raccoons knowing what they're doing and playing their macro a little bit better into the jungle as well.
And you bring out a good point, right? Nia was always on the front end, looking for these flash tremor smashes, forcing out the butterfly effect, setting up Kai on this Dharma for those free backline engages here. So they know they shouldn't chain their ultimates together, so they don't get the max value from the butterfly effect. So, of course, I do feel like CR on the debut game is so dominant here. But, of course, talking about dominant here, it will be Kong with a back-to-back MVP in towards the jungle.
Yep, double back-to-back MVP. I don't think he died once in a full series here. So Kong really showing that he's the man on the side of Crazy Raccoons. But it has to be obviously given over to Nanohana as well. Obviously in this game number 2, not dying once as well. The console U gameplay was very well done here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. But it was just these initial setups here. Like, they knew what they were doing right. It was composed to a T. The Liempo has to go in. They tried to replicate that onto the side of CMF. As you just saw there in the highlights, Saiken was just like, I need to commit my flash and my second skill to get in, but I have no get out of jail card.
Yeah, no get out of jail card. Asher here forces out the Unending Sorrow, but at this point, look at Nanohana here. Free tapping, just without a worry in the world here. Even expending that spell too for no apparent reason here, he still gets maximum value because of how fed she is.
Yeah, I mean, and we didn't learn something in this game number 2, right? The actual interaction between the Lady Chen and the Fae, where you can dive in on top of her skill, is something we didn't even know as casters. So hopefully those at home caught that one as well, because that could be a way to set up kind of like those crucial kind of like ganks. You could sit that into a brush, technically, right? You could put the Lady Chen skill into a brush. Fae jumps in on top. That's like a very bad gank, right?
It's like an extension cord, right? It's like, oh, usually I cannot connect to this ward on my first jump. So the Lady Zen puts down that pillar in towards the bush, he jumps, and then it comes out of a unexpected angle here. So there's potentially some combos that our teams here can probably think to invest some time to think about it.
Absolutely, but I mean, definitely in terms of investment, we're going to be looking at sort of CMF to invest a little bit more of a research from that game number 1, right? I mean, like, this is day number 1. It doesn't really matter the fact that they've lost this best of 3, but it does matter the fact that they are now obviously 1 game behind. So they need to make sure the next few games that they play, they at least try and take some rounds or even some series, right? Because they were the last place team in the spring season. They want to make sure they make an improvement on that. And we saw from the gameplay there is a bit of improvement, but it just seems like Crazy Raccoon's improvement was just a little bit more higher in those standards.
Yeah, standards do make a team improve as we go on to the later stages of the game. And especially we're in ranking week here, so every win will really contribute to whether you are separated as Group S or Group A. Group S automatically qualifies you, but let's jump to a short break before we bring in a second series of today.
elders say, the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the misty marshes' first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The misty marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
어떤 이들은 침묵 속을 걷고 또 다른 이들은 천둥을 뒤에 이끌며 걷는다.
Ma una volta entrati, conta solo una cosa.
Each splash writes a legend. Each step takes them higher, and only the worthy remain.
그리고 모든 시선이 한 곳으로 향할 때
Dove il cammino dell'onore conduce i Valloranti alla vittoria.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the King Major East Fall 2025. Blam, we just saw an exceptionally well-played game from Crazy Raccoon against the likes of CMF Esports, but walk through me our second series of the day.
Second series of the day is going to be the return of the defending champions. It's going to be Nongshim RedForce against R8 Esports. I mean, both of these were in Group S last time, so really it's a battle of Spring Season's Group S.
Yeah, spring season Group S, and Group S is where these teams wants to be coming in from the ranking week 1. And for RA Esports, they made major adjustments towards the jungler. So last time, if I'm not mistaken, it was BX, and this time they pulled in a new jungler, previously played for Team Secret and the KPL region. It is Guxing.
Yeah, exactly. Is this going to be the change that they need, right? I mean, especially, it's not the only change they made as well, right? Like, up into the Clash lane, they have now Doma as well, who previously used to be on the Vicious in spring season. He's now kind of filling out the boots up into that Clash lane. So they managed to obviously change that top side of the map, but is that going to be the change that kind of boosts them into second place rather than third place from spring season? But we're going to go and look at none other than the returning champions. It is going to be Nongshim.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And here it is. This is Nongshim RedForce, the greatest red, and they are represented by none other than Kyung9 into the Clash lane, Haku into the jungle, Illusion in the mid. We have obviously Faye into the support role as well. So this is going to be the team that are the defending champions of the KME. Sour taste in their mouth from KWC.
Well, from KWC performance, they did seem to be in much of a slump or a peak that they already hit. So coming into this fall season is where they start to prove themselves as once again the king of the East region, bringing that king's vibe towards the KIC 2025 will be their primary goal in this season.
They need to do something right. Obviously, they need to demand the respect on their name that they managed to carve from Season 3 and on the KME Spring season. But let's check out their opponents, R8 Esports.
Never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And this will be R8 Esports that will bring you to infinity and beyond. Representing the Clash lane will be R8's Doma. In towards the jungle, the new boy in the hood will be Guxing. In towards the mid lane, your mid lane teacher Xenon. In for the farm lane, Ryoichi. To top up the roamer role, it will be Mijoj.
Yeah, this is a team that obviously have stuck together quite a lot, really. I mean, definitely Xenon, Ryoichi, as well as Mijoj as well. And then the rest of R8 have just kind of just like moved around them. And we have to give obviously respects over to their key player, which is none other than Ryoichi as well. Obviously their farm lane. He likes to play heroes like the Ali, like the Lady Sun, and like the Marco Polo. But if we look at stats, that tells a different story. They love the Gen.G and Sakir combo.
Gen.G's secure combo spells one thing, right? Absolute lane domination. That early game will be a central power here coming in from R8 Esports to really funnel that map space that Doma, Guxing, and Xenon needs to push out that lead even further here. But they're going up against none other than the greatest red, Nongshim RedForce. Do you think that combo will actually be able to challenge the kings of the KME?
Well, I think it's going to be a contested pick anyway. But speaking of contention, we're going to get the head-to-head between Siri and Xenon. This is going to be the head-to-head so far that they've had, potentially not in this one. But hey, maybe this is the kills that's going to be predicted for these players, right? They've not had a single match yet, but maybe this is from the spring season as well. So this is the total kills they got within the spring edition of what we're viewing right now. So they need to top that fall performance, and they need to go out with a bang.
Yeah, they need to go up with bang here, and we saw the statistics just now. So Ryoichi versus Siri here, the two main factors that differ them apart. Yes, number one is kill, but if you look towards the average damage dealt department, Ryoichi's damage dealt is actually pretty insane.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely a impressive number, right? So these are head-to-heads you're going to be watching out for, because these are obviously two teams that did play against each other in the spring season. R8 actually didn't get a single win over Nongshim. Nongshim actually in the spring season was undefeated in the ranking week. So this is what these teams are really going to be trying to conquer within this ranking week, right? Is the fact that they're able to get a win onto Nongshim and get rid of that undefeated streak from spring season.
Yeah, getting that number one, getting that win from none other than the greatest Red will put a bit of a bragging rights if you're from the KME region, right? It's like, hey, what's your resume value? I beat Nongshim, RedForce, and KME. That's already a bragging right.
Exactly that, right? They're going to take these small victories because both of these teams, like we've already said, Sagi, managed to get into Group S within the spring season. So really, they're just fighting for maybe just that same position. Maybe one of the Group A's from last season will actually surprise us and try and take one of these crowns of Group S, because obviously the other team that was in there with them was Gen.G, which we'll get to see play literally after this match.
Would you say that this match might be one of the highlights of the day here, Vlad? Because we still have Gen.G, we still have Crazy Raccoons against Nongshim later on, but I do feel like this match, R8 Esports versus Nongshim RedForce, might be one of the highlights today, as we even have their jerseys being blue versus red.
Yeah, one on blue side, one on red side. I think that's coordinated between these two teams. It's like, hey, we're going to pay respect that we are both blue and red. But R8 locking in onto the blue side here. Will they look to, obviously, oh, okay, a little bit of a fruity ban here, which is going to be that Blowborn tank. But over to the side of Nongshim, they're going to ban out the Mai Shiranui. So we're probably going to be seeing maybe like an Ali ban potentially here, as well as that Dharma.
Arlie or Dharma, you don't want to give any of these picks towards the hands of the likes of Siri or Kyung9 here, but like you mentioned, Arlie is banned away from the hands of Siri. That leaves Dharma, Pei, all these mobile picks up for grabs for both of these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, we could potentially get Doma on the Dharma, right? I mean, that's pretty much predestined. I mean, his name's pretty similar to the hero himself onto the Gorge, but it's going to be Nongshim taking away the Dharma here. And it means that R8 Esports, they're going to pick up the Lung. So locking in Ryuchi's pick here, which is obviously one of their star players of R8 Esports.
I love the long lock in here, but come to Nongshim, they lock in the Yuhuan and the Pei. These two picks, they found immense success back during KWC 2025. So this setup, I'm looking at good things here, because the Yuhuan can still flex towards the mid and also the roamer role.
These two babies could knock a bull
Yeah, exactly. It could go into Faye, it could go into Illusion, but it's not going to go onto Haku. Haku is going to have that Pay, so they have that early game succession potentially here with such a pick for R8 Esports. They're looking to lock in the Organ here to kind of try and match that tempo in terms of that jungle clear, and maybe potentially take the Lady Chen, which is going to be taking a counter away from Nongshim.
Yeah, taking away the Lady Zen from the Orgron is one of the good counters as well. Illusion there, just showing off that Arca. I don't think that Arca will be going anywhere in towards the draft here. Just a funny pick that he's showing. So, swapping over to the Nuwa, having more range against the Long. So, here's the thing. If you're Infinite Vastus as a Long, you cast your ultimate, you fly and you soar and you want to run away. When you land, if you don't have Flash, you will get sniped by Nuwa.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a setup for the Annihilation, right? And if that, you can kind of just like emergence on top of him, and then potentially, if he's already low, you can then just take him down with those boxes. But we're getting into that second ban phase here. They're looking to ban out the Mutsu here. That normally pals very well with the Orgron, obviously in terms of shot call in, long range distance setup as well. Is a really good aid here for the Orgron. So that ban there for the side of Nongshim, and then R8 are going to go and ban out one of Kyung9's favorite picks, that Sunset.
Yeah, the Sunset being removed from the hands of Kyung9 will be pull being diminished slowly from Kyung9's hero pool. But if you look towards the side of our esports draft, that's a lot of blue heroes we've seen so far that matches their vibe of their blue jerseys here. So are they going to double down and go for that Dolia? What are they going to plan here coming in for R8 for that tier or second phase of the ban pick?
I mean, right now, they've only got this front line of the Orgron, right? So they definitely need a little bit more front line per se for the side of RA Esports. I mean, if we're going along the sides of blue heroes, I mean, a Lu Bang up into the Clash lane potentially could come through. Obviously, Battlefield Command, he's a bit tanky. He's able to kind of deal a lot of magic damage as well on top of your enemy heroes. But we're just going to wait and see here to see what the support pick's going to be. I can't imagine it's going to be the Sakir into the Lung here. We're going to wait for that D-Ranger to come through. But Nongshim actually locking in one of their Clash lane picks here. And they're going to go for the party.
Ooh, Fatih is extremely good coming in from this team comp, especially we've seen so much of these Fatih backline flanks in KWC 2025. So this pick, I kind of wonder how it actually managed to creep through the second phase of the ban pick, but it does fall over to the hands of Kyung9 here, so it will be a big backline access that Nongshim just unlocked for their team comp.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of adds to the aggression of the pay, right? Like, you're going to be kind of already dictating and already putting pay into these big sort of aggression, especially in the early game. And the party's going to pair nicely with that. But the idea here does completely knock off that blue palette. She is green, so she is within that spectrum. But there it is. The idea with the Charlotte being locked in here, too.
I like the Charlotte here. So you make one thing for sure. So currently, if you look at RA's team composition, that 4 hero that you drafted from jungle all the way to roam, they are strong as a 4-man unit here. So allowing Doma to play on towards the side lane to win that 1v1 against Kyung9 or Haku, that is actually a very important factor for RA Esports to unleash the team to a different level.
Yeah, again, this is going to be the cleared up of the side of Nongshim RedForce. They're going to go and lock in the D-Ranger, something that's going to be able to kind of sit within the back line here, because they're going to have that aggression, that front line from not only the Huan and not only the party going in onto the back line. You just need something that's going to be able to just apply pressure from a safe distance, right? And Gen.G is your man.
Yeah, Gen.G is your man towards the farm lane here. When you don't know what to pick here, Gen.G is one of the best blind picks that you can offer in any of these laning phase. Why? Because he has that bailout from spell 2. Aside from the suppressions, he can run away from almost all forms of crowd control that we have in HOK. And also, Gen.G, why is he such a prize pick? Extremely strong laning phase.
Extremely strong as well, right? Like, he's going to be one of those more tankier, towards the tankier sides of the farm laners as well, right? Like, it's in the early game, the damage is not going to come through that much, but obviously as the late game sort of like arises, his damage starts to come through. It's very sort of like, it's very thick, right? It's not just kind of like burst damage come through, it's kind of just a constant damage. Obviously he has the hybrid damage as well. He not only deals physical, he also deals the magical damage also with not only skill 1, but his tokens as well for his basic attack.
Yeah, and these are the 10 picks that we have on Hero Scores right now between RA Esports and Nongshim RedForce. The two teams that were in S tier back in spring. Right now, they face once again in fall in game number 2 of our day 1.
Yep, day 1, match 2 here between RA Esports going up against Nongshim RedForce. RA on the blue side, Nongshim on the red. The greatest red. Can they keep a momentum to that name going into this game of 1?
And Haku already invading the jungle just 30 seconds across the map, taking away the wild boar camps from the hands of Gu Xing here. And vision score once again, that dictates what a roamer must do. Get that vision in, scout out the enemy, and that's how you gain the vision score.
Exactly, that's Sagi. They obviously need some kind of setup. They need the intel for the side of both of these teams so they don't make the wrong engage, make the wrong call, and that's where the vision score is going to come through from both of these teams. But like you were saying there, Haku is already playing very aggressive in the early game, helping himself to the enemy's boars, able to get some extra little bit of resources over for the side of Nongshim. But this is how we expected Pay to be played in match number 1, right?
Yeah, match number 1, that is how Pay would be expected, but it is what it is. But Haku definitely showing us a different form of tempo here, securing that level 4 here, although he does not secure these side lane objectives like the Space Sprite, but he does allow Illusion to pick up more of these farms coming in towards the jungle.
Ooh, Gushing actually went in that one, taking a lot of damage. Obviously, he is the Ogre, he's able to obviously sustain himself as well. He does have the help of the Conductor Souls, which at this part in the game isn't going to be as frightful for the side of Nongshim, because he needs to kind of build items like the Eye of the Phoenix to get that HP regen a little bit more faster, a little bit thicker.
Oh, and Carol9 though, winning out this 1v1 against Doma in towards the Flash game here. Flash already expended here on the hands of this Charlotte's Doma. So, realistically, this early game is much more of a 50-50 so far compared to what we saw last game.
Oh, absolutely. They're definitely kind of matching the tempo here for the side of RA Esports. I mean, there was a little bit of an hiccup there potentially into that mid lane where we saw obviously a lot of damage going on to Gushing pretty much moments ago, but there's been no sort of desired kills, no real aggression here from both of these teams. A lot of respect and game number one.
My only worry coming in from Nongshim here, Ram, is that their late game doesn't seem that convincing compared to R8, where you have Charlotte and the long on hands of Yoichi. So that is something that you have to be worrying on the side of Nongshim. Can they bring the tempo so fast that they end the game around, per se, 12-16 minutes?
Yeah, I feel like it's all going to be dictated and maybe fall into place when we actually get to that 4-minute mark with the Tyrant, right? Like, if Nongshim are able to secure that, that's already going to give them a great early game lead that they don't necessarily have here in terms of the goal.
Yeah, we have to see how this game formulates around that 4th minute mark. But look at the rotations here coming in from both these two teams as they want to take control of this Space Sprite. Second Space Sprite goes into the pockets of Gushing once again.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good pressure to have, right? I mean, everybody here from the side of RA, Bar, they're long, it's the top side of the map, but it's going to be the first point going over to the side of Nongshim. This could be a hell of a pay here, but Haku gets executed by the Death Precipice as well. Can they get paid? They're looking for some more. The extra little bit of damage was just needed there, but it's going to be the party. KME tries to dive onto the back line, but the status saves Xenon there, but Gushing gets the execute, so that's a great setup there from the side of RA.
What a clutch play coming in from Xenon there. That Pillar of Ice immediately saving him from any flash engage that KME was preparing. Look at the replay here. So, the start of fight here, we immediately see Doma being annihilated from the team fight here. Mijoj gets to run away here, but Gushing is left untouched here. That 4-man ultimate on towards this Augur here, immediately dictating the pace of the fight, stopping the war's tides back towards the hands of R8 here. And at this point here, perfect bait coming in from Xenon.
Yeah, Xenon was great in that whole team fight, right? But then again, I mean, we have to look at those health bars. Xenon and Mijo literally on a death stall, but they still were able to escape thanks to Gushing onto this Augur. And that Annihilation is definitely tearing apart Gushing at this point, but he still has the Gunner for Souls if he really needs it. If the fastest being used here to soak that damage, get a few of the skills from the side of Nongshim. And he's able to get out scot-free. We see the emergence come through, but it's not going to quite hit the mark.
Wow, pretty well played here coming in for the side of R8. This early game is phenomenal so far, and I'm seeing good news for the side of R8. But on the side of Nongshim, they do steal away the Azure Golem that Gushing needs to traverse the gorge.
I mean, did he actually get it or not? I mean, look at Xenon. Xenon's actually got that Azure Golem as well, right? Did he manage to last hit it? Or was it actually Haku that got it? So if it is Xenon, that's a good save for the side of RA Esports.
You make a good point, and I do think that that blue buff was towards the hands of Xenon there. Good catch there, Blam. So right now, everything is going in favor for the side of RA Esports. The game is still in a very 50-50 state, but the greatest threat is being challenged so far in towards the early game.
They are being challenged, but they are replicating that pressure that the side of RA Esports. Obviously, they've already chose their priority side, right? It's that flash lane. But down to the bot side, Nongshim's like, hey, any further tyrants that are going to spawn in this game number 2, or game number 1, sorry, of match 2, they're going to be ours because they've created that pressure into the bomb lane.
And right now we see Gushing just sticking towards Faye a little bit, getting that lifesteal back in. They are looking to protect their buffs at all costs here. What is the call here? Will we see RA Esports invade aggressively against Haku's Azure Golem? That's just going to be spawned in just 2 seconds.
Oh, Charlotte is going to go in with the CC from that ulti there. It's not going to catch out Faye just enough, but it's going to do a lot of damage. But speaking of which, the ultimate from the G-Ranger is going to be enough to take down the Gushing for the first time within this game. RA Esports are on the run. Mijos has to use the heart link over the wall here onto Ryuchi to keep him, actually Doma, sorry, to keep himself alive. But pays into the back line, takes down Ryuchi. Is this going to be a sandwich here for RA Esports? They're between the T2, but they're trying to go in on the Faye. Haku goes down, but KME is on top of Xenon, and they cannot keep him alive. The status is a little bit too far.
4-for-1 exchange here coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce today. I love the fact that they played Gushing's Conductor of Soul Range Soul Masterclass well. Gushing was like, hey, I just need to touch them with my ultimate here. Nongshi's like, bet, I'm not going to give you any form of range or reach to actually touch me with that. So, Gushing, very, I would say, over-aggression here, miscalculating his range.
I mean, he's had a decent early game, right? So it's a little bit of a, is it ego? Is it a little bit of an overextension? Potentially either of those two things would be a clear estimation here for the side of RA Esports, but they've still obviously got their T2s alive. They just need to make sure they beat this greatest red in terms of creating some more pressure down to that bottom side of the map, right? So they need that in terms of those neutral objectives that are going to spawn soon.
That is pretty well said there, Vlad, but look at the current map state right now. Over that 1 minute, that one team fight, a 3,000 to 4,000 goalie has already been split towards the hands of Nongshim. We were prizing our aims like, hey, pretty good early game contesting all these resources, but Siri missing out that flash ultimate here, that's flash down for another 2 minutes.
Yeah, we gotta be careful here for Siri with that ultimate and obviously escapability with the lack of common skill of the flash, right? But at the same time, we're looking at Nongshim. We haven't given obviously prior over to the gold resources, right? Like even though they were getting kind of like met their maker in the early game in terms of reaction, they are now reacting back. Like we know that they are on that kind of like 10 to 13 minute counter, right? Especially with Haku on the pay. Their late game endurance, like you said in the draft, is not it. So can R8 last that long?
We'll have to see because Doma's Flash has just been forced out once again. And we look at the current map state, the farm that Gushing is receiving is just getting choked lesser and lesser from the hands of RA Esports. So realistically, this Augur seems to be a bit squishy compared to the usual ones that we see so far.
Yeah, he was obviously scaling in the early part of the game very well, obviously able to get those resources, but like you were saying there, Sagi, they have now kind of just choked away, and all thanks to the takedown of these T1s and some of the T2 at the top side of the map, means that Gushing's farm is going to be a lot more contested than it was in those first 4 minutes of this game number 1 between RA Esports and Nongshim RedForce. And right now, potentially just a takedown of the Vanguard into the bottom side of the map, but it's still not going to stop Haku. Haku and the Kyung Nine was like, hey, that's already pretty low. We're going to get that takedown. They get the T2 into the mid, so this is not where R8 need to be. If they're going to keep themselves in this position, they need to make sure they keep their high ground turrets for the next, like, 9 minutes, you know?
And you have to think, can they realistically do it? Because you are fighting against Gen.G with already Daybreaker completed at 9 minutes 3 seconds, and he has all these free tokens hitting your towers, along with Phase and Power Auto attacks and Haku's and Power Auto attacks. So all these chip down your towers extremely fast, even without the presence of a laning phase of the minions.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of obviously impressive on the side of Nongshim RedForce here, we see the gold charts, and top 3 is Siri Haku. Especially when we get into this time of the map as well, and this time of the game. That's not what you want to be seeing, right? Gushing is below by around about 1.4k in terms of gold to his enemy jungle. I mean, that's scary.
That is indeed scary, and right now, 10 minutes, the Shadow Overlord and Tyrant has spawned on towards the map. Nongshim spends no time to think at all as they look to secure this Shadow Tyrant. We might see a double objective being completed here by the side of Nongshim RedForce.
They go for the Tyrant. I mean, they weren't able to get the Jerk Golem, but now look at this. They're formulating around that bot side. You can see Haku just waiting in the wing here. Illusion's now with them, so there's a lot of damage. There's a bit of a setup here. We do see that Siri was trying to go to the backline there, trying to get his ultimate onto Gushing. Maybe hope for the pounce here for Haku, but alright, they need to keep these minions away from their high ground turrets.
And Flash Engage coming in for the side of Phase. It does catches all the 3 members. They're forcing them away as we see Kyung9 already taking down that tier 3.
Oh, Gushing goes down as well. I mean, that's a lot of damage. You got to contest that from the side of Nongshim RedForce, but they do trade Haku for now. But jungle for jungle, El Mano for El Mano. Is this going to be the point in the game where you really want to be trading the jungles, especially when obviously you don't have Primal Bond, you don't have a jungle. Nongshim RedForce have the pressure of the lanes, but they could still go for the Overlord even with this Primal Bond.
They have so much time and resources to actually control this map that this Shadow Overlord, they can just take it chill, like you mentioned, wait for Haku to come back. Sure, Gushing is back, Haku is back, but whenever Nongshim wants to take a team fight, they are definitely going to win out because they are sitting comfortably with a 6,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it's definitely where you want to be around about that 12-minute mark, right? Like, you want to have that healthy goal lead. You want to have that pressure already created onto your enemy team, which is already undesirable onto the side of RA Esports. We do see the minions obviously crashing in naturally into that T1 down to the bot side of the map, but it just means that Nongshim can do this right. They can wait for the tyrant to go off. The Primal Bond is now off, so that means that Overlord, the Shadow Overlord, is going to be just 10 times easier to take.
It is 10 times easier to take, and Shadow Vanguard has already been spawned towards the top side of the map here. We talk about timers, we talk about all these goal leads. If it's equal, RA Esports has more of an edge. But when the game state is like 6,000 in favor of Nongshim, that story doesn't exist in this timeline. Right now, Nongshim knocking once again on yet another tier 2 tower.
They're looking for that final assault, right? There's the Annihilation, putting that damage onto Xenon into the back side of the map there, as well as obviously Gushing. He still has his Death is obviously Conductor of Souls as well, but I don't think that's going to be enough yet. We've seen that the Shadow Vanguard is coming through with that top side of the map as well. Obviously, when you do put the Shadow Vanguard there, it means obviously there's a damage reduction onto your enemy teams as well.
There's more damage towards turrets, more damage that you do towards structures, and also you receive 10% lesser damage from enemies. Right now, another Vanguard goes towards mid as Flame flashing once again.
Kyung9 with an impressive gank there. Obviously, he's just been playing those same play styles for the entire of this game number 1, but he's been working to a tier here to get the takedown onto RA Esports. Dama here, just trying to keep themselves alive, but it's going to be the emergence go through with the help of the Vanguard. Nongshim RedForce take game number 1.
Shaky early game, but it's Nongshim RedForce. They pick up the slack and they come back strong as they take game number 1 against RA Esports here. Man, I gotta say, Blam, Nongshim hella clean of a mid game.
Very clean mid game. Obviously, they did suffer in that early game, like we did point out and observe within this game number 1, but they were able to bounce back, able to give themselves that kind of room to get back onto the board. And it all happened down to that bot side of the map. That pressure created down there just meant that the access into the Crimson Golden for the side of RA Esports became a little bit easier, and the congestion for their jungle was just a little bit too easy for RA to give up.
Yeah, at first we see a decent early game here coming from RA Esports, but everything went downhill at that Azure Golem invade. Gushing fell, then immediately we see like all these fights being erupted nearby the jungle of RA Esports. Then the final nail in the coffin was that sandwich that we saw. Mine, 5v3 sandwich and getting 2 kills, 4-for-1 exchange in favor of Nongshim, elevating that lead to a 4 to 5k just short of 10 minutes.
Yeah, the pay was absolutely crazy, but obviously Kyung9 as well. I feel like the pay and the Barty combo within this whole kind of team comp was definitely the kind of driving force they needed in this game number 1, right? Like, they were really the push in that front line, just making sure they was trying to able to just force the common skills from Dharma onto the Charlotte as well, right? Like, that we saw that multiple times from Kyung9. He was just there going in, doing a lot of damage, too much for the sustainability of Charlotte to get back from.
That is indeed the case here, and that is why Kyung9 is crowned as one of the top tier clash names in the global scene, right? It's because of his ability to find these backline flanks. It's his ability to win out these 1v1 scenarios, and that is what you need in every team in HOK. A surprise factor in terms of the clash name, the clutch factor.
The clutch factor, and also obviously to Nongshim's detriment, as well as obviously their play style that we know and love from Nongshim, is the fact that their macro is just always on point, right? Like, they always like, okay, we're losing team fights in the early game, that doesn't matter, we'll just keep making sure we're putting pressure onto the gorge, and that's exactly where they just pry open the side of RA Esports. So next game, RA's got to make sure they're playing a little bit better in terms of macro, in terms of getting the pressure into these side lanes. But we're looking at the damage dealt here. Xenon onto the Lady Gen doing the most damage onto the side of RA Esports, and that's not a surprise for me, as Destructive Deluge is a devastating ult into a team fight.
And those snowballs bouncing around, that's when you know that Lady Gen is on top of the charts here. But talking about on top of the charts here, definitely that goal lead was a smooth sailing in towards the mid game, towards the late game, coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, exactly. It was that greatest red wave that we saw there. But speaking of, there has to be great.
Oh,
and
Siri.
only can be one. It's going to be Suri on the D-Ranger. So 404 KDA, he was there just into the backline. Like we were saying in the draft, they just needed a marksman that could just stay into the backline, stay safe from all the cleanse, for the cleanse of their CC onto the side of RA Esports, but then just deal the damage into the late game. And that's exactly what Siri did here. And you're going to see it in these highlights.
Yeah, in these highlights, as thus early game goes, we still thought that, okay, alright, Esports, they have a pretty good skirmish coming in thanks to Guxing, and everything was going in towards their favor here because the early game is pretty well done, especially Xenon here outplaying Kyung9's flash engage.
Oh, I mean, that was like the only time they managed to actually outdo Kyung9, right? Like, he came back with vengeance, as you just saw there, into the enemy jungle, able to take off the side of Xenon once again. He got his payback from that, obviously, top side of the map, early game play there, was able to outdo the side of Nongshim, Kyung9. But there he is, again, the flash in, just doing the damage from the ultimate. This part, he was putting on so much pressure.
Yeah, he's putting on so much pressure here, and like you say, payback on the pay, on Haku. Was that intentional here?
A little bit. We like to have a little bit of fun with words on the broadcast, right? So a little bit of payback with the pay. But that is obviously going to be expanded for game number 1, right? Nongshim can no longer pick the likes of the pay, the likes of Fatih. So even though they played much better into that mid to late game, they obviously need to now formulate some better combos.
But we'll take a short break before we jump back to game number 2, where R8 Esports actually bring back the tempo, or will they fall victim of Nongshim RedForce later?
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything that still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine high in
Welcome back, everybody, to the Kings Major East League. It is going to be the fall edition that we're on right now. Spring has been and gone. We got the KWC. It is now all about the road to KIC for these teams. But so far, we're in week 1. This is the ranking week, so the road only starts at this junction of getting into Group S or Group A. I am Blam, and with me once again is Sagi, as we're about to go into game number 2 between Nongshim RedForce and R8 Esports.
And when you talk about Group S and Group A here, Blam, let's tell the audience a bit on how it works, right? So if you're Group S, you automatically qualify to playoff regardless of your seeding, right? Seed 1, Seed 2, and Seed 3. Just at Seed 3, you go to the lower bracket with no second chance. But if you're Group A, my oh my, 4 teams fighting for the lower bracket seed for only one of them.
Yes, 4 do become 1 in the Group A, and that's the frightful part that these teams are losing today. Like I said earlier, it's not the kind of biggest loss within the ranking week that you've lost 1 game, but it's definitely going to put you at a worse standing to get into Group S. But let's not dwell on that so much for those teams that are losing so far, because there is some teams playing right now, and it's Nongshim RedForce going up against R8 Esports. Game number 2 here, BP going through. You can see the global ban picks on the board.
The global ban picks, game number 1, all those picks that have been picked by the respective teams can no longer be used in the same drafts here. So if you're Nongshim, the Fatih, Hey, Nuwa, Gen.G, and Yuhuan can no longer be picked for their side.
Yeah, I mean, this is scary, right? The fact is that we're at the second ban phase. We're already smashing through it. Lung's been banned out. Ali or Mai has not been banned out yet. So really, you've got a potential of giving over Mai Shiranui to Illusion here. Oh, and it is going to go over to it.
Wow, picking up straight away that Mai Shiranui is a scary pick as well. And this is the benefits and disadvantages coming in of the global ban pick, right? So if you don't win on expensive picks like the Long, you're gonna have to take in the ban because you can no longer pick it in game number 2 here. However, R8 Esports, they look to potentially answer back with a Dharma of themselves.
Yep, Dharma and potentially the Dolia here, right? That could be a good setup here for the side of R8 Esports, because we could potentially look at maybe either the Dune coming into this within the jungle potentially. Obviously, to have that great engage that we know obviously Gushing likes to play here. We haven't quite seen him on any kind of assassin jungles just yet, but maybe this might be his time to shine. But Nongshim are hovering the Byron here for Kyung 9. We've already saw those fantastic engages into the back line with the Fatih. We can replicate that with the Byron.
You can replicate it indeed with the Byron here, and I love the fact that they pick up the Mai Shiranui and Byron so that you see this combo. The early game is going to be so aggressive here coming in from the Nongshim RedForce team, especially with pairing up with the Mo Zi. I'm going to be thinking crazy stuff that's going to be happening between this trio.
Ooh, very crazy things. Obviously, setup from a long range could potentially happen here, obviously, with the Motsu. That's going to be down to the bot side of the map with Faye. Faye is obviously the one of the captains of Nongshim RedForce as well, right? So he's going to be looking to put in the work, doing those shot calling for his team. And I mean, what a hero to do it on, right? Where you basically just sit from a distance, land those cannon blasts, and tell your team just to go in.
And also, it provides the think outside of the box, right? Whereby if the Dharma comes in, and if Faye reacts fast enough, he's going to be locking this Dharma in place and in check. So to protect the likes of Siri or the potential jungle carry or tank here coming from Haku. So we might see interesting plays here coming in from Faye. But going back to the second phase of the draft, we see a bit of these combos being taken apart by the side of Nongshim. So you have the Dolia and Nuwa, yes. So what do you lack? A consistent frontline, and what better way of drafting is the Dune. So Dune has been removed, a common Dolia combo has been removed on the side of Nongshim RedForce.
They're playing it right? Like, obviously, this is where the coaches start to come in and, like, they see things that maybe the players don't see. Like, right, okay, guys, we've got to make sure we take the Dune off the table, take the Monkey off the table as well, right? I mean, 2 Dream Roams are better than 1, and really, right now, R8 Esports needs a tank that can kind of sustain the damage, because really, Dharma can get in, do those truth mantras, he's able to heal up as well from his skills, but is he really going to be able to replace something like a Dune or like a Monkey? And I think the answer to that one is NO.
Yeah, NO indeed here. So you don't have the Augur, you don't have the Monkey or Dune here. So realistically speaking, what are you going to draft for your jungle here? Because you need a jungle that's either going to be benefiting from the Dolia or the Nuwa. So what is the game plan here coming in from R8 Esports?
We don't know just yet, but I mean, the Gudo being picked up here for the side of Nongshim means they can have a little bit sustained into the team fights. They're looking to go for a little bit more long range and maybe going for the show Yue here. Obviously, the hovered over the whole Yi we've been seeing quite a lot of Hou Yi come through. He's obviously had a recent buff. He's obviously burning on arrow is a great setup, even longer range than the Cannon Blast and the Motsu. But they're just going to rely that completely down to Fei on the Motsu here and just allow Siri on the Shoyu just to keep lambasting them with damage from afar, especially when he gets to that level 13 as well, right?
Ooh, so this Agudo, I especially love it because you take away the Agudo Donia combination, you take away the Agudo Gen.G tower pushing strat here. So a good deny here coming in from Nongshim's jungle Haku. But on the side of R8, however, they are seemingly going to be locking on this final Musashi pick to complement the entire team composition here. So you don't have a solid tank here, but in terms of the 3v3 or 4v4 capability, they're looking kind of hot in this pickup.
They are. I mean, obviously, the Agudo is just going to complement the early game aggression that we already see from the likes of the Mai Shiranui as well as the Byron, right? Like, Nongshim are just looking to make sure that these games are quick, fast, and aggressive, just like that game number 1, right? I mean, that didn't obviously reach any further than around about 11, 12 minutes for the side of RA Esports. And with the draft that they've got in game number 2, it looks like they're going to go for that same kind of MO.
Yeah, same kind of MO here. So they're trading a bit in terms of their game 1 picks. So that's the beauty of global ban pick, right? You're forced to learn more heroes that explores more gameplay styles of your team composition here. And that is what is going on with Nongshim RedForce and RA Esports here. So coming to game number 2 here, RA Esports, their early game is just going to be so much more important like we talked about here. So can they realistically play it as what Nongshim showed us? That is for them to really show us and the audience.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely got to kind of play a little bit more safer into the early game if you're RA Esports, right? You know for a fact, rotation-wise, heavily, Illusion, Haku, and Kyung9, if they catch out a weak link onto the side of RA Esports, they're going to abuse it.
They are going to abuse it indeed here, so we have to see, can they survive against yet another combo that we just missed out? The Shoyu and Mozu combo here. So one snipe comes in another snipe here. So I am very intrigued on how they're going to pull this off.
Only time will tell, right? Obviously, the side of RA Esports is able to kind of get a lot of their attention down to the bot side of the side of Nongshim and take down that Shoyu. Then it's going to be a little bit harder for them to actually get it online around about that level 13, right? But if it becomes uncontested, then that's where Series is going to have a field day here with RA.
Oh yeah, Siri's gonna have a field day here, but that is under the circumstance of he hits that 3-item power spike like he did back in game number 1. Prior to 10 minutes, securing that Daybreaker here. So if you're Siri, if you're Shoyu, you need Shadow Ripper, Eternity Blade, and also that Daybreaker to be this mid to late game monster here. So that is their primary goal here. So if you're R8, you need to make sure that this laning phase goes in favor of yourself.
I mean, you say mid to late game monster. Did you not see the damage he's doing onto Ryoji there with those snipe shots? Those wild rounds were already hurting, and he's not got any itemization right now.
Exactly the case here. Well said here. So this is the amusing part, right? If you're so good, yes, your auto attacks don't hit hard, but those wild rounds hit exceptionally hard if you don't dodge them correctly. Oh, engage goes through mid. So we see a bit of an engage here, but it's a bit of a handshake here coming in from both of these two teams. But Siri gets shot extremely hard out of the lane at this point.
You're really hoping that the support for the D-Ranger.
Exactly. Hello, Glenn. Welcome back. So right now, what do you think of this laning phase? Siri already chunked out like we mentioned here. So Ryoichi doing an exceptional good job.
They're to do well, right? They need to know they have to put the pressure onto the Shoyu. They can't just allow him to be sat into a box and just allow you to hit them from the wall rounds from a distance, right? They have to make sure they get into the thick of it and making sure they're getting on top of that Shoyu. But really, there's been no first blood at this point in the game just yet between Nongshim and RA Esports.
But just look towards the gold department here. Nongshim RedForce utilizing the advantageous laning phase. They're already securing about a 700 goldie already, just short of this early game.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite impressive, right? Before the 4-minute mark, before the Tyrant, they're already kind of trying to cement a 1k gold lead. They're at 8. There it is. There's that 1k gold lead.
Wow.
It's that thanks to the fast aggression and rotations from the Agudo, the Mai Shiranui, and the Byron, right?
Yeah, stealing away the camp, stealing away the neutral objectives. That's how you realistically get these early game advantages, just like what Fei did. That Cannon Blast, stealing away that Spike Tail Beast there, getting them more gold.
Yeah, exactly. You're just stealing their way. You're basically just stealing sweets from a baby at this point on the side of Nongshim RedForce. And RA aren't punishing them that too much for them because their early game, it's not a punishing team comp.
Yeah, they're not a punishing game team comp, but that's the worrying part about this Gen.G, right? Because this Gen.G, we know for a fact that, okay, he scales exceptionally well towards the early to mid game, but he falls off late game here. So, my question is, can they extract the maximum value out of this Gen.G before it falls off and falls in the hands of Series Shouyue?
They've got, obviously, again, they will have to wait for that moment, right? They've got to make sure that, obviously, Gen.G, in terms of optimization, to make him a little bit more useful into that early to mid-game, he needs to go for the likes of the Spark Forge Dagger, go for the likes of the Doomsday as well, just to get that attack speed online so he can kind of proc his passive a little bit faster.
Yeah, that is the case, and right now, first 4 minutes of the game, the first major objective has been spawned towards the Gorge here. Both of these two teams, you know for a fact, based on their movement, they want to take control of this Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be good for them from the side of RA Esports to get it, and they're going to be uncontested there. So right now, they could be doing a big setup here. Haku looking a little bit in hot water right now, but he's able to get out of there thanks to the dash of the Agudo once they are dismounted. That's the beauty of Gorge mobilization, right? Coming in from Agudo's ultimate. Even though you get CC, as long as you press it on time, you get to cleanse out the CC and escape. But right now, R8 doing an exceptional good job converting that Tyrant advantage into Haku's HP bar, into the bottom tower, and right now, they're looking to push even further. Yeah, I mean, Nongshim RedForce, they were really hoping that they would just take the Tyrant and then just go away, but right now, it's not going to be the case. Gushing was actually looking pretty low there, but thanks to the emergence there and the pressure from Xenon being created on this Nua, he was able to get out and claim that Crimson Gold. Look at Dola, though, missing out the True Mantra, exceptionally difficult here, almost catching out Illusion in their own jungle. Yeah, they're going to be careful, right? Illusion definitely doesn't want to be caught out at this point of the game because they need him in these team fights. They need him, especially when the pressure's being put into this mid lane, because if Nongshim starts to lose these T1s, especially so early, especially with the team comp that they have, they could be trouble in the later game, right? Yeah, they could be trouble because that misses out avenue for Siri, this Shouyue, to actually pick up the farm for his late game items here. So, realistically, what R is doing, they're doing a very good job in formulating these side lane pushes so that the final goal is to push out that mid turret. Yeah, it's exactly what obviously Nongshim did in game number 1, right? They were able to get the side lanes, then obviously create that into the pressure into the mid, and then they just kind of escape R8 in that game number 1. So really they're trying that same kind of strategy here. Is it working to this point? They are not quite able to neutralize that Goldie just yet, but they're just trying to make sure that they're able to kind of keep themselves afloat. They're trying to keep themselves afloat here, but the members of RA Esports are quite scattered across the gorge as of this point. But check out bottom side real quick as Gushing is unattended towards that T2. Yeah, it's gonna be careful though. I mean, it's a cannon blast there, show you in there. I mean, it could potentially get caught out from a long range, but no. They're gonna go into the thick of it as well. There's the inside the box, but it's gonna miss because he uses duel to the death, and obviously the CC immunity from that is able to call in Siri and Faye as a double kill going over to Gushing on this Musashi, but can he get out alive? My surely with Haku here, with the Agudo, he's trying his best. Extreme speed is not gonna be enough to keep himself alive, but now Kyung9 into the back line here. Ryochi needs to get out of this one. But 2-for-2 exchange so far coming in for the side of RA and Nongshim here, but Kyung9 does not want to let Ryochi get to safety here as Ryochi gets taken down as well in favor of Nongshim in for this exchange. Yeah, huge punishment there for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Yes, they lost 2, but then they punished the side of RA and managed to get more. And maybe looking to punish these in terms of obviously getting some of their objectives into the jungle, right? To take away the boars, maybe look to go and get some more gold to create an even further a bridge gold lead. Yeah, indeed, but talking about this, Gushing actually found such a beautiful engage towards the backline, especially Siri, timing Siri's flash to a perfection here, but the follow-up play here coming in from Nongshim is just too immaculate here. Once again, the clutch factor Kyung9 finding the key play all towards Ryoichi here. First Storm Strike baits out Ryoichi's spell 2. Second one baits out the flash. Third one sends it back to the fountain. That's exactly right. He's playing it to a T, right? This Byron, Kyung9, he knows how to play these Clash League heroes very, very well, especially going up against something like the Gen.G with for Ryochi, right? Like, he knows he has to get that cleanse if he's going to get the kill. And he has to get the kill right now. We see Gushing poking out Kyung9 quite a bit, though, as he looks for engage. Oh yes, still that being committed here. Is it going to be enough for the side of RA Esports? He looks a little bit cutting over into the source there. Gushing goes down, but it's going to be Haku, Faye, and Siri going down as well. But can the side of Nongshim get another kill onto the board? Kyung9 being so tanky, so sustainable, but it's going to be Illusion into the backline to try to get the catch onto the Nala. He gets the takedown. Xenon looking pretty low with Mijoj. I think this could be a bit of spelling of a disaster here for the side of RA if they don't stop this minion wave.
Wow, this Byron is so darn tanky here. Once again, Gushing finds that 3 kills, but who comes in to save Nongshim at this desperate state? Kyung9 on the Byron here, undying warrior in these team fights.
It's the one thing I love about Byron, right? Like, you think he's going down, and it's like, nah, I'm going to use my ultimate. I'm going to get that shielding come through. He's going to use the Pure Sky as well, just to make sure to get that damage reduction also. But man, what a team fight. Gushing actually looked like overzealous, but he's able to get quite a few kills onto that one, thanks to Xenon there. But yeah, what an overextended team fight. And then it's just battle of the clash lanes into the back line, and Illusion just trying to get the pick up, just knowing when the time's right to get in on there. Gets the knock-up, then allows to get the knock-up for Byron as well to get the kill onto the side of RA Esports.
But still, it's a very 50-50 game in comparison to game number 1 here. We see more proactive plays being conducted for the side of RA Esports here. That's the beauty of the Dolia and the Musashi combination, right? You get the double kill to the death, you get the double access towards the backline here. So what if Haku bails out with the first guard mobilization? The second one comes in almost immediately.
Yeah, exactly. They've got to make sure that they've got to get on top of the healing potential for the side of Nongshim RedForce into these team fights, and they definitely did that with that last team fight, right? Gushing played that one very well, but can they do the same thing? Because, I mean, Nongshim is one of those teams that learns well on the spot.
They do learn well on the spot as of right now. Both Shadow Overlord and Tyrant has spawned on towards the Gorge, and we see 10 of these players putting exceptional focus on the Shadow Tyrant.
I feel like they haven't moved from this mid spot for a very long time, right? Like, they're spending a lot of time in the mid, into the river, just to make sure they can try and create some kind of pressure into that mid lane to make these neutral objectives a little bit easier to get. But the Dharma here maybe getting caught up. There's the Caduceus. He gets the knock-up. He goes down. So already playing at the handicap is going to be RA Esports. They are going to be able to get that. Nongshim gets the Tyrant as well. As we see here, the back line, RA Esports, Ryuji and Gushing goes down thanks to Kyung9. They're looking to put that pressure, the minion wave crashing through in the mid lane.
Oh my god, look at Illusion and Kyung9. They are still not done with their backline harassment. They are still looking for more plays as Illusion pick up yet another 2 kills here. These 2 players, Illusion and Kyung9, on Byron and Maestro, single-handedly deleted the backline of RA Esports.
Yeah, I mean, this is so much catch, so much knock-up, right? I mean, Gen.G can only cleanse one of those skills, so Ryuji has to make sure he's picking that correct. And then Mijoj onto the Dolia only has so much healing potential. The Wave Breaker can only really disrupt so much onto the side of Nongshim RedForce, but we're getting to that 11-12 minute mark once again. Nongshim RedForce are online.
They are online, and they are running down all these turrets here. Tier 2 in towards the mid and bot has been eliminated from RA Esports map. Right now, I gotta say, Illusion, you can't give him this Maestro because it's so darn convincing.
Oh, very convincing, very scary, and he's shown it in this game number 2, right? Like, he's like, guys, did you really give me over the Maestro? Right, was like, let's see what you can do. But, man, Doma on the Dharma has been, I don't think it's actually set up anything for the side of RA Esports just yet.
And one more thing's for sure, the smite skill coming in from Nongshim. Haku outsmited Gushing in that contention between for the Shadow Tyrant here. So that's another big win coming in from Nongshim. Right now, they have total control of the jungle, they have total control of the map, securing the Shadow Vanguard and formulating yet another push on that final tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's something you don't want to give, right? Like, if you think of Nongshim and giving over control of the Gorge is the one thing you don't want to do, right? Because now they have the levy, they have the reason to press the green button to go, because they have no T2s onto the side of RA Esports. They have the Shadow Vanguard going down to the bot side of the map as well, just to create the pressure and force the fight into the top side.
That is indeed the case. And look at Haku here, spawning those critters, just casually, slowly chunking out all these tier 3s here. And right now, all the Vanguards are slowly marching in all 3 lanes, further putting pressure on these towers.
Blue team.
Yeah, the timer is up here for RA Esports. They got to make sure that they clear up these Vanguards if they're going to stay alive in this game number 2. But down goes the T3 into the top side of the map. So that's already Nongshim. They've got in. They've got what they need, and they could potentially get out here and potentially even get some more.
And some more as another tier 3 going down towards the bottom lane here, and Vanguards are marching. The Shadow Tyrant is marching towards the bottom side here. Critters are tagging towards the mid here as the final tier 3 falls towards the hands of Nongshim RedForce right now. What is Nongshim's plan? Is it to go for the tire or is it for the game-winning push?
It could be either one, right? I mean, they got 2 Vanguards here, 3 Vanguards at the base, but it's going to be Gushing into the back line just to try to put pressure, trying to roll them out from that crystal to get the kill onto Siri. So that's going to be a lot of firepower onto the side of Nongshim. RedForce has been taken off, but it's going to be the Dharma being shut down here onto the Kudo. But now they have no firepower. They only have Haku and Faye alive. All right, I've got to be careful. That Vanguard is chipping away at that crystal.
But man, once again, when you need him the most, Gushing comes out on top here, single-handedly man-marking Siri from the existence of these team fights. And once Siri is out of contention, there is no consistent DPS that will be available from Nongshim, and that is what led to the game-winning push. So right now, look at this, double due to death, marking Siri. Just building Siri off the map here. Illusion very low thanks to Doma's flame. And at this point, there's no consistent DPS on the map. Your mid, your farm is all down. And Haku, you're in no man's land and you'll be taken down as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem that R8 know of Nongshim's draft, right? Like, if they take out Siri, if they take out Illusion, that's your damage gone. And then really, you've just got to take down Haku to make sure that he's not going to kind of just keep that pressure into either of these lanes or allow him to keep getting that jungle up. So I feel like, even though their backs were against the wall there, R8 Esports played that team fight very well.
I have to agree with you. And look at Gushing here, 12,000 in terms of the gold graph. He is the #1 in terms of the GPM right now. He is the sole hope of R8 Esports if they want to even have a chance in this late game potential.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, definitely played very well onto the Musashi here in terms of opening up the enemy team. Nongshim, especially getting a takedown onto Siri. I feel like that's the only way they can do it, right? The double duel to the death.
The double duel to the death so far has been proved to work wonders right now. Siri, he can get away from the first flash, the first getaway. Once the second duel to the death comes in, he's immediately spelled for death here. So you might see an early Sage Sanctuary being focused down for Siri, so he has an avenue of escape.
Yeah, maybe training out the Sun Chaser for the Sage Sanctuary so that he can kind of combat that duel to death. Is the only way he's really going to get around it, right? I mean, you can try and use the getaway to get out and time that correctly, but I mean, there's a fine sort of like pixel you have to make that for that to make happen.
Oh, look at Doma, they're being spawed out here.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the Think Inside a Box is actually being committed there already, so that's already going to be a little bit of a resource being expanded here for the side of Nongshim, potentially.
And also Doma burning out that Flash and Pure Sky. I don't think we'll see much of a backline access here coming in from Doma here. No Flash Dharma is not the greatest of a threat.
No, exactly right. Like, not having that common skills, like not having a second leg. You're kind of just hopping around on this Dharma at this point in the game. So Nongshim need to know that he doesn't have that crucial setup. So maybe this is their way into this next team fight. But you can kind of see the bot side of the map here. The minion waves are accumulating. That's a big, juicy blue wave down to the bottom lane.
Big juicy blue wave, but that does contribute the success of Nongshim, allowing them to secure this Shadow Vanguard towards their pocket with no contention here. As of this point, if this game scales towards 20 minutes, the minions are just going to be so darn destructive that if you do not mark them, you will see what the minions can do to an empty crystal.
And not only the minions, right? I mean, the fact that the Nongshim are able to get 2 Overlords back-to-back there, the Shadow Vanguards, they're obviously setting up potential fight down to the bot side of the map here, obviously putting that pathing down for the Shadow Vanguard. But really, we've got the minion waves crashing in all on 3 lanes here. R8 Esports need to make a defense.
They need to make a defense or they need to make a good engage to catch out these backlines here, because once the timer takes finish and the Vanguard is arriving, that may be the goal button coming in from Nongshim to truly end the game.
Potentially, but right now, R8 able to hold them off, right? Can they hold them off now that the Vanguards come through? A Shadow Vanguard is all going to be on their own, so they can't really get a push here just yet. You can kind of see into the top side of the map here, Illusion just trying to get that poke and prod onto the side of RA Esports, trying to wear down the Dharma at this point, but now we're in that second wave. Those Vanguards coming through. Xenon on the Nua, pushing them away, creating some more space for RA Esports, because Lord knows they need it, right? Doing a lot of damage onto the Mijo, into the backline. Gotta be careful here, but they're able to maintain their crystal for now.
Beautiful defense game here coming from RA Esports here. They're still slowly making sure that this base is still intact, and you can see for sure their positioning is always away from the illusion splash engages, away from the cannon blast, so they are not caught in all these crazy engages, and they are up and alive right now. The goal no longer matters because it's a 50-50 for both of these two teams.
Dark Tyrant has been
Exactly,
defeated.
like it's 50-50. I mean, now RA Esports can kind of make a little bit of gain in terms of obviously just letting the bomb come to them, defending the base, and then obviously just translating that into any kind of like missing itemization that they may have at this point in the game. But Nongshim, they are obviously full slotted in terms of their itemization. They now have the Tyrant, which means that the team fight and the damage for the side of Nongshim RedForce is, if uncontested, is going to be a hard means for a victory for RA Esports.
And we have to see, right? Getting that Shadow Tyrant means increased combat ability here, but who is gonna be the primary engager coming in from Nongshim here? You have 50 seconds on the Shadow Tyrant here, but there are still no ways being collided to your crystals. So, what is the play here? Is it to wait for that Tempest Dragon, to wait for these empowered minions?
I can only hope so, right? I mean, like 50 seconds on the timer of the Tempest Dragon. They're trying to usher through these minions to the bot side of the map. You can see that Kyung9 obviously bought the Sage Sanctuary as well, so maybe try and go for a big dive into the backline here, knowing that he can kind of survive, come back, and then do a little bit more damage. But the damage is now being dealt onto the side of RA Esports. There's that double to the death. He'll get onto the backline. Siri goes down, but it's going to be now Ryuchi's job to do that damage on for the D-Red Jet, and down, potentially going is Kyung9. He's trying to get out alive. The Sage Sanctuary is no longer available. That's two of the members of the side of Nongshim down. R8 are back up bouncing.
They're back up bouncing, and it's 10 seconds respawn timers on towards the Tempest Dragon right now. The first Tempest Dragon will probably see RA Esports being the contenders and them securing this important objective.
Yeah, the fact that obviously they are pushing back Nongshim here to a bad position phase, obviously at the first time behind the Crimson Golem here. Maybe a Hail Mary Cannon Blast comes through and steals this one. I mean, that's a lot hiding on there, but you can see top side of the map there. Mai, Dharma, and Igudo just all fighting it out. We do see there that he tries to get the Cannon Blast just to put a bit of pressure on, but ultimately, Tempest Dragon goes over to RA Esports.
And the crucial Tempest Dragon shield saves Doma from any form of engage that Haku or Illusion has coming into this play here. And we've seen so far, Illusion already expending that Splendor here. So that's about another 90 to 60 seconds on cooldown here. The key question here is, where is FaZe? Where is Series Sage Sanctuary here? We need this man to stay alive in these engages.
Maybe he'll proc it now. I mean, is it a little bit too late now that they have the Tempest Vanguard? Potentially. I mean, there's going to be a lot more damage and disruption to Nongshim RedForce's turrets at this point in the game, but they're doing well. They have the range to keep them off. They lose the Tempest Vanguard into the mid lane, but looking to try and create pressure into the top side of the map here is going to be RA Esports.
And so far, we see RA Esports already removing the final tier 2 turrets away from Nongshim RedForce map. Right now, they have all these Shadow Tempest Dragons marching all 3 lanes here. We might just see more of these tier 3s being in favor of RA.
They could potentially get some more here, right? I mean, they do have the Vanguards coming through. They need to make sure that this is I think it is the final wave, or at least the second wave if you're on the Vanguards coming through. There's only 14 seconds left on there, but Dharma is trying to get that wall onto Kyung9. But this Haku can be low enough to fall down here. Who is going to fall first? Kyung9, Haku, Siri, all looking pretty low. They build the Sage Sanctuary now, as you've been prompting for the past 5 minutes, Sagi.
But still, it's still a very decent defense here coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce here. Only losing out that top tier 3, meaning they still have 2 waves of strong wave push thanks to the super minions that they have fought for in that first 10 minutes of the game here. But right now, it is the time of cooldown reductions here. We talk about Sage Sanctuary, but Sage Sanctuary is an item where you can only proc it twice. Once those 2 times are finished, you can no longer use it in the game.
You can no longer use that in the game. I mean, this is where obviously the passive upgrades of the items at that 20-minute mark comes through, right? Because I mean, you can kind of see here, there you see the Splendors being upgraded, Blood Rage can be upgraded as well as the Sun Chasers. So is this going to be the kind of like peak point for both of these teams, or are they just going to be relying on getting the Tempest Dragon for either one to finish off the game here? Because that seems like what the MO is going to be.
I think the game is still in favor of Nongshim RedForce because look at the map state, right? Top side is the Tempest Dragon, and you have a full-blown Baron base here. So bot side wave will always be full and up open coming in for the side of R8 Esports. So if they do so happen to do the Tempest Dragon dance for way too long, that base is going into shambles on the hands of the minions.
Potentially here, Saga. I mean, we're seeing here that Faye is using those cannon blasters to make sure that he's kind of like trying to get the whereabouts onto the Dharma, but you can already see that Gushing has to be kind of pushed away from that Tempest Dragon, right? Like, maybe this is the time for Nongshim RedForce to rotate around, but now it's going to be a time for a clash here. Young Nine looking pretty low, thanks to the damage from the D engine, but now Illusion has the Sage's Sanctuary. He has not taken that much damage either. He's still fresh into the team fight. You see the Young Nine looking to reposition here.
Oh, R8 Esports spelling out the potential backdoor that Nongshim wants to complete here right now. Wave state is extremely horrible here, looking on the side of R8 Esports here. Boosting already showing towards the bottom side of the map here. That is still an attendant wave here for the side of R8 here, but Nongshim is forcing them to go towards this Tempest Dragon.
They are forcing it. Mijo is going to be there. The wave breaker has come through. It's going to be actually the side of Nongshim RedForce getting that second Tempest Dragon, potentially the final one of the game. But it's going to be Gushing going down there. Sage Sanctuary has to be taken up. He tries to flash out over the wall. He gets out with a little bit of help. But right now, R8 Esports have to ruminate, have to get back and reconfigure what they're going to do with this assault that could attack their base with the Tempest.
That is such a crucial defense and crucial secure coming in from Nongshim RedForce here, because right now R8 Esports Baron base having to defend against 60 seconds of the Shadow Tempest buff. That is insane pressure that this R8 Esports roster have to handle, because Gushing no longer has access to that Sage Sanctuary that we talked about.
And exactly that, right? I mean, the difference is here, R8 Esports had turrets to take down with the Tempest Vanguards. Now, Nongshim have no turrets to take down. They can just get these Vanguards ushered through into the Crystal, get the disruption, and take a team fight at the behest of the Crystal. But right now, Gushing is trying his best hope, but it's going to be the big inside the box that gets caught out. But it's still limited to the death that gets applied onto the Gorge. But right now, it's looking hairy here for R8 Esports. They're down 2 members. The Crystal is going to get taken down, and it's going to be Nongshim that take the 2-0.
25 minutes and 10 seconds was the timer of this game here. The greatest threat refused to give up a comeback win to the R8 Esports bunch. They secure a 2-0 win over them.
Yes, exactly. That 2-0 for Nongshim RedForce comes in not as convincing in that game number 2, right? Game number 1 seemed like a clear, decisive position from the draft, from the get-go, that they were able to get that 11 to 12 minute finish. But game number 2, that's a different story here. 2 Tempest Dragons for Nongshim RedForce, but they already kind of formulated themselves in a good position to get that second Tempest Dragon right. Like, they had no high ground choice to contest on the side of R8 Esports.
That is the beauty of the high grounds being taken away for the side of R8 Esports, right? Yes, they get funneled so much gold that they manage to bounce back towards the game thanks to the comeback potential. But once it hits that 20-minute mark and that wave is on the opposite end of the map and you have no one to attend to it, that's when the pressure starts to build. And Gushing showed himself towards the bottom side of the map. That is the goal sign for the likes of Nongshim RedForce to rush down the Tempest Dragon. At that point, once they secure it, there is no combat, there is no 5v5 per se that R8 could win.
Yeah, exactly. They're playing 5D chess, right? I mean, you saw, like you were saying there, Sagi, that Haku was just trying to usher through those minions to the bot side of the map as they were waiting for the Tempest Dragon in the top side, which, if they weren't to do that, naturally, R8 Esports would have had that kind of, like, easy middle ground, right? Because both of the teams lost their high ground turret to that top side of the map, but it was all thanks to Haku playing that, ushering those minions into the bot side that made Gushing have to go all the way over there in time for him not to come back and take, or even content the Tempest Dragon either. So really, it's just Nongshim playing that macro gameplay style that we know and love from them.
Yeah, Nongshim RedForce is definitely showing us their go-to style of the macro gameplay here. Props to them for actually pulling off a clean ending of the game here. Even though the RA Esports, yes, they got the Tempest Dragon, but when it comes down to the final base defense, I do want to give priority towards Nongshim RedForce. They back off very cleanly. They know for a fact that if they drop more of these tier 3 towers on the high ground, their advantage in closing off the game will be, dare I say it, more equal. But due to the fact that they did such a good high ground defense, they secured their lead of having that tier 3 tower.
Exactly that, right? I mean, RA Esports definitely kind of held their own to their own crystal, and obviously the same kind of sentiments to the side of Nongshim RedForce, but they still held on to 2 of their high ground turrets, which meant that they just had a little bit more of a lifeline when it came to that attack onto the crystal with the Tempest Dragon. So it was really just a time of like, let's just weather the storm of this first Tempest Dragon and then strike for the second one, which is exactly what they did here. So let's look into the post-game stats here.
Let's do look into the post-game stats as we see Nongshim RedForce. I gotta say, Siri didn't have the best of the game because he was getting mad targeted by Guxing and Xenon on their ultimates.
I mean, he had to, right? If they left Siri uncontested, it would have been literally good night to RA Esports way sooner than that. But I mean, just look at that. You can tell that it's a long game because everybody was pretty much over that 100k damage dealt. And even here, you can see that the goal difference actually flitted onto the side of RA Esports. But when it's when it mattered the least, right? We're getting to the late game. Everyone's already 6 slotted. Nobody needs that gold unless you're going to be flickering between those active items.
Yeah, flickering between those active items here, at the start of the HOK Esports, it's more of a difficult skill, but coming into the recent seasons, I do feel that this item swap skill needs to be mastered by all of our HOK players because it is so crucial when you swap between that Sage Sanctuary into that Destiny. But, of course, Illusion, rocking a 7-1 to 5 KDA on this Mai Shiranui, he was a menacing force to deal with in that early game with that Byron thanks to Kyung-9.
Yeah, I feel like the only time he actually got taken off was actually in the early game, right? Like maybe just one overstep by the side of Nongshim RedForce, but throwing up that double victory there is going to be Illusion with the MVP this time around. But just look at these highlights, man. Like, honestly, we saw a great R8 down to the bot side of the map. They really kind of set up that pressure of the early game, which obviously Nongshim did in game number 1. So R8 are learning, but it's just it's a matter of ending the game, right? Like, that was the issue in this game number 2. Neither of these teams, one had to wait for the end of the game, one just didn't know how to end it because they didn't put enough pressure into the other 2 side lanes.
I kind of have to agree because one thing's for sure, coming into the last Baron base defense, RA did pretty good and they captured the fact that if Illusion were to go in against 5 members, he would have gotten blown up almost immediately. That's why the final base push is always so difficult. But the early game, I gotta give props over to Nongshim. They did exceptionally well, especially, look at this. The front end, yes, Haku and Siri was handling Guxing's attempt, but Illusion and Kyung-9 was just desperately destroying the back end of whatever it had. And this is the Baron base defense that we talk about here. Yes, you get the backline kill, so what? Guxing goes over to the backline, single-handedly chops Siri up to what, 8 slices?
Yeah, basically that, literally up to 8 slices. He was definitely going into work with that blade, right? There's the duel to the death, illuminate slash, trying to get those dodges and obviously blocks onto those projectiles, but it just wasn't enough, right? Like when you're having to play under pressure at this point of the game, at the crystal, you really can't afford to kind of miss any kind of trick shot that you have. And unfortunately for the side of RA Esports, it's just that Nongshim had such a better early game in terms of the pressure, in terms of opening up their base much faster.
Yeah, much faster opening up the base here. That's why we prize Nongshim as a team that does macro gameplay so well. Maybe that they have some mix-ups here and there, but when it comes to like managing the key game-ending moments, they do the match so calm and collected that makes them such a top-tier team in the global scene.
Exactly, that's why Nongshim are the defending champions. But we are going to go for a short break, guys, before we get into match number 3. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party. And add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the misty marshes' first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seers' legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The misty marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the King Major East Fall 2025. My name is Sangi, and alongside me is none other than your favorite caster, Blam, here. So, Blam, I think that was the longest game we had in our day one. 25 minutes, 10 seconds between R8 Esports and Nongshim RedForce. What a series.
What a series indeed, but I'd have to just address that comment. I mean, I could be your favorite caster, but I mean, that's a lot of pressure to put on me, man. Like, I don't want to be everyone's favorite caster, okay? I want to be something like the favorite kind of tofu, kindofu, you know? Like, maybe I'm your favorite kind of lamb, blam. But hey, if you go into the game, you can see that Mirage City is obviously there right now, but the skins will be available at the 11th of this month. And I mean, the Shangguan skin, man, that looks so beautiful. But the fact that the Mai and the Fang skin, both three, sign me up.
Yeah, sign me up. Free skins, we love them. We are a advocate for all these free stuff, right? But talking about the upcoming matchup, we have Gen.G versus Astar Esports here. So, what are we expecting coming into this series?
I mean, Gen.G will what second place of KME spring season, so they're already looking at this one as a strong team. I mean, it's not the same composition that we had in the previous spring season as well as KWC. They've recently changed around their bot side of the map, which has obviously gone from Ray to Monto here. So Monto is going to be looking to fulfill some big boots here, but let's look at Gen.G and what they stand for.
Never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And this is Gen.G, obviously represented by Wawa, Inua, Monto as their new addition, and Clue is the old guy on the block. He is the support player that we've known since all the way since Season 1 Invitational. He's been here from the word go, but this is your second place team. Look at
Yep, I do believe that they were trying to improve their roster. They removed Ray from the initial farm lane. Ray was their original jungle. After the addition of Rock, they had to put Ray to the farm lane that he wasn't the best familiar with. So right now, Monto into the addition. We were listening of like good news regarding this play as one of the most or best farm laners coming in from the MENA region.
exactly that, but he's going to have to fight his opponents from the MENA region, and that's none other than Astar.
You never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the Astromancers, Astar Esports will be going face-to-face against Gen.G Esports. Starting off the clash team, you have Abdo. Into the jungle, you have Jingtian. Into the nickname, ENG Ma. And towards the farm lane, Mirage and Zhuang will be completing that bottom side here, Blam.
Yeah, I mean, the way I've kind of like seen this team as I've done my research on them, they're a bit of like a ragtag team from the MENA region. So really, they're just trying to improve on the roster that they have from like Vicious Esports, right? Like a lot of these players were from Vicious Esports previously. And then obviously we have Abdo that was part of R8 in spring season. And then obviously Jingtian is the only thing we know of him is obviously they're a new import jungler, right? Like, and this person has reached 350 stars. That's 250 stars more than Kindofu.
250 stars against Kindofu, so he's 3 times of the Kindofu per se that you mentioned here, right? So his words, not mine. So maybe that's not a good way of measuring players in this.
What? So are you saying the Kin's not the scale we should be measuring competitive players? I'll let you bury your own grave on that one. This is going to be Astar Esports. I'll look at the go up against Gen.G here. Obviously, we've already stated Gen.G Esports we're obviously the second place within spring season. Astar are that ragtag kind of crew here. We have experience from players like Abdo that has been in the scene since 2022, right? Part of Yala Esports. So there's a lot of experience here for their star player, Abdo.
I do want to see that insane matchup against Wawa. You know, Wawa, he had such an insane run in KWC 2025. He was like the advocate of all these early game plays to bring up Rock and Inua together. So having 2-star players, Wawa versus Apto, it will be a very interesting matchup between Astar Esports and Gen.G Esports.
Exactly that, right? I mean, the clash lane is going to be pretty one of a hot mix into that top side of the map. But honestly, we also have star players like Clue on the side of Gen.G, right? Very sort of like very animated character, like we saw in Season 3 Invitational, likes to get the crowd going. He's very involved within this team. Definitely one of the spirit keepers of the team, right?
He is one of the spirit keepers here, and we always love a crowd advocate whereby he cheers up the crowd, he taunts the enemy. Even when he loses, he finds a way to cheer up the crowd to bring on that positive energy towards the next following matches here. Who doesn't love a Clue in their team?
Who doesn't love a Clue? I mean, definitely keeping the spirits high when it is a low matchup. But I mean, this one around, like we've already stated, Gen.G was second place in spring season, so I can imagine this is going to be quite a bit of a hard Rock to move, right? I mean, lack there better words, obviously Rock being the import jungle for the side of Gen.G, but for the side of Astar, I mean, this is kind of like a put together team. You're gonna get Gen.G that's already kind of like a familiar roster, obviously bar Monto being their new addition, the new kid on the block.
Well, it is the testing grounds here, right? It's still week 1, day number 1 of the KME. So for Astar Esports coming into this series, the expectations for them is to challenge the second place of KME Spring here. So for them, yes, you can say that they are a ragtag team. They come together from different teams here, but maybe that's what makes them special, you know? That's what makes them so unique here. So coming to this game, it is time to test them against one of the best of KME.
Yes, one of the best indeed. Even being part of the KWC, right? Like they were one of the teams that got to the last chance within trying to get to the playoffs, but unfortunately Gen.G just wasn't able to get through that part. I mean, they even got further than Nongshim, right? I mean, that's something to kind of like put on board here and put in terms for those watching at home that Gen.G actually got further than Nongshim RedForce in that World Cup for KWC. So maybe this Gen.G is going to be the top of the creme de la creme of KME Fall.
And that brings the question here. The next time we see Nongshim against Gen.G, that is going to be a lot of spice between these two teams here, because one wants to prove that they're still the kings of the KME. One wants to prove how much they've grown, and the addition of Monto can bring them that title of being the champions of KME here. But that's for another day to talk about. Let's focus back on our current series between Astar Esports and Gen.G Esports here. So we talk about it, the storyline being Astar Esports being the challengers here, and Gen.G Esports will test this new bunch on how far or how well they have grown.
That's definitely what they're going to do, right? I mean, we are seeing that they are the, Astromancers that Astar are. I mean, let's see what that actually means. I mean, I'm not too sure what an Astromancer is, but I'm pretty sure that will be obviously answered by the end of this series. But we're looking at a part team that's taken on, obviously, an open series team, right? Gen.G being the partners, and obviously Astar being the open series winners of the MENA region. So they need to make sure that they're comprising everything they've learned within the open series to put against Gen.G. I mean, they have some fantastic players, right? I mean, you've already highlighted one of them, which is Wawa up into the Clash lane.
Yeah, Wawa towards the Clash lane here, and Inua giving us a sight to behold on how well he played that Mind Shiranui back in KWC 2025. So those are something that we saw a few months ago here. So right now, it's been about like what, 2 months since that prestigious tournament here. So are we gonna see a highly elevated Gen.G here because of the addition of Monto, or will Astar break or shatter their dreams of becoming the KME's best?
I feel like there's a bit of a meme within that one there. He said elevate Gen.G. I mean, who beat Gen.G in Season 3? It was Elevate, so... But they have improved from that point, right? Obviously, Season 3 Gen.G just wasn't what we were really hoping for. But they definitely picked up their performance in, obviously, the KME Spring season. They were able to pick up their performance within the KWC, despite their group actually being against a lot of the PKL teams as well, right? And actually trying to, like, serve up some victories against those PKL teams. So right now, Gen.G are on a bit of a revenge tour. maybe the revenge tour. The next aim in their sight is going to be Nongshim RedForce, which obviously took their spot from KWC as their first seed, but were able to actually get through as the MENA qualifier into KWC. But this time around, if Gen.G don't get into KIC through the KME Fall, they have to go through that second chance again, and they have to go up against that WKS champion as well. So there's a lot more on the line there.
There's a lot more on the line here, rather than also fighting against the WKS Fall champions. There's also the second place of the KMW champions or runner-up as well here. So those are not easy teams to play against. You're either going up against Twisted Minds or OG Esports here. So those are some pretty big names in the international scene.
Yeah, I mean, you already pointed out BTK as second place, no?
Was it? Was that me? You're framing me. Alright, so BTK is on the KMW for a journey. They will have a learning curve to actually master it here, but that's KMW. That's for Ken and friends to actually cover. For us, we're on the KME side for this broadcast. So if we were to talk about Gen.G or Nongshim's run, if any of those teams were to cap at second place, that is where the true trial starts, where they have to go through KMW second and WKS first. Man, just thinking of that, that is a very tough route for him to qualify the KIC.
It is, especially when you introduce teams like OG Esports and Twisted Minds, right? I mean, Twisted Minds, they got all the way to 4th place of KWC, so that's definitely one team you don't really want to be trying to contest your place within KIC, and that alone, you have obviously WKS champion as well. But we are going to get into game number 1 draft here. Astar is going to be on the blue side, and Gen.G is going to be on the red. Monto, obviously, we know, loves playing the early.
Yeah, Monto loves playing their early here, so maybe that's why they got in to replace Ray, because we know for a fact that since Ray, previous farm lane and ex-jungle of Gen.G, he loves that GenG, and he was a fresh swap from the jungle department to the farm lane here, hence that may have affected his overall form in terms of the farm lane here. So Monto's new addition here, he has some pretty big shoes to fill to really elevate this Gen.G squad.
Absolutely, definitely to re-elevate them. I mean, props to obviously Ray that was on the team prior. I mean, if he has to switch roles between like international competitions, I can barely switch roles between lobbies. So that's definitely a lot harder. There's a lot more at stake there in terms of what Ray had to put up with. But now we have Monto. The light is shining on Monto this time around. And we're looking at these bans here. Pei and Mai Shiranui for the side of Astar. They don't want to give over the Pei to Rock. They don't want to give over the Mai Shiranui to Inua, because we've seen his performance. He has been a player that has constantly performed through all these international competitions, and now he's looking like one of these players that are kind of like flying under the radar, but when he makes a play, it is an impressive play.
It is indeed an impressive play here, especially Inua showed us what he can do along with Rock in his arsenal to make all these flashy plays on the Mai Shiranui here. So Astar definitely did their homework prior to this series here. On the side of Gen.G Esports, however, they banned out 2 of the most prized farm laners in the first phase of the pick and bans here. So Harley and Long will not be available for both of these 2 teams in game number 1.
Nope, it's going to be Astar looking to lock in Zug Zwang's pick here onto the Diadea, and potentially Liang being rotated here. Oh, okay, we're going to get the potential Princess Frost Liang combo here. The crucial crowd control duo that we know and love from the spring season.
Yep, you get that power control in, you get that freezing prison in to really lock down that one target and further bursting them down here. And usually, when we see the Princess Frost and Liang, we might see a Jing dirt pick here that Rock is so damn well on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's definitely a devastating Jing player. His pay's been taken off the board here, so I can imagine we may see another kind of assassin come through, maybe even the likes of the Fade, right? I mean, we've already seen it once per day already, but Astar, let's look at their draft, let's look at their picks. They're looking to lock in the Nua and the party, and you were right here, Sagi. It's looking like the Jing may come through with another AoE. That Mirror Domain on top of the Winters here is gonna be a scary combo.
And one thing's for sure, once you see this Liang, Princess Frost, and Jing, you won't see a standard start here coming in from Inua. The Princess Frost will go towards the side lane, especially the Clash lane, to advocate the Wawa's lane to allow him to secure that early space bright. On the side of the Roamer, however, Clue, he will be following this Jing across the gorge to fasten up that level 4 on both the Jing and also the Liang here. So that's something we will be seeing later on in towards the game.
Exactly that, right? I mean, the acceleration of the Clash lane is going to be the aid of Inua here on the Princess Frost. I mean, Clash lane-wise, we haven't had actually many Clash lane bans other than the Mayeen here. Mayeen counted to the party because obviously the amount of crowd control within her combos that can come through is pretty crazy. But then over to the side of Gen.G, they're looking to take out the likes of the Agudo. Again, Agudo is definitely very good in terms of sustainability within these team fights, being able to get out of those sticky situations like those AoEs from Jing from Princess Frost.
Yeah, that's a very good ban here, especially when you can use the Agudo's Furball to disrupt Liang's ultimate from afar here. So it's a pretty smart ban coming in towards the side of Gen.G here. So more of these farm laners have been banned out. Gen.G is targeting Mirage on this farm lane. 3 farm lanes already removed from the poll from both Gen.G's Monto and also Astar's Mirage.
I got a feeling we might see the Sunset coming through here, man. Like Sunset with the Jing, right? That setup with the set sail into the mirror domain. It's just more team fight potential here from Gen.G. And Wawa likes it, but it could potentially be the Byron as well, kind of replicates that same kind of thing, just doesn't have that same kind of ease to get around from the Clash lane to the bot side.
Ooh, Marco Polo as well being harbored for the side of Mirage here. So Marco Polo with Diadea, it's a very interesting combo where it has this strong side lane potential if it gets out of the laning phase here. But Astar also hovering the Yang potentially towards the jungle.
I shall protect this mortal world.
Oh, okay. So they are going to go for the Yang into the jungle. A little bit of a first time. I think the only other time I've seen this was in the New King Supremacy, which is obviously one of the grassroots EU tournaments going on right now. But it is going to be the Yang going to be into the potential jungle here. Or maybe did they flex the party into the jungle, maybe?
That may be a case as well here. We've seen in solo rank or rank games where Fatih is viable in towards the jungle here, but that's for Astar to answer us after the potential swap here. But on the side of Gen.G, however, Lady Sun is hovered and will be locked in to fight Mirage in towards his jungle.
Yeah, I mean, they needed a little bit more of like a late game assertion here for the side of Gen.G, and Lady Soon's going to give that over. I think if it's even me, I would have either gone for the Lady Soon or the Consort U here. But to me, Marco Polo tries to go in with the Fever Barrage. You would be able to cancel out the physical damage here thanks to the Consort U, but maybe this is going to be Monto's prime pick and his debut performance here for Gen.G.
The debut performance here coming in from Gen.G on Monto on the Lady Sun here. So we gotta think, how well does Monto bring towards the table here? Can he fill in the shoes and also fill in over it with what Ray has left for the team?
I can only say, obviously, we will know by the end of this series, right? Like, let's see his performance and see how he handles the pressure of being on the main stage next. Obviously, he would have been with the team, scrimming up with the rest of Gen.G boys, but we always state this on the broadcast, like, playing on the scrims is completely different to playing on the stage. Like, there's a lot more pressure, there's a lot more things that can go wrong, right?
Yeah, all of these pressures, enemies shouting, you can hear them, the stage frights, all these contributes to the stage experience here. So compared to scrims, maybe it's easier for these teams because it's in a less pressured environment here, but it is a tournament, it is a regional tournament here. Astar goes up against Gen.G Esports in game number 1 of this series here, and I am stoked for Monto's first debut on this stage.
I mean, it's not only Monto's, right, as well. I mean, we're looking at, obviously, Jing Tian, it's his first debut into the fall season of KME as well. So we got quite a few new bloods coming through, quite a few potential new favorite players for those watching at home. But this is game number 1 between Astar and Gen.G. We're getting onto the pause here, but the pause is all thanks to the Realme 15 Pro, the official gaming phone of the major leagues. Built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
I will definitely get mine in a bit and feel the difference here, Blam, but let's talk a bit more on their team compositions, right? So on the side of Astar, you have this side lane between the Marco Polo and also the Diadea here. So that forms a strong side lane just coming in for Astar. And they top it up with 2 strong bruisers coming in with Yang Jian and also the Fatih. So we can already imagine this team wants to fight 3v3 brawls or 4v4 brawls very early towards the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how this Gen.G actually falls into place, right? I mean, the last time I saw it with in any kind of like competitive scenario, it didn't do the greatest, right? Because, I mean, he's one of those heroes that definitely needs a few items on the board before he can even get sort of like any kind of resemblance of damage, right? First marker is level 4, and then after that, you need to start building him up to do the damage. But he has these usefulness, right? So obviously, he has his marks where you can mark your enemy heroes and then re-engage on them by diving onto them. So maybe it's going to be one of those issues of getting into the back line. Maybe that's why they picked up the Gen.G here.
Yeah, picking up the Yang, going for the backline here, added tenacity on towards this hero here. So maybe that may be much more of a counteract against the Princess Frost and Liang combination. Once you hit that power control, you hit that Future Prison. So maybe the Yang gets to bail out if he builds the full tank build. And also, like you mentioned here, he needs to go in for that Lady Sun backline. So maybe that's why.
Maybe that's why. I mean, it would have made more sense if it was the Gen.G revamp that we're going to be getting soon, right? Like, and that seems to be obviously not only popular within the Chinese server, but also obviously within KPL as well, right? Like, these are picks that generally come through. Obviously, the revamped Gen.G is looking like it's going to be a bit of a beast.
Yeah, looking like a beast here, but we still have to wait for the eventual revamp here. Okay, so that is the team compositions here coming in for the side of Astar Esports. For the side of Gen.G, however, so we will see a bit of a funnel here between the Princess Frost, Liang, and Jing here. So we can imagine all these mid waves, it will go into the pockets of the Jing here. We will see most of the times either the Jing or the Liang to pick up all these farms thanks to the jungle item and roamer item interaction, whereby if both of these items appear in the same lane, the gold doesn't default to the laner. It defaults to whoever who last hits it. So that's how you want to funnel gold to this jungle carry.
That's exactly what we're going to do here for the side of Gen.G, right? They need to make sure that the Jing on Rock is going to be the carry for their team, because really, if they don't get the Jing online, then it's all due down to Monto, onto the Lady Sun, into the latter part of the game, right? That's their late game assurance going into this game number 1. But really, I'm hoping here from Kalu, we've seen him play the Liang before, his flash and obviously into his ultimate combos didn't quite hit that well sometimes within KWC. So hopefully he's perfected that a little bit more for us, and we're going to see quite a few of those show-stopping flash suppression combos here from the side of Gen.G.
That's definitely a very hard combo to pull off, right? It's not about the button pressing, it's also about the timing that you appear in certain places and your positioning in these team fights. Even though that, yes, you can say that, oh, you just press your ultimate, what's so difficult about that? But the enemies can also go in and cancel you as well. That's why the positioning of this Liang will be so important coming into these fights.
Exactly right. Like, he's got to make sure he's not sort of like putting himself or burying himself too much into the front line, because that's where that catch-up is really to come through here. But currently just on a bit of a pause here. Seems to be onto the side of Astar, but we're going to get up soon and back into game number 1 very soon. But if we're looking at obviously the draft, we've already highlighted the likes of the Nongshim pick. It's very sort of like a unique one, shall we say. Not generally a pick that gets highlighted that often, and maybe it's going to be Jing Tian's main pick here.
Yeah, maybe it's what makes him famous or makes him the go-to player to pick up for Astar Esports here, because it's not something that we usually see here. But what we are seeing right now is the resume of the game here, as we see Monto, Klu, and Inua already starting off the game with a fast start.
Yeah, naturally already going for the Purify as well onto for Mirage on the Marco Polo, just because of the amount of CC coming through for the side of Gen.G. So right now, you're already seeing Inua is going up that top side of the map to give over some aid to Wawa to make sure he creates that pressure, help him get that farm up.
And we are already seeing the fast farm tempo here coming in from Klu and Rock here, and Monto here gets chunked out just a little bit as he tries to contest for that spike kill piece here, but Zhuang, his flash is forced out by the tower.
Yeah, man, he flashed out he forced his flash out there, so really, I mean, that goes over to Monto. For me personally, there's a fact that he's able to get that common skill off of Zhuang here, so that means that there's a potential setup here for a gank down to the bot side if they're not careful. But right now, Rock is going ham onto Enigma into the mid lane, able to clear that minion wave and able to put a lot of pressure onto the Nuwa.
And Nuwa here does not have to flash anymore for the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds here. So if you're Nuwa not having the flash, you will be seeing Rock fly in once again once that mirror domain is up online.
Exactly right. Like if you've not got the flash, you are going to be susceptible to that gank. But not quite level 4 is Clue or Inoue yet. So really, we're going to be waiting for that point to come through. If they're going to take team fights, they're going to be a little bit more detrimental here. The emergence tries to come through, but it's going to be the first blood going over to the side of Gen.G. It's actually Clue picking up that last hit there. And now a double kill going over the side of Gen.G as well. I mean, we want the resources going over to Rock, going over to Monto, but they're all going over to Clue. Triple kill for the Roam.
That is so painful coming in from Mirage. He wanted to go in for that Fever Barrage, but immediately Clue hit level 4 the moment he went in and he got punished on the spot.
Was it a fevered barrage or was it a fevered mirage? Because, I mean, he went in there, he tried to do the bit, but it clearly a little bit too fevered, a bit of it plunged up there, and didn't quite make the mistake. But we're going to see that replay come through once again, where we just saw Clue get a triple kill onto the side of Gen.G, all thanks to the likes of Rock and Inoue here. This is a 3v1. Gen.G is just not be able to get out of there as well. Like, this is the problem with this hero. Like, if he's stuck into a team fight, he can't get the mark onto anybody. He has no means of getting out.
He has no means of getting out. He goes in and he doesn't get out here. Another mirror domain goes to the mid as Jing here might be caught out here once again.
Yeah, I thought we was having deja vu there. I was just like, is this another highlight reel? But no, it's exactly the same place where Rock put that mirror domain in the first place. So already, we're just seeing that Gen.G's MO within this one is just creating that pressure into the mid lane, which is obviously going to help when these neutral objectives come up. Oh, okay. Abdo able to get the kill there onto Inoue. Didn't quite expect him to be that close by into the mid lane, but now Wawa's just like, hey, what are you doing taking up on mid lane, bro?
Yeah, sneaky transition here, but Monto gets caught up by the fevered Mirage. And Mirage takes down him with a barrage.
The barrage came through, actually hit this time around, so Monto has to be careful that he's not going to get caught out anytime soon. But Rock having to use the mirror domain just so he's not caught out against the side of Astar. But right now, it's going to take down there thanks to Inoue, and then another kill going over to Clue. So both the Diadea and the Yangjian are going down. Some more coming through here as well. The suppression is going to get landed onto Abdo here. He's able to flash over the wall, tries to use his ultimate to just put that pressure on, but gets taken down.
Now, 3 kills go in favor for the side of Gen.G Esports as they pay little to no price. Right now, we see Rock just casually farming the jungle here while Wawa leashes up this Tyrant for the junglers taken.
Yeah, just kind of just setting up the tempo, right? Like, obviously, he lost a little bit of tempo there when we saw Rock die into the middle of the map there. But now, he's getting that aid from Wawa saying that, hey, look, we'll start the camps, and then you just come through, smite it, you'll be fine. Don't worry about it. But speaking of fine, though, Gen.G are at a fine pace here with around about a 3K gold lead. So, wow, around about 4 minutes, borderline 5, they're ahead by 3K gold.
That's a lot of gold lead here, just 4 to 5 minutes in towards the game here. Gen.G is actually dictating this early game with so much success here. This is what we expect here coming in from the second place of the KME Spring.
But did we expect 4 kills to Clue?
Not really. So far, Clue has 100% kill participation already, and he's trying to make yet another play towards topside.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Rock gets a smite there, however, onto Abdo. That was a little bit personal there. He's like, you know what? Clue's taking too many of my kills. I need to make sure I claim that last hit, but it's going to be a trade for that T1 down to the bot side. However, Wawa is looking to make some pressure into that top side of the map now that Abdo's presence is felt onto the gorge. Can he get it? But Tian is looking to get a bit of a rotate, trying to clear these minions, and is just not fast enough.
He's just not fast enough, and 2 towers fall just short of this 1 minute mark. And right now, we're starting to see more of these tempos shift in favor of Gen.G Esports as Gen.G, they're dictating the map. They take out 2 turrets towards the top side. Next objective will be that bottom turret, and then we will see Gen.G start running through the jungle of Astar.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they definitely got to make, if they're making this a presence and an issue for Astar, they got to make sure that they're actually attaining the resources from that jungle. But right now, Monto's just been left down to the bot side of the map. A bit of a brawl going on into the mid here. Rock trying to go in with the mirror domain, but it's going to be Zhuang that actually gets the Heart Link out alive for now.
Yeah, Heart Link goes towards safety here as Zhuang does not have to burn the flash to escape to safety here. But those are just small cooldowns that Gen.G have to burn to force yet another recall coming in from Mirage and Zhuang that they are forced back to base and forced to burn more farm.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to kind of like make sure Mirage is going back to base too often, right? 'Cause, I mean, that's going to kind of just be a bit of a snowball effect negatively on his gold per minute. Like, he needs to make sure is constantly getting some farm up, because really that's the only real team fight potential we've been seeing, right? Is Mirage is going with a Fever Barrage, but right now the Mirror Domain has been put down as well as the Winter is here to put the pressure onto that mid lane, and T1 does fall for the side of Astar.
So much pressure just generated by Rock X on this point here, but another engage goes through mid-side.
Slain an enemy.
Oh, beautiful suppression there. Obviously set up the kill onto the Diadem. Was really hoping for a bit of an engage for the side of Abdo here on Astar, but he's going to go in. He gets the kill onto Inua. It seemed personal. That's 2 kills, and he's managed to get onto the mid lane of Gen.G for now.
Well, Abdo actually went kind of ham with that, and he's so calculative on the escape path, securing that kill onto Inua under 4 members under a turret to add insult into injury here. But as of this point, 4.6 goal lead constant over to the side of Gen.G Esports here. I gotta figure, it does look pretty hard for Astar to take off any fights here, because one Rock, one Mirror Domain zones off the entire team.
Exactly right. I mean, if it's not just the Mirror Domain, it's the Winter is here as well, right? We've been seeing them being put down in quick succession just to make sure that the zoning for the side of Astar, they're just being zoned out as a team. They're being splintered apart. But I have to give props over to Abdo, right? Like, he's trying to make a use of a bad situation. He's using the flash, getting in onto the back line, trying to at least mitigate one of the big parts of that control pair, which is the Princess Frost or the Liang.
Exactly the case here, and so far we've yet to see any form of heavy jungle invasion here, but look at Rock's position as he goes for flank.
Oh yeah, flank onto the top of Nua. Nua cannot emerge out of that one alive when the kill is too quick. The double kill comes through here for the side of Gen.G as well. Just again, Winter's here. Mirror Domain, just constant over and over. The AoE, they are fighting on Gen.G's grounds when Astar thinks they're fighting on their own.
And this Rock performance on towards Jing reminds me of his KWC performance against one of the PKL teams. And so far, he's showing up so huge on this thing, just like what we expected.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, GTN gets caught there again. Just look at that. Like, once you're locked into the Mirror Domain, the Winter on top of it, it's just hard to escape. Like, this is like the third part between the Princess Frost, the Liang combo. Is that Jing, man? Just there's so much AoE coming through here. It's definitely paying dividends for the side of Gen.G, able to get another new objective. They are cleaning up shop pretty quick here.
Yeah, making up light work here. And I like how you mentioned that, yes, we always put focus onto Q and Inua on the Princess Frost and Liang, but there's also this mini route that the Jing ultimate has that pushes them just so forward that Inua has that timing for that spell 2 freeze.
Yeah, exactly. It's all well timed and definitely well communicated here, because it's all come through very well for the side of Gen.G. I mean, they're 12 kills up to 3. They're around about 7k gold difference now, and it's not even that 10-minute mark. So really, can Astar last any longer? If they can, they need to be putting the resources over even to the Marco Polo, or maybe just getting some good catch-offs here for Abdo. But when you are in the enemy's base, when you're in the enemy's jungle, taking their Azure Golems, that's going to be a hard place to come from.
That's going to be a hard play exceptionally for Jing Tian and Mirage, who really needs these resources here. But we get a bit of a small pause here coming in from Gen.G Esports as we find out the way of why the pause actually happened. Let's take a bit of a breather to think about Astar Esports per se, because right now, they're losing about 6 to 7k gold. They're in quite a dire position here. What do they need to do to actually claw themselves back into the game?
Well, I mean, it's just the matter of it. Like, it's easy for me to say take a good team fight, because right now it's hard for them to take a good team fight, especially when Gen.G are ahead, like you said, Sagi, 6 to 7k gold. And the fact is, they got such like great like team fight components, right? They got the Liang, they got the Princess Frost, and then they've got the Jing. And then Monto doesn't need to be in these team fights. He just rotates through willy-nilly when he fancies picking up a kill. He's just been down to the bot side the entirety of the match, getting those resources over, so that if Gen.G do need that late game ticket, they can punch it in, and then that's when Monto comes online.
Yeah, that's when Monto comes online. So, meaning to say, right now, Astar Esports, unless they get a miraculous team fight, it will be in an exceptionally tough situation. Because why? 10 minutes has already arrived in about probably 5 to 10 seconds, and the shadow objectives will be available for the taking here. So, if you're Gen.G, you can either do 2 objectives at one go, or you can just take Tyrant, go for a fight, and return back to the Overlord and look to close out the game here. So, if you're Astar Esports, you're in a bit of a sticky situation.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they've still got the high ground turrets, right? Like, that's basically, we've seen teams already today come back from that high ground territory, and then that's it. That they are able to make it all the way to the crystal and try and get that takedown, but the comeback just never quite comes through for them. But Astar here, in terms of the draft, I don't think there is a draft issue as per se. It's kind of just the fact that Gen.G are just playing so aggressively, and Astar can't quite react to it.
Yeah, Astar can't quite react to it as of this point here. So maybe it's time to think about game number 2 with what went wrong, because from what we've seen so far, Clue on this layout has been phenomenal. And if I'm not mistaken, he is unstoppable right now in terms of this kill line. And he's about maybe 90% kill participation.
Oh yeah, it's been every team fight, but then again, so is Inua, right? Like, you're gonna see that team fight participation come through, and it's just gonna be three primary suspects, right? It's gonna be Rock, it's gonna be Inua, it's gonna be Clue. I mean, the kills going over to Clue in the early game probably slowed down the aggression of Rock on his Jing, but that's not stopped him.
Yeah, that's not stopping at all. And so far, the early game that we mentioned here coming in from the side of Gen.G's Jing has not been stop at all, right? Like we mentioned, it's not rough, it's a very smooth process. He gets all the gold he needs, and his first punishment was towards the Nua back into the mid lane of Astar. So that first play converted into this current goal lead of about 7,000 gold lead.
7,000 goal lead at just about that 10-minute mark. Obviously, Abdo did try to go to the backside of the line there, but the flash has been committed. But into the back line, it's going to be Rock picking up Jingtian on the Yangjian, and that is going to be another takedown for Gen.G. It's going to be Wawa picking up a kill onto Zug Swang, and this is a good point to take out their jungle, to take out their Diadea, because obviously Destiny Counter could be used as a means of getting that kill effect, but it looks like it's not going to come through right now.
Yeah, it's not like it's going to come through right now, but they're looking to go for that double objective that we just discussed during the pause.
Yep.
So getting this double objective, they're trying to speed up the process to a maximum here. So the next push that we see, you will be equipped with 3 strong waves and an empowered Shadow Overlord wave, plus the Shadow Tyrant buff for your disposal here. So if you're Astar, you better find a way to come back towards this game.
That's like, I mean, if we're looking at Astar, the only problem with their draft right now that I'm seeing is the lack of control, right? Like, crowd control is very minimal here for them. Obviously, they have the Diadea with the bit of farewell and their empowered basic attacks. But other than that, they've not really got much here, and that's not stopping the side of Gen.G as they go into the enemy jungle, get the pick up onto the Diadea. Abdo goes down as well, thanks to the suppression, and then goes down Rock after he takes down Mirage. So already a 3-1 trade as you're pushing your enemy base. That's a good trade here for Gen.G.
And the late game insurance off the side of Gen.G. Monto is still alive up and well, and he is the primary pusher to take down these turrets here so far. Jinkin might find an angle, and he takes down Monto.
Yes, he takes down Monto, he gets access into the back line, so using that pounce from his first kill is able to get him into that access. But he's just looking to make sure he's able to try and stop that third and final takedown in the high ground turret. But Gen.G, they've laid waste to the base of Astar.
Yep, 2 tier 3s have already fallen towards the hands of Gen.G. The final one is about half HP here, so the next time Gen.G looks for these plays, Astar will have to buckle up. But the good news is, for the side of Astar, they find a shutdown on towards the member of Gen.G, none other than Rock.
Yep, they finally managed to swim down, right? I mean, he's 3-1-12 at this point of the game. Like, he has the assist thanks to, obviously, the amount of CC that comes through from both the Liang and the Princess Frost. But now, we're seeing a little bit of an overzealous Astar as they try and find themselves in the jungle of Gen.G, but it's going to be the suppression that comes through here. The Splendid that saves Inua as well. So already a 3-4v1 trade as Rock accesses the backline and takes down Enigma.
Beautiful freeze coming in from Inua here, catching off Jingtian and also Zhang on towards Diadea here, but Mirage does find a return to the line of Inua, but that is too little too late as 5 members have been aced as the Nexus, the crystal is exposed.
Yeah, Gen.G taking that game 1 victory there over Astar after those 2 pauses there. They just needed a little bit of time to recuperate, get Rock into the back line, and get that team ace as they take down the Crystal in game number 1. So your second place is still looking like second place.
Solid gameplay overall coming in from Gen.G. They brought in the momentum that they harnessed back from KWC 2025 back towards their home region here. With the addition of Monto here, so far he has yet to show us very convincing plays, but he is solid in a sense where if Rock falls, he is the late game insurance to come up and to show up.
Exactly, yeah. Like you were saying, obviously, towards that latter part of the game, Sagi, that the fact that they're able to take down those T3s is all thanks to Monto when they do eventually lose Rock. So really, he was there as kind of like the back support for Rock if he ever did fall. But I mean, this is the global ban pick now, right? Like, do they still continue to ban it to pay for the side of Astar? Do they force Rock to go onto something more of a tankier jungle? Or do we start to see some new picks come through here for him? Because that Jing performance was phenomenal.
Oh, it was a phenomenal performance here, and if you do give pay towards to Rock, that might not be a very smart decision here, despite the fact that you've already seen how well he has done against the PKL teams back in KW 2025, so maybe that's not what you want to release to this hungry jungle assassin carry player here. But so far, in towards the game number 1, we're still seeing some form of fight back, especially on towards Abdo, which I do have to say, Abdo has been pretty good coming to the series.
Yeah, honestly, you can kind of see why he's kind of like the star player of A-Star, because he definitely had those playmaking potentials, right? Like, it just felt like there was no real setup after Abdo went in. It was kind of just like the rest of A-Star was just like, I don't know, do I go in? Do you go in? What's happening, right? Like, the Abdo gets the kills onto the back line, but then is not able to get out because there's no assurance for him to get out. There was no kind of like CC that was heavily sort of like enabling him to get out alive. He was just really hoping either Abdo or Mirage to set up some like good kills and then decide to take a little bit of a handicap team fight. But let's look at the post-game analytics.
So post-game analytics, we have one thing to really highlight. It will be Clue. 6-0 and 16 on towards his Liang with a team fight rate of 100% there, Blam.
Yeah, huge amounts. Obviously, Clue there. I mean, I don't know how many kills he ended up towards the end. I don't know if he got punished for taking those 4 kills in the early game, but 100% team fight rate. We foresaw this coming, right? Like, we knew that he was going to be 100% team fight rate.
Yep, 100% team fight rate, and that escalated into this crazy gold graph that we see avalanching towards the side of Gen.G Esports. And I gotta say, Gen.G Esports, with their composition of the Liang, Princess Frost, and Jing, it's showing pretty good stats.
It's showing, and what's showing the MVP is going to be Rock. I mean, it had to be either Rock or Clue in that one, right? Like, they were just constantly sort of just all up in the face of A-Star Esports. And the fact that Clue was the support and picked up so many kills, that also, to me, he shows he's a bit of a carry, right? Like, he's like, hey, Liang's my boy. I can definitely get the lockdown. I can get the kills, but Rock here with that 4-1-13 KDA.
4-1-13 KDA on the Rock here, but it's never about the KDA, it's about the influence on the map here. It's Rock's presence that allow Clue to actually find all these crucial engages and follow-ups. And look at this, Clue is just level 3 here at the moment. Mirage jumps in for the barrage, he gets locked up by that power control.
Locked up and locked down, and that's exactly it, right? I mean, we see sort of like glimmers of hope here from Abdo, as we've already kind of pointed out for the side of A-Star. Always using this Sparty, putting on the pressure. That sustain coming through from that ultimate is just so crucial here for the side of A-Star. But really, he was the only figure into these team fights.
He was the only figure towards the team fights, but when you are zoned in this way, just by one Jing, your front line and back line is so distorted by just one single assassin here. So if you're A-Star, you have to figure out how to handle this Rock effect.
Oh, absolutely. You got to kind of try to stop the Rock, right? Like, he's definitely a player that loves these flashy assassins into the jungle, but he still has many that he can play, right? He could go for the pay if it doesn't get banned next time. He could go for the fade we've seen him play before as well. So really, it's all down to him. But A-Star, like I said, with that draft, it looked good on paper, but then when it came to the team fight, there was no means of getting Abdo out alive because there was just so lack of CC.
Lack of CC, lack of follow-up here. So coming into game number 2, maybe A-Star has to revisit the drafting department, maybe play more of a front-to-back composition, or pick up the Princess Frost and Liang that Gen.G showed them how it's done here. But that's for them to figure out. We have to go into a bit of a break here and find out what the players have in store for us in game number 2 after this break.
cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the King's Major East Fall. We are back with, obviously, Gen.G going up against Astar. Gen.G currently up by 1 point and looking like it was a dominant performance in that game number 1. But Astar needs to bring some better drafts to this game number 2, right? I mean, obviously, they can't go up against the Princess Frost and the Liang once again, thanks to the global ban pick. But they need to come up with some kind of strategy, right? If they want to be taking on Gen.G, that 1-1 scoreboard.
They do have to revisit their early game plan. They have to revisit the draft. There's so much homework that they actually have to figure out before they can challenge Gen.G Esports. But as only game number 1, game number 2, we still believe in a form of comebacks. So for Astar, they better bring up whatever they have stored in their books. Because if they don't, they have to bid this series goodbye with a 0-2 scoreline.
Exactly. I mean, it's not like they're going against the easiest opponent within the KME, right? Like, they are going against Gen.G, a team that has not only proven themselves for the majority of this year, bar their trip up of Season 3 Invitational, but they've just been improving steadily over time, and they're now starting to look like a solid team, even though they've got a new addition, a new kid on the block, Monto. He fit very well into this team.
I think it's still too early to actually decide whether Monto is a fitting cut, right? Yes, when we look at Gen.G Esports fighting against the lower tier teams, they prove to themselves that they are very strong. But when it comes to fighting, per se, Scars, or even the likes of Nongshim, that's where Monto will be tested here. But we see a bit of a player swap here as Enigma is swapped out for DO towards the mid lane here, so maybe that'll bring a certain amount of magic here that can elevate Astar to a different level.
Hey, I mean, they got to pull out some of the stops, right? See what can happen here, see what they can draft into the mid lane. Maybe it's just a matter of Enigma not having the greatest hero pull into the mid lane, right? Maybe he just needs a bit of a break. We'll have to see if this is really going to affect Astar's performance in game number 2 against Gen.G. But Gen.G is going to be on blue, Astar on the reactive red.
So red side does give you a few of these proactive ways of countering the enemy on towards the last pick, right? So when we talk about laning, we talk about laning phase as well. So laning phase, what better way of countering it is to utilize counter picks here. So red side, that is the beauty of red side here. Blue side, however, it opens up avenue for you to pick up heroes like the Arlie, heroes like the Long, Mai Shiranui that Inoue has so much control with. So giving up blue side in the BO3 might not be the smartest move here coming in from Astar.
It may not be, but maybe they get to lock in that the farm lane down to the bot side, right? Like they're able to get their farm lane sorted early, maybe try and get a good pick for Abdo in the early game, because obviously, as we were saying after the game on analytics, the Abdo was really the kind of like a star performer there. And obviously, as we said in the introduction of the team, Abdo has experience hailing all the way back within Honor of Kings to 2022. So he's definitely the most experienced player on the side of A-Star, but he needs to be experienced, but he needs to get the rest of them up to scratch as well. But the Mai and the Pei band still coming through here.
Mai and the Pei band does signify one thing: they refuse to play early game against Gen.G that Gen.G is so good at as of this point. But the Arlie and the Long is open up for grabs for both. Will Monto and Gen.G pick up that Arlie?
Ooh, I mean, potentially it's going to be giving it over to Monto, right? They don't really want to give over the Arlie to A-Star if it's left open, but maybe Abdo is going to go for the Dharma here, maybe.
That might be potentially the case here, but Mozu is being hovered on the side of Jingtian here, potentially going towards the hands of Zhuang towards their Roman role here. But like you mentioned here, Blam, the Dharma is still available up for grabs here, but I do believe within this point of the game, they do want to set up that last pick here for a more favorable laning phase for Abdo.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely want to try and counter the Arlie earlier within this draft, especially if they're scared of Monto down to the bot side. Obviously, Ranger is definitely a decent counter here to the Arlie. We obviously have the Motsu as well, obviously trying to get the Cannon Blast to land onto where her Paracel could come back to. But Gen.G filling out that roster again with Orgrin and Diadea. We know Clue loves the Diadea.
And I'm loving the first three picks here coming out for the side of Gen.G Esports here. You have Arlie and Diadea. Extremely strong brawl and dual potential going in towards the side lane here. Diadea gives the mobility that Arlie needs to really traverse around the gorge. And Orgrin, one of the strongest tanks, battle tanks that you can see in Honor of Kings here. So these three complement a very strong mid-game when that 4 to 6 minute starts.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the early game power spike you're looking towards Arlie is when she starts to get either the Sparkforge Dagger or even go for the Doomsday. So really, for the side of A-Star, they want to try and mitigate that pacing as much as possible, right? The early game power spike for the Arlie. It looks like they're going to ban out the Ganon Moog here as well. Obviously, another longer range hero that we know Inoue can play very well. But really, did I need the long range here? We're probably looking for some more control for the potential of the mid lane. Maybe even look at something like an Yixing here for the side of Gen.G.
Yixing does complement their draft pretty well. It starts off the fight and locks them in so that Rock's Orgrin can land those Conductor of Souls and get that extra HP back here. But we have to figure out here, A-Star, do they instead take that Yixing for themselves? Because it does set up that Dharma on the hands of Abdo for success thanks to the walls provided by that wall, by that board.
Potentially, they could take it for themselves, right? I mean, they definitely need as much kind of team fight potential as possible, especially team fight setup as well. But it looks like they might be even locking in the Suya here for the side of A-Star. Does that mean they're going to go for like an assassin jungle here to pass that over to?
That may be a potential here coming in for the side of A-Star here, but it may also be because the fact that they want to play the early game tempo, so the Zuya actually provides that late game insurance to allow one of these members on the side of A-Star to push towards that level 25 mark here. But Gen.G, you see the smiles on their faces as Wawa gets his hands on that Mayin.
Yep, he gets his hands. So Wawa is going to be going on to obviously the Diadea. The Mayin's going to go through to Wawa. And Yixing, he's looking like he's going to be get onto Inoue, like we said literally moments ago. The fact that A-Star didn't take it, they've given over Inoue one of his prized picks as well.
Yeah, one of his prize picks has been locked in as well, the Yixing here. So the Yixing allows so much space for Rock to actually invade the jungle thanks to how fast he can push the waves, right? So Something interesting that we can look out for in towards the early game here for the side of Gen.G. Are we looking for a side lane start here coming in for the Arlie here? Are we going to see this Arlie go for that mid lane start, allow the Ogre to immediately invade the jungle here? So for Gen.G, there's a lot of different ways that they can start the game as of that first minion wave.
Exactly. There's plenty of ways they could start it up. It could keep Astar guessing as well, right? Like, if they aren't quite aware that what's going on, then it's going to be a shock to the system as soon as they get onto the gorge. So Gen.G obviously locking in their draft here as well as Astar. This could be the final game for Gen.G and Astar for today. But we're really hoping that Astar can come back in this one.
Yeah, we do hope that Astar can show up and also take that dub for that 1-1 in terms of the series here. Since they have subbed in VO towards the mid lane here, maybe they have a different sort of magic bringing in towards this second game drop. Maybe VO can actually bring his team to a different level that we have not yet seen from game number 1.
They need to show something, right? They definitely need to pull out all the stops here for Astar to get a dub onto the board. But here's going to be the drafts for the final time here, guys. Gen.G going in for the Main, the Ogryn, the Yixing, the Ali, and the Diadea, whereas Astar going to go for the Dharma, the Musashi, the Suya, as well as the DRNG and the Motsu as well. So, I mean, if we look over at Astar, at least they've had the improvement of actually implementing some kind of crowd control onto their comp as well.
Yep, you have the Mozu, you have the Dharma here. We've seen how destructive these two combos were back in KWC. You can go for the think inside the box, the Cannon Blast to set up that angle that Jingtian or Abdo needs to enter that backline here. So we don't see much of a different start from the early game here. It's just standard jungle pathing for both of these two junglers.
Yeah, exactly. Ogryn side on the same side as the Musashi here, obviously, so we don't see that Jingtian goes and tries to overextend to claim the Crimson Golem from the side of Gen.G. Rock obviously starting at the Crimson, gets Crimson right now, looking to go for those boards. But already we've seen the rotations from Zugzwang already come through, but this is it. Wawa knows how to play this Main. If you're going to be using the Cannon Blast, that's not the hero you want to be going on to, right? Especially when you have that CC immunity with the backflips.
Yeah, with the backflips, with the just, dashing across the gorge, just allowing her to be so mobile in these team fights here. And we see Monto being left towards the bottom side to absorb this pressure that Mirage and VO is putting on towards this Arlie.
Yeah, I mean, they got to put pressure on somewhere, right? And definitely you get in the pressure onto the Arlie to try and stop the early game power spike from her itemization. It's probably going to be the best call here for Astar because we're already seeing the Gen.G very proactive around the gorge, right? I mean, getting that bit of farewell, using that enhanced basic attack to try and lock down Zugzwang. But they've got to be careful. Musashi could be using that duel to the death, try and set up a bit of an engage here, but they're going to back off for now. Astar doesn't want to be overzealous in this one.
And also in towards the early game here, you do not want to be fighting in the enemy jungle due to the jungle sprite protection here. So you take 10% lesser damage if you're in the enemy jungle. Yeah.
Yes, correct. Correct. You take less damage also. I mean, that's until the 4-minute mark, right? So maybe we're not going to be seeing that big engage here. We are seeing a little bit of a commitment for the side of Astar to try and take away those bars. Able to get it. Trying to switch over the pace here. Trying to put the oh my goodness. Into the side of Astar.
But look at Abdo though, he finds that engage on towards Rock here, but Rock is extremely tanky and he gets out alive with the Conductor of Souls.
I mean, I love the placement of that board, right? Because, I mean, if he did not place the board in that specific means, right? Like, that would mean there's more ways for Abdo to escape. But really, you can only really dash over the wall because it was just kind of blocking everybody off. So I feel like the placement there from Inua, that wall is my board, was pretty great.
Yeah, it's a defensive board to bail Rock out of any follow-ups that can potentially be from Astar's follow-up like Jingtian or Zugzwang or even VO per se. So very good defensive strategy coming in from Inua here, protecting his jungle from any form of follow-up engage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, right now, they've got to make sure they can maintain anything that's possible here for Astar, especially in terms of safety nets. As we're getting into, obviously, almost that 3-minute mark right now. We're already seeing that Rock is into the back line of the enemy team here. Conductor Souls is going to be caught out, but it's going to be the wall on board. Not quite used yet, but it's now catching out. 3 of the members of Astar is going to be enough to get Wawa out of this team fight, as they've already lost too much for the side of Gen.G. They're using the Take Inhibitors, trying to get the damage there onto VO, but it's just not enough.
And once again, the star player that you mentioned coming in for the side of Astar, they come in clutch with Abdo. Abdo with the Truth Mantra sets them up for success here. And the pick here, the Mozi pick here that you mentioned here, locking up Rock for any follow-up that he wanted here. No lifesteal, no damage, and down goes Rock.
Yeah, that's a great commitment there, and obviously a great counter for the Augur, especially in Augur playing so aggressive as we can see here in this highlight.
Exactly here. Look at the Augur here. Goes in with the Conductor of Souls here, but due to the fact that they're fighting in the enemy jungle here, they do 10% lesser damage here as opposed to Astar here. Astar is doing full damage here. That's why Rock, Inua, and Wawa, all of the members of the enemy team, is still so low in HP bars.
Very low on HP bars, and that meant that Astar was able to get obviously not only the first blood, but also take another kill onto the board as well. So really, Gen.G just gave him a little bit of an early game ticket here, managed to get that goal go into their favor right now. But I think it's just down to the efforts of Astar now to make sure that they maintain that lead that they have curated.
And we're starting to see all these first items as well being completed by both of these two teams here. Sparkboard Daggers being completed by both of these two marksmen here. And right now we see Astar already starting off this turret as they want to fight Gen.G in this corner.
Oh, Astar able to get that Tyrant, but can they get any more from the side of Gen.G? We're already seeing that the World Wide Board actually catches out 3-4 off the side of Astar, but into the backline it's going to be Wawa. Oh, the damage coming through here right now for Gen.G, regardless of not having that Tyrant. Clue claiming the kill on the Theo.
But still, it's a 1-for-1 exchange here, right? You get one kill in exchange for that one Tyrant here. But looking at the map state right now, Abdo might be in danger as he might be dove under this turret.
Yeah, he does. They're taking liberties on being. Oh, he's doing a 3v1 there. He gets the double kill. Abdo.
The star player Abdo here finding that two-man troop mantra here, denying that dive that Gen.G wanted to set up here. Master class of a performance on towards this Dharma, in towards this 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, they really thought they caught him there. We're going to get that replay, that tasty 3v1. Obviously, we did see Zugzwang come through as well. But the Cannibals actually didn't connect onto anybody. It was all thanks to the stun, the crowd control from Abdo onto the Dharma.
Yeah, Abdo finding the perfect timing to set up Monto and Clue towards the wall here, negating two things. The tower being taken down, him being dove. So wow, what a play coming in from Abdo. Definitely a star player on Astar.
Yeah, definitely showing why they call Astar when they've got Astar on their team, right? But I mean, now Mirage, he's definitely trying to put the pressure into the top side of the map. You can see that Gen.G really want to get that T1 down to the farm lane, but Inua gets taken up there, 2v1. And right now, Gen.G's making a few mistakes that are looking a little bit not permissible.
Yeah, not permissible. 1-5 in terms of the scoreline here. Not the best showing of Gen.G in game number 2 here. Look at Wawa trying to clear off the wave here. He does get off alive, sacrificing just his health bar.
Sacrifice just his health bar, but at the same time, they are looking to just make sure they keep those minions away from that T2 into the top side. But more importantly, I mean, Abdo's just trying to sort of like usher those minions into the mid lane, because really that could be a detriment here for Gen.G in this game number 2, sorry.
And not the time to look at Abdo. He's across the board. They're just setting up his team for success here. That's 3 to 4 kills already. That is influence of side of Abdo here, but the ball goes through.
Nice ball, huge. I mean, that shutdown onto Zugzwang onto the Motsu could be very harsh here for the side of Astar, sorry, because he's been really the setup of these team fights, right? Those cannon blasts coming through, those think inside the boxes have really been the things that's caught out Gen.G.
I have to agree with you, but definitely one thing's for sure. If Abdo is man-marked for the side of Wawa here, he is always exposed in broad sunlight for the fact that Monto, Inua, or even Clue can react to all these flash plays here. So, Wawa doing an exceptionally good job in keeping his laner in check.
Exactly. They're keeping it in check, making sure that he's maintaining whatever farm he needs to. But Monto, I don't think actually been caught out just yet in a lane alone. Obviously, that 2v1 down to the bot side with his first death. But he's able to get that Doomsday right now. So obviously, early power spike coming through for the side of Gen.G. But the duel that definitely committed there. It is an over encounter, and it's showing true and tested right now. Wawa having to flash out. And now we're seeing Astar looking to push this T2 into the bot side of the map. Whoa, this is a much better Astar than game number 1.
The miraculous swap of VO for Enigma is paying dividends right now. This Zuya pick was not on our radar, and it is proven to melt down tanks like rock on towards this Augur here. So much effect being committed by the side of Jing Tian, and VO set up his team for success.
Yeah, he's doing a great job, right? I mean, see, Zugzwang setting up great success. Jing Tian, obviously, on the Musashi as well. Great counter to the Ogryn, which really, I don't think the side of Gen.G was really hoping that it was going to come through, right? But then now, we're going to look at more likely pairing VO's Sanctuary, the passive for Suya, to go onto the likes of the Musashi and make him a little bit more impressive into the late game.
He has options, right? VO, either on towards Mirage, on towards this Marksman farm lane, or towards Jing Tian like you mentioned here. Because this Musashi, if he goes towards that late game, I think he went for that semi-tank build here. So the wise thing to do maybe is to give it to Mirage.
Maybe. I mean, the attack speed coming through. Obviously, we know that DRNG loves the attack speed. Obviously, his passive is all about building those stacks up, so he does get those hands and movement speed as well as the attack speed come through. But giving it over for the sanctification could be huge here. The pink inside the box once again hitting on the mark more. Imperiled is actually going to be taken off the board here now, so not being able to claim the kill whilst your enemy is imperiled by the Musashi ultimate is a detriment to the side of Astar.
But I still love the protective board here coming in from Inua. You know for a fact that Jing Tian and Abdul wanted to chase down Rock on towards this Ogryn here, but thanks to the board, it perfectly negated from any form of follow-up here. But I kind of want to be looking at the item builds here. What is Monto trying to accomplish here? Is he going for a third attack speed item instead of the Daybreaker?
Potentially, right? It looks like he's going to go for a little bit more attack speed rather than the Daybreaker just at this point of the game, but it's not looking like Gen.G need it right now. They definitely need a little bit more firepower into these team fights.
They definitely need a Daybreaker to shred down the likes of Abdo or Jing Tian or even Zugzwang as of this point, right? Because without armor penetration, this RV wouldn't be able to pick up more of these crucial damage in towards this 10th minute mark here. But look at Wawa. He's looking for a flank on towards the likes of VO or Mirage on towards his Tyrant.
Yeah, it's been a little ninja into the back line there. I mean, Abdo is looking for him. He's found him. He's pumped him out there. He's able to use the Enlighten Mantra just to deal a bit of damage onto Wawa there. But that was a nice call. Abdo was like, hey, we don't know where the clash lane is. He's not in his lane. He's got to be behind us.
I like the fact that Astar coming to game number 2. They're much more alert and they're much more respectful of what to do. They know, like what you mentioned, Wawa is nowhere onto the map, and Wawa right now gets caught out.
He gets caught out. Abdo may get caught out here as well. The Conductor's Ult is already being committed right now. The board has been laid down and catches Jing Tian as well. So keeping them away from the rest of Gen.G as they take a 1-for-1 for now. Clash lane for clash lane. Can they go for this Tyrant?
Can they go for this Tyrant? Will the answers just throw the answers a 4v4 matchup right now? Jing Tian still has to deal to the death here. Any form of healing will be cut away by this Musashi if he gets ulti on towards you.
Yeah, you got to be careful of that damage, the healing reduction. Obviously, you don't get the healing until the imperiled status is lifted off of you. So that's one thing you got to make sure. Another timer you've got to keep a presence of.
Exactly the case here, and right now we see once again both of these two clashing this out well and up on towards the court here. 5v5 once again as we see the positioning of these two teams. They do not want to let go of this Shadow Tyrant.
No, exactly. I think either team gets this Shadow Tyrant, the next team fight definitely goes into their favor, right? Because, I mean, we're seeing for the first time that Astar's actually gaining that gold lead. It's not by an impressive amount, only 7 gold, but it's enough. But is there going to be enough for Abdo to escape this one? No, it's not. The board is going to keep him away. It's a little bit of like a finish line here. But right now, Gen.G are on the run. They got to be careful. The Cannon Blast does land onto Clue. Wawa is waiting for those Stranglers. He's about to get caught out, trying to get the pickup onto Mirage here. He may be getting caught out. It's just once again, the flash through gets him out using the ultimate.
Wawa is exceptionally good in escaping and calculating these damages. He knows for a fact that he cannot overcommit himself, but all these cooldowns have been expended. Rob doesn't seem to be in a position to be able to secure this Shadow Tyrant for his team, because one thing for sure, 1v4 situation, Rob, that's not where he wants to be.
Oh. He's not where you want to be, but he's going to go and try for it. But that thing inside the box is going to be making him think, why did he do that move? And the Tyrant is going to go over to the side of Astar.
Wow, Astar, what a beautiful performance here coming to game number 2 here. All of their issues has been fixed so far, and I am loving Jing Tian and Abdo's proactiveness in finding all these plays here. 4-2 entry in terms of scoreline for Abdo, and 4-0-2 for this Musashi.
I mean, I feel like the problem here is for the side of Astar. If they don't finish this early, then we see the Gen.G come online. I think that's where the problems are going to start to arise here for the side of Astar. But they are going to stop now. They're looking to get the takedown onto Monto. Rocky's back up now off that death cooler. But really, I feel like Gen.G just need to just keep it at bay, right? Just keep floating until that late game.
And an alarming factor is that Monto's Daybreaker is yet to be seen right now. Jingtian is almost finishing up all 6 items, and without the fact of a Daybreaker of a armor penetration, this Musashi is not going down at all.
No, exactly. He's definitely going to be tanky boy going into these team fights. But now Astar paying back Gen.G defeat in game number 1, right? They take the T3 into the top side of the map. Wawa looking a little bit worse for wear. Afro touches him in the back line. Gets a double kill onto Inua as well. So this Astar is looking scary. I mean, we counted them out in game number 1, but game number 2, they are coming back.
They're coming back strong, and it is all led by Abdo, Jingtian, and Zugzwang with their primary engages right now. 3v5 in terms of the current map of the Hero's Gorge. Gen.G is forced to give up these resources. The towers will go down one after another as we see a Baron base being presented.
Yeah, this is not good space for them to be in, right? I mean, they don't even have the zoning from Inua, right? I think it's on the box straight into the back line with a flash. Was a nice contribution there from the side of Zugzwang, and it's going to be game number 2. The first full best of 3 in day number 1. It goes to Astar.
A good recovery game, as we mentioned, being brought to life by Astar. A good and very well done substitution in towards the mid lane here. VO with that Zillia definitely breathing life towards this game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, definitely a breath of life and breath of fresh air for the side of Astar. Coming into this game number 2, we were honestly thinking with the draft that Gen.G got in that one, that it was going to be a short 2-0, but Astar, they came back. I mean, Jingtian on this Musashi was definitely the pick they needed, and the swap out from Enigma to VO was definitely what Astar needed to get this dip on the board.
Well, right now they're on the board, right? And it's a 1-1 in terms of the scoreline here. So if you're a Gen.G fan, you might be wondering, what's going on in Gen.G here? It's not a typical Gen.G that we've seen so far. And they're making a lot of mistakes here, especially towards the hands of Abdo's Dharma here. Abdo's Dharma, first play that we've seen so far was that top side engaged in towards the Crimson jungle of the Astar jungle. And then, moving towards the bottom side, he was getting surrounded in a 1v3 outplay, but he outplayed them on top of their heads, getting 2 kills single-handedly here. So, this man, Abdo, these 2 games, he's on fire.
Oh, absolutely on fire. Like, honestly, we saw that 3v1. We was like, oh, he's going to get caught out. But actually turns it around, and that's the sign of a great player as well, right? Abdo able to turn that 3v1 into a double kill for himself. But then not only that, I feel like there has to be a little bit of a light shine onto Zugzwang as well, right? This Motu pick definitely sort of made sure that Rock's Orgrim was locked down and made sure that Jingtian was able to get into these team fights in just a amount of time.
That is exactly the case, and we see a bit on towards the KDA here and the item builds. I gotta say, look at Abdo and Zugzwang. They were head-to-head, and they are counted together as one of the most influential players on towards the Gorge. 71% kill participation towards the side of Abdo, and 79% for the side of Zugzwang. So you can see for a fact, this team, Astar, revolves around Abdo and Zugzwang's setup to find success in these team fights.
And they did find it, right? They definitely were countering towards, or at least conflicting for that gold lead into that early game, sort of like traversing into that mid game as well. But then it got to Astar there towards the end with that blue wave getting that momentum as they were able to take that game 2 victory, sorry.
Oh, game 2 victory goes in favor of Astar. Right now, the series is tied 1-1. Not what everybody expected here, and we have to give over the MVP title to none other than Astar's Abdo here. The Dharma that he was piloting was a master class performance here. 7-2 in 3 in terms of KDA, 25% damage there, and he was all across the Gorge. Just check out this play that was set up initially by Zugzwang. Abdo was hiding across the bush, immediately goes in for that 2-man knockup on the 2-man trap on towards the wall, setting up his team for immediate success.
Oh, amazing success, right? Like, this is the fact. I think this is obviously just, we always point out that Abdo is the key player, but this is why he is the key player for the side of Astar. The fact that he can turn a 3v1 into his favor, into that bot side of the map, was huge. But then obviously the aid of Zugzwang and GenG as well, just really the setup at Astar really nicely. Completely like night and day performance from that game number 1.
I have to agree with you, but if you look towards another deciding factor of why Gen.G actually lost, I kind of need to point out that Monto wasn't having the best of the game here because his Ali was constantly swapping his parasols in towards the face of the enemy team here, which is not what you really want for it to be happening here. So coming to game number 3, although Ali is removed from the poll here, you still have to revisit all these positional mistakes here for the likes of Monto to really allow your team to play a much more better mid to late game.
Exactly that, right? I mean, definitely a underwhelming performance there from Monto on the Ali. Was really expecting that he was actually going to be able to outshine Astar and get that 2-0 victory, but there were quite a few mistakes being made there. So we are going to go to a short break, guys, before we get in game number 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
We bout it 5 as 1, crashing pieces, you can G. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay victory. Say. I've triggered my soul down. For my pace. We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace I'm waiting. Go, live from back and we go.
We the Kings, it's an honor showtime.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and that was an insane comeback play coming in for the side of Astar Esports. They sub in Zio, and right now they're running 1-1 against Gen.G, the runner-ups of the spring seasons here. And I gotta say, they are looking hella hot.
They are looking hella hard, but I mean, I think it's all down to the thanks of obviously Abdo getting the Dharma, and obviously we saw that Jing Tian, maybe Musashi is his one true pick here, right? Like he played that one to a T, especially going up against an Ogryn, going up against so much healing as well. That imperiled state that is casted from that duel to the death is pretty crucial when you need that healing.
It is indeed crucial when you need that healing. It uprights counter the Conductor of Souls. It's not just cutting it by half like the Imperial items. It straight up remove the healing for that 5 seconds, and once that 5 seconds is over, only you get back the healing that you deserve here. But coming to game number 2, Gen.G removes the early that they have picked in game number 2. It is global ban pick here, so whatever that they have picked in game 1 and game 2, they cannot pick it again in game number 3.
Exactly that. So we're obviously seeing the likes of Ogryn being taken up the side of Gen.G. We have Yixing, Ali, Diadea, the Jing, the Byron. So already quite some very expensive picks being taken off the side of Gen.G at this current time within this best of 3. And rightfully so to the side of Astar as well. They lose the Diadea, they lose the Nua, they lose the Party. I'd say the game 2 draft is probably a little bit more expensive than the game number 1.
I have to agree with you, but if they are falling on towards the blue side here, at the very least, they get to pick up the loan that is up and available in this game number 3's draft here. So that is still a bit of a consolation prize coming in from Gen.G's.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that obviously A-Star don't have the Motsu anymore as well, which we generally see get paired against the likes of the Lung. But hey, Gen.G's like, nah, you know what? We're going to go for Yu-Huan instead.
Yeah, we're going for up with Yu-Huan instead here. So that opens up avenue for this Yu-Huan to be swapped towards the mid, roam, or like what CR's Kong did, throw it towards the jungle here. But we have to see how Gen.G manages this pick.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine it's going to go to Clue ultimately in the end, but it depends, like how you said there, Sagi, what they decide to draft halfway through this one right now. But A-Star, they see the Lung, they take the Lung, and potentially even go for the Byron here also, which could be spelling trouble here for the side of Gen.G.
If Gen.G's focus is to put Monto on a channel to counter the Lung, it is explainable because it allows the channel to scale towards that late game potential here. But look at what has been picked out on towards the hands of Rock here. Another jungle assassin, Luna.
Yep, Luna coming through because obviously Pei isn't available. Jing already been selected, so it's going to be the Luna coming through here as well. Wawa gets his Bati as well, and we've already seen Abdo have such a destructive performance on this one in a not so convincing game number 1. He was the kind of like outshining member of his team. So now Wawa tries to pay that one back right now, but they're going to go and lock in the likes of the Mighty for the side of A-Star, but they have the Byron already, so they aren't going to go for that counter.
They go for that Zhangfei instead, and right now off the bat, A-Star has already a very strong fundamentally teamfight team where you have Zhangfei and Byron on the front end, and you have Long for the high burst potential here. So the question is, who is going to lock down this Luna and Fatigue coming into the A-Star team fights?
I mean, you can kind of hope that obviously the likes of the Zhangfei, right, obviously using the Unbridled Outburst might be able to upset her pace, but really they've got to try and like set it from the word go, right? They've got to make sure that Rock on the Luna doesn't have that great early game farm that is able to just curate all the gold that he wants and actually not be punished for it. So they need a jungler that's going to punish the Luna.
Jungler that punishes a Luna. That means something that has either high burst, eye lockdown, or maybe stuns. So I don't think in my database there's something like that in the jungle role, but let's allow A-Star to answer us in this state of the game.
Yeah, so they're looking just to take a little bit more bans onto the bot side of the map, obviously. Monto's used the Ali, he's used the Lady Sun as well, but he's not going to get the D-Ranger, he's not going to get the Ho Yi, so maybe this time around they go for the Marco Polo, maybe they go for the Consort U.
They go for the Consort U, Marco Polo. I think Consort U has a pretty decent chance here, especially when you're against the Lung, a Byron, and potentially another jungle assassin or tank that's going to be drafted by A-Star. So having a Consort U, your only difficulty coming into this final game might be the Gun and Mo, which has been banned out, and Nua has already been expended by A-Star in game number 1.
Yeah, exactly. So it looks like they might be looking to go for a little bit more team fight potential here with the Princess Frost, a little bit more control, which is obviously the improvement which they had in game number 2, right? So definitely follow that same kind of suit there and getting more crowd control rather than the less, because obviously A-Star really shined in game number 2 compared to number 1.
as indeed the case, and Zhuangzi being hovered for the side of Gen.G here. So Zhuangzi's only use here that I can see is to mitigate the Zhangfei's unbridled outburst here. So committing such a pick, is that a worthy trade here coming in from Gen.G Esports?
Maybe so, right? I mean, obviously the CC immunity properties of the Zhuangzi could be the counter that you need for Rock on the Luna, right? Like maybe just Marco Polo down into the lane on his own, have Clue and Rock stick together, but now they're going to go for the Dolia instead. So obviously double Unending Sorrow potentially here into the mid lane, obviously double Fever Barrage potentially as well.
I like this pickup of the Dolia here. It allows the Fatigue to have double ultimate, it allows the Luna to have more room of errors or more reach towards the backline, or even double Unending Sorrow on the Yuhuan or double Fever Barrage. So this Dolia is a very good final pick here for the side of Gen.G, but Astar locking in that Yao for the side of Jingtian in towards the jungle here. A very interesting pick so far for this Chinese import jungler.
I mean, definitely interesting. Obviously, he does have the CC within his kit, right? So maybe looking to try and just like dodge and dive the Luna in a 1v1, or just looking trying to get access into the backline there, try and get the knock up onto the likes of the Marco Polo, right? Like, just try and wait for that Purify to be off, go in, disrupt the Fever Barrage, get out.
That will be a potential setup here coming in from Astar here, but this will be the final draft of this series coming in for Gen.G Esports and Astar Esports. They go head-to-head one last time for today to take that series win here. Will it be Gen.G's dominating Game 1 performance that will contribute to their series win to a 2-1, or will Astar make a reverse sweep to pick up what they have lacked in Game number 1 here, Blam?
I mean, that would be the biggest upset that Gen.G could probably see coming, right? Is the fact that Astar take a 2-1 victory over the previous, the currently standing second place of the spring season, which would definitely be a massive kind of like table flip to the whole of KME, right? That would definitely spice up things after day number 1.
That will indeed be the case here. But ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 3 between Gen.G Esports and Astar Esports. Winner will take the series win, and losers will be one step away from that S group title here. So let's get it going.
Exactly. So neither of these teams will be eliminated after this game. It's just based on where they will be ranked within the ranking week. So really, these teams are looking to go for that Group S because that means a lot more. It means you are playoff secured, right? Whereas Group A, if you manage to scrape into Group A, you've then got to fight a whole nother week of players and teams who want to be that first spot, because only one team go through on Group A into those playoffs. So right now, Astar are looking to try and get their best foot through the door.
Exactly the case here, and off the start, we've already been seeing a lane swap being committed for the side of Gen.G Esports. It's a smart lane swap whereby you do not want the Marco Polo going head-to-head against this Long, so allowing the Marco Polo to go up against the Byron here is a very smart approach. But look at this potential counter gag here coming in from VO.
Yeah, Vio had to go and obviously rotate up towards the top side of the map. We talked about this when obviously Inua played the Princess Frost, as well as obviously we had Wawa onto the Byron as well. So he's just giving over aid there, making sure he's able to get that sort of like keep himself alive, use those frigid prisons just to keep them away from that takedown.
And you can see off the bat, so much resources have been committed for the side of Gen.G Esports to actually secure this top side win for Monto here. So Rock is across the gorge here, just allowing his team to properly extend that early game lead so far towards the laning phase.
Yeah, they just need to make sure they could provide that lead for Rock overall, because obviously, like I said, if Luna doesn't have a lead, it's kind of hard to kind of make it a big pick, right? Like, if you are just playing a Luna from behind, it's not the best hero to play from behind, and it's not the best hero when you don't have that Azure Gold as well.
I have to agree with you, and right now, this Luna will spike extremely hard once she hits that 4th minute mark here. So we have to see what Rock has in store for us, because this Rock, if he goes for that late game, you do not want to be facing yourself against Mirage Long. A flaming palm to your face, that might be, what, 75% of your health bar?
Yeah, something a lot close to that, right? That's definitely a lot of damage you don't want to be hitting into the late game, especially when it's sort of so detrimental that the Luna stays alive in order to obviously claim these neutral objectives.
Exactly the case here. But so far towards this early game, it's been very quiet. Both teams are playing exceptionally safe to reduce any form of first blood potentials here. But a 2v2 trade goes towards the mid lane here. Nothing goes too crazy as of this point.
Nothing crazy at this point. They're just trying to make sure they get into the heads of Gen.G, right? I mean, Astar were already down a point. Now they are up equalizing that 1-1 scoreboard. So they've got more to play for. They've got more wind in their sails at this point.
They indeed got more win right now, but the lane states are still flipped for both teams here. So both of the Clash laners, they are suffering quite hard, especially Wawa here, because Wawa, you do not have consistent sustain as opposed to Abdo having a shield from the ultimate, having the heal from the spell 1.
Yeah, exactly. A lot more sustainability for Abdo over Wawa. I mean, as Wawa gets into these team fights, he's going to have a lot more potential. Obviously, dive in the back line, but he's not really going to be wanting to go for the lockdown onto the Lung unless they can get any kind of CC onto him before he takes the Infinite Vastness.
We have to see on the side of Gen.G, so Wawa has to force out the Infinite Vastness here. Abdo has to try and catch onto Monto or Clue, but he still have Zugzwang with all these Unbridled Alpha's potential here, but that is a Winter is here being committed just before the Tyrant spawn here. As we see, more members are committing themselves towards this Tyrant.
Yeah, just looking to get that pressure into the bot side of the map so they can try and take this Tyrant a little bit easier, but it's going to be the side of Astar that gets that Tyrant thanks to Gen.G as well. Can they get it alive? I feel like that will be the consolation prize here for the side of Astar. It is Grok actually taking that Azure Golem and into the back line. It's going to be Wawa getting the takedown onto Mirage.
Wait, I call that Worth coming in from Gen.G Esports because Gen.G giving an extra buff towards Rock. I'd take it any day, and also Wawa forcing Flash, Infinite Vastness from a Lung. This Lung will be not so comfortable coming into the next 2 minutes of the game.
Exactly that, right? I mean, they're able to give up the Tyrant, but they're able to get that Azure Golem, so they're just kind of like objective trading at this point and prioritizing Rock onto the Luna. They need to make sure that Rock is going to be the carry in this one, right?
Oh, that's underneath sword being forced out. A perfectly placed Prison there forces out that spell here. Jingtian looks for an engage onto Monto here. Monto forces to burn the Purify and the Ultimate to escape.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot just to escape, right? It's like, do I just die? Do I go over the kill to the side of Astar? Or do I get it out with the Fever Barrage used defensively or use the Purify as well on top of that? And unfortunately, Monto maybe just panicked. Was like, you know what? I need to stay alive. Maybe we can get some comeback here within this 3v3 into the enemy jungle. Not quite.
Yeah, not quite as of now, but the goalie still falls in favor of Gen.G thanks to that first split that they got and thanks to that jungle invasion that they have found success in. But look at Zugzwang's position right now. He might look for a big Unbridled Outburst.
Oh yes, catches onto the Clue there. They're able to separate both Clue and Monto for this point of the 10th game, but Bio gets taken down now. Inuit tries to flash in, but it's going to be Yao having to use his skill, his ultimate to get back in time to just dodge the U1 skill. But now Abdo looking like he may be a little bit worse for wear. He's got against Clue, got him against Wawa. There's too much damage, and there it is. The Wave Breaker claims Abdo.
The Cavalry is here, and Wawa is here to save any form of losses here. Once again, Wawa and Rock, the two members to claw whatever deficit that they had. So, an Unbridled Outburst is casted by Zugzwang here. Catches on to Clue here, but Monto goes in for an aggressive 1-to-1 trade here, but Jingtian playing the ultimate so well, baiting out Inua's Flash ultimate here. But as of this point, all of the spells have been committed for the side of Astar Esports. Wawa and Rock just have to come in and claim what they have stored for.
Yeah, I mean, that was beautiful positioning there from GTM, right? Like, the fact that he was able to know where his ultimate was going to land and actually dodge the Hue 1, it seems like he was like, I know what I'm doing here. I'm rotating around. I know the positioning. I know the shape of her skills, and just completely skipped it. Because, I mean, if he weren't able to skip that and got hit, that would have been a harder team fight.
That would have been a harder team fight here. Inua will still be alive, but a Knight of Blood right almost goes through.
Yep, lands onto Clue once again. I mean, you don't want Udolia going up there. That's a lot of sustain already being lost by the side of Gen.G, potentially, but Clue's still alive by very little health. He's having to recall back to base.
Yeah, he has to lift himself back towards the base here, but it's still a very aggressive trade here coming in from both sides here. But if you look towards the gold graph here, 3,000 solid gold lead in favor of Gen.G Esports after this point. 2-level lead from Wawa against Abdo.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Up into the Clash lane as well. I mean, you kind of always foreshadow it within the jungle, right? Those like contestants of XP levels and who's ahead with the XP, but never into the clash lane, man. Wawa's playing this party very well, but I mean, this is kind of the same party that we saw in KWC, right?
Blue team
Exactly
has
the case.
destroyed a
Wawa's
tower.
Mayin, Wawa's Fatih was always up and available when times are desperate here. And look at Rock here, just having a field day, dashing around with New Moon.
Dashing right with New Moon, gets the Azure Golem, basically goes in, gets what he needs. There is going to be the unending Zoro there, so the sustainability coming through from the side of Gen.G
killing spree
is not going to be enough to keep him alive. Rock goes down, and we see that once again.
Got forced down, and Rock again.
got forced down.
Control stun provided by VO. VO throws Rock in place, force out the New Moon to be cancelled at that point here. So critical mistake here being forced by both teams here, but they do recover a bit in form of a 1-to-1 exchange.
They do indeed. I mean, Gen.G, they can take that one-to-one exchange, right? Because I mean, they're ahead by around about 4k gold overall, and getting to around about 10k minute, the 10-minute mark within this game number 3 between Astar and Gen.G. But right, they got to play these team fights a little bit more carefully, I feel. Like, the fact that Rock's getting caught out, the fact that Wawa, it feels like he's doing a lot of legwork within these team fights. I feel like somebody else needs to step up in these team fights. I feel like Monto definitely needs to land some of those fever barrages.
Monto definitely has to pick up some slack here, especially when your team composition does not scale as well compared to Mirage and Jinkin for the late game here. So another umbrella up goes through and hits the mark.
Oh yeah, hits on the mark. He leaps over the wall. He's not letting that pressure go up onto Clue, but there it is. Wawa into the back line. Can he get VO? He gets a takedown. It's going to be going over to Inua. They're looking for more. Oh god. We see Mirage. He gets hit with the double kill. Looking to keep him alive. It's going to be Inua just giving over that sustain, trying to get a little bit of that CC onto the side of Gen.G, onto Astar as they take the T2 to the top side of the map. They're looking to open up that mid lane. That was the in-out they needed for Gen.G.
Beautiful engagement coming in from Wawa. That was a 3-man immediate knockup there. If VO did not land that crucial Bridget person, that would have been an ace coming in from Gen.G Esports. But still, what a magnificent engagement coming in from Wawa here. As we see an unbridled outburst come through. Catches on the 2 members here, but thanks to boost of resistance, they get out alive. But look at Wawa here. 3-man knockup immediately forcing out the Infinite Bastards here and allowing Rock to solo dive the backline. Oh my god, almost steal.
Almost a steal. We're going to see that Rock gets that Tyrant, the Shadow Tyrant nonetheless as well. It's going to be the first Shadow objective onto the board. But honestly, the way they played the team fight there onto Astar was a little bit overzealous. They committed too much to the front line, which meant that Wawa had access to their back line, took down VO, took down Mirage as well. Looking to take down this T3 into the top side of the map, but it's not going to be stopped there by Jing Tian. He's trying to go in, put the pressure on, and gets the stop.
Gets the start, and that's also another tier 3 that's almost going down to the grave with Astar right now. We see Astar losing out an 8,000 gold deficit against Gen.G Esports. Gen.G, with the help of the Shadow Tyrant, they are looking to claim whatever's left out of this map.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely got to make sure they're just not getting too ahead of themselves, right? I mean, Gen.G, they're playing this one very well. You can see that Astar are taking these team fights, and they're actually doing something with it. I mean, they were able to get those 3 kills, especially towards the early part of the game, but they haven't done anything in terms of these side lanes, right? Or even the mid. Like, they're still got T1s alive at 11 minutes. That's something being wrongly done here by the side of Astar.
Overlord has been defeated.
Yeah, Shadow Overlord being secure for Gen.G means that they are looking to really tear down this base that is off the side of Astar. A landing sword gets forced out and he gets engaged on by Jing Tian. The flaming bomb almost collects a kill on Inua.
Oh, so close onto Inu there, but I mean, this is the mystic, the magic from Q1, right? Like, the fact is she's able to sustain herself, used it on ending Sorrow to just kind of bait out, like, crucial skills like Mirage onto this Lung. It's a great pick here for the side of Gen.G.
Blue team.
And Jingtian is also looking for all these angles to force out the unending Sorrow here. So he's picking up a lot of stack here coming in from Astar team composition, but the double unending Sorrow here, look, the first one goes through for a bit of a poke.
Oh, a bit of a poke, but we do get a poke from the unbridled outburst there for Zugzwang there, but it's not going to be enough to try and set up this team fight. He was looking pretty low as well as Monto at half health, but they do have the healing from Dolia. Just trying to usher in this Shadow Vanguard here, but it's not going to be enough. The damage comes through for the side of Astar.
That's the first round of spells here being committed for the side of Astar here. So right now, can they realistically defend this base from this overlord push?
Well, G.G goes into the back line, tries to do a lot of damage, but it's not actually being assisted there by anybody else. He's been fastest in top of that high ground turret, but it's going to be Wawa being traded for BO. Jingtian gets a takedown onto Inua, gets a takedown onto Clue. It's all down to Rock and Monto at this point.
9,000 gold lead already being cemented by now Gen.G Esports, even though they lost 3 members in that exchange, but they still pick up 2 crucial outer turrets on towards the top side right now. 2 of the high grounds have already been eliminated from the side of Astar. If we were to play according to the time, we might see another 20-minute game that will be proposed for the side of Gen.G Esports.
I mean, that's another 20-minute match, man. Can they last this long? I mean, they have obviously the advantage of not losing any of their turrets at this point in the game, right? So even if they were to get the Tempest, and even if Astar was able to get that first Tempest, it's going to be hard for them to run it all the way to the base unless they get a team ace. But we already see here that Zugzwang is trying to contest the Azure Golem as well, right? Like, they're getting the Tyrant, but it looks like Zugzwang's like, you know what? Let's get rid of that Azure.
Let's get rid of Azure, but no, what we're getting rid of? Mirage's health bar here. Look at the positioning here. There's no infinite fastest per se.
There's no infinite fastest, but there is the unbridled airburst. Can that be the stop in the brakes of Gen.G? Jingtian goes into the back line, tries to get back out, and does. Marco Polo Monto, he's trying to get the damage onto him, but gets the takedown as well. Jingtian, Zugzwang being traded for Clue. They need to get these minion waves pushed here for the side of Gen.G.
And there's no winter is here coming in for a side of VO. It is on cooldown here. So can they realistically defend this final tier 3 that they are holding so dear on top of the first? Winter's here has been propped up right before the minion wave spawn.
Into the back. Whoa, with that nice takedown onto Mirage. Sorry. This could be the opening that Gen.G need. We have minions into the bot side of the map. Minions into the mid. Abdo is the last standing bastion here for the side of Astar. But it looks like Gen.G are just trying to make sure they can get that minion wave through, and they do. It's going to be the ace, and Gen.G with the 2-1 victory.
We give a congratulations to Gen.G as they win today's series, but it was not an easy series at all. On towards the flip side, however, Astar actually put up a pretty decent performance to give Gen.G a decent challenge.
They did give him a decent challenge indeed, right? Like, that was definitely what they needed to do in this game number 3. I mean, it's our first game number 3 of the KME Fall. So really, Gen.G have to have been such a crucial game number 1, very clean. Then game number 2, they got, I have to say, manhandled by Astar thanks to their draft and the way that their teams played. But then number 3, they were able to maintain their T1s all the way to around about 12, 13-minute mark, which was really the standing, basically the support line here for Gen.G in order for them to have the confidence to go through and attack the crystal.
And I gotta say, Game 1 and Game 3 Gen.G is the same Gen.G. Game 2 Gen.G, however, I think there was a bit of like a overzealous in terms of wanting to invade the jungle, in terms of wanting to expand that goalie, but it just came back biting them extremely hard, and that is what caused them to lose out on that Game 2 series game. But, of course, losing out that Game 2 was maybe potentially a wake-up call for this Gen.G squad to pick up the pace and to really play properly for that Game 3 win.
they tried to play properly, right? And I mean, definitely at the behest of Wawa, right? I feel like Wawa is one of the standout players within that game number 3 that definitely dive into the back line there. The catching onto VO, the catching onto Mirage really opened up the enemy team of Astar. As we can see here, 3-1-11 KDA here for the side of Gen.G Wawa, and then 3-1-7 for Rock, and then even for Inua, right? Like, he was diving into the front line, using the Unending Sorrow, getting those hits with the CC, getting that 5-2-9 scoreboard.
I like the combination of the Unending Sorrow coming in from Yuhuan and the refresh coming in from Dolia. It just gives this Yuhuan double reset, allowing her to play aggressive or to double heal the team when the team is like extremely low here. But looking at the damage chart here, look at Jing Tian here. 124k damage on a Yao here. He is doing so much work to make his team relevant in this game. But sadly to say, it is all red as Gen.G rides that momentum towards this game number 3.
Yeah, they may not be the greatest red, but their gold lead was definitely one of the greatest reds, as you saw there onto the draft, onto the graft of Gen.G. But honestly, like you said there, Jing Tian on the Yao, he's probably the player that has the most like unconventional picks into the jungle, right? Like, not unconventional, but like least popular picks.
He was either getting 3-man knockups, 4-man knockups, crucial engages. He was everywhere on top of the gorge.
Oh, absolutely. He was always into the back line, catching off BO, catching off Mirage. Really the setting up great team fights here for the side of Gen.G, because Rock, yes, he was able to kind of like collapse and do what he needed to do in terms of obviously contest the enemy jungle and get a lot of those kind of objectives in that manner. But really into the team fights, there was no real kind of like, wow, Rock moment, you know?
Yeah, there wasn't really much of a Rock mode, because even for the side of Astar, they were like, oh, look at Rock, look at Rock, look at Rock. And they kind of forget about the presence of Wawa here. Just take this example per se. Look, everyone was like so focused, where's Wawa? Where's Rock? And immediately, Wawa goes in for that flash 3-man engage on that spell 1, and that is when Rock comes in to pick up whatever is left.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I liked about that team fight, right? Like, Gen.G knew that Astar overcommitted too much that front line. I mean, Zhangfei left open that back line. Wawa was like, boy, you literally just gave me the golden ticket into your back line. And he made sure with it. Once again there, we saw that Zug Zwang actually made use of his errors from that last team fight. He used the Unbridled Outburst to try and cut off Wawa into that team, but it was still just wasn't enough. Even with him for the fastness there, we saw the takedown of all of Astar, even Abdo towards the end.
Yeah, it was just a bit of a sad case here coming in for side of Astar Esports. Valiant effort, but it was not enough to topple our KME Springs runner-up, which is Gen.G Esports here. But that is the 3rd series of today here, Vlad. We have another one coming right up, and that will also be a banger of a showdown here. We have Nongshim RedForce going up against none other than the crazy Raccoons that were pretty crazy coming into game number 1 of the series.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They had a crazy series against CMF, but now they've got to go up against, obviously, they went against the last place of spring season, but now they've got to go up against the defending champions of the spring season, KME, right? So now that's going to be a little bit of a different scale, right? Like, they've got to really alter how they play against Nongshim, because Nongshim, they look like they're a little bit worse for wear against RA, especially in that game number 1, right?
Exactly the case here. So we have to be wondering here. So Nongshim had one of the longest games today, which is about 25 minutes. So they'll definitely need a break, just like us. We need a break as well. So we'll catch you right after this short break.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Blood, sweat, and tears.
Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, starts in light. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Kings Major East Fall 2025. I am Bulem, and with me is Sagi, as we are going to be going through our last series of the day, which is with none other than Nongshim, RedForce, and Crazy Raccoons, two teams we've already seen play today.
Exactly, and both of them have had a clean 2-0 against their opponents here. So, coming into the final series of today, one could wonder, whose form is much better? Will it still be Nongshim RedForce dominating the entire KME, or will this new Crazy Raccoon roster give up a bit of a challenge for our KME Kings?
Like I said, I mean, they obviously, for the side of Crazy Raccoons, they played the last place team of the spring season, and now they're going to be playing their first place, the defending champions, that is Nongshim RedForce, in this next best of 3. So really, they've got to make sure that they're obviously adapting their playstyle. They can't make sure they underestimate Nongshim by any means.
The gap is very huge. You go from fighting the last place of KME Spring all the way to fighting the first place of KME Spring in like what, 4 hours time? So for Crazy Raccoon, I think the goal is to prove themselves that with this new and improved roster, they can make it as far or further compared to what they had, which is a 6th place finish back in spring.
Oh, exactly that, right. I mean, there's some teams that we haven't seen play just yet within the KME that will obviously debut tomorrow as well. But for today, obviously, Crazy Raccoons, they definitely surprised us against CMF, right? Like, they were able to play very well with this new roster that's all been formulated around Kai, their star player of the Clash lane. But we now seeing Kai go up against Gen.G. Obviously, he had some rival backline engages in that match against RA Esports. So really, that's what I'm going to be looking out for, that 1v1 matchup with that Clash lane.
But will it be much of like a tiring reoccurrence coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce? Because they had a 25 minutes, 10 seconds game, the longest game of today or potentially the entire KME going forward. Do you think that it will affect their mental capacity? Because that was a very, very long game.
I mean, this is the thing that I love about Nongshim, right? They look to adapt within the series. So honestly, I feel like it's not going to upset the flow too much for Nongshim because they always adapt on the spot. But honestly, we'll have to wait and see if Crazy Raccoons is going to be savage enough, like a pack of raccoons, to overtake down Nongshim.
That will be a fantastic scene to behold because Crazy Raccoons, I think they have one job. Is to be so crazy that Nongshim RedForce cannot handle that craziness that is being brought onto the table by these bunch of raccoons here. But that is just talking a bunch on paper. We still need to see how realistically these two teams perform when it matters here. It all starts from the pick and ban phase. Then we go see the early game rotations, who gets all the neutral resources, who fights better in that 3v3. So we will see that in just a short moment.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're still yet to see Haku on the likes of the Organ, right? Like, that's one of his kind of like prized pony picks within Honor of Kings. But Nongshim aren't one of those like teams that really rely on one-trick players, right? Like, this is a team that has such an extensive kind of hero pool that they can basically go to a best of 7 and only start to show like cracks in their armor, right? Like, they can go all the way to an ultimate battle. But speaking of Nongshim, we're going to introduce them once more time for today. So let's look at Nongshim RedForce.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And here's Nongshim RedForce, once again represented by Gen.G, Haku, Illusion, Siri, and Faye, their team captain of this greatest red. And here they are once more on the stage, looking to battle out for the last time for today, going up against none other than Crazy Raccoon.
It will definitely be in terms of a surprise here coming into this final series of today. Mental fatigue is true and physical fatigue is also true. So we will have to see whether these two teams have enough time to actually arrange themselves. But let's check out their opponents, the Crazy Raccoons on the opposite team.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And this is your CR Nation, Crazy Raccoon, represented by Kai, in towards the Clash lane, Kong and Cliche, running up in the jungle and mid, and rounding up the team composition, we have Nano, Hannah, and Nya in towards the farm and roam. This is your Crazy Raccoon squad.
They are Crazy Raccoons, but they don't know. I mean, I may be uncultured here, but I don't remember raccoons going, Nya.
I don't think that's what they sound like, but Maybe we can fact check it later with the production on how they actually sound like, but that is for another day. We find out when we go towards the backstage. But right now, these two teams, they are our final day-ending series here. We have a head-to-head between Kai and Kyung-Nai. Stats were from the KME Spring, and they are seemingly tied in terms of almost every sector, with just Kyung-Nai coming out on top with a bit of a number on every edge.
I was cheering on for the similes there. I thought he was going to do there, Sagi. I forgot what you said, but I was like, the next word needs to be similar. They're so similar. They're very, very similar in terms of this head-to-head, other than their damage per second. But no, this is definitely going to be one of those frightful head-to-heads. But I mean, as I was looking at the player introductions as well, I was remembering, I was like, Kong was such a master in that last series we saw. So I not only want to see Kai going up against Kyung-Nai, but I also want to see Kong going up against Haku as well.
That will be an interesting setup, especially those two players that you just mentioned. They are all on the top jungle-centric playstyle, right? So Kyung-Nai and also Kai, they will be the key difference makers here. That's why we coin Clash laners as the clutch potentials. And junglers are the consistent factors here, especially Haku versus Kong, that they have this amazing performance that we've seen so far in their own series today.
Yeah, I mean, they both obviously played a series already. I feel like Nongshim had a little bit more of a challenge against RA Esports. Obviously, both of these teams in the spring season were both in the Group S, whereas obviously Crazy Raccoons, they weren't able to actually get any further than the 6th place spot within spring season. So really, they have a lot to be trying to prove to themselves, right? And I feel like this new roster, they are down to prove everything to the side of the KME.
The KME always features strong teams here, but the strongest one stands before the Crazy Raccoons here. Can Crazy Raccoons, on day number 1 of the KME debut, potentially beat out Nongshim RedForce? Because Nongshim did not have the best of the best KWC performances, so they are packing a bit of an anger and frustration here coming into the KME Fall.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we were alluding to in the introduction, right? Like, obviously, these are the defending champions, Nongshim RedForce, but after their Season 3 Invitational, obviously we saw them pretty much creme de la creme form being into that top 4 spot, but then we saw them play up against the in the KME. They were definitely rising to the top, undefeated within the ranking week, which is what some of these teams in the fall season really want to try and kind of like cut that off straight away, right? Like, they want to be like, hey, we dethrone Nongshim being the undefeated team within the ranking week within the fall season. But then also, like you were saying, they're bearing the burden of the KWC underperformance. But to be honest, to Nongshim's point is the fact that they had such a hard group as well.
Hard group, but they are the kings of the Major East here, so they definitely have to push further, especially when stakes are getting even higher as we move towards KIC 2025. That's going to be happening in the Philippines. So for Nongshim, first step that we mentioned back in today's morning broadcast is to secure that slot to KIC first as the kings of KME. Then they will have to formulate themselves to be this globally potential that can contest for the KIC championship spot.
Exactly. I mean, Crazy Raccoons have got a long way to go, but I feel like after what we've already seen already, yes, obviously they did play against CMF, which is arguably they were the only team lower than them in the spring season. They've definitely got obviously a mountain to climb here, but they are fighting against the peak, right? The peak that is Nongshim RedForce. But I'm really looking to see how they can enrich their experience onto the Gorge against Nongshim, because if they don't win, they've got to be learning, right?
Yeah, what way of learning than to learn from the best of their own region here. So Crazy Raccoon, I hope they pull off something crazy like what we saw Astar did against GenG. That will be very amusing, and it will shake up the entire structure of how KME is back from spring and coming to summer here. So all these strong teams, if they want to have a better placement going to Group S, they better be respecting their opponents and not drop games like what we saw just now from GenG.
Yeah, they don't want to be dropping games. Obviously, GenG, we just saw drop a game against Astar. But going into that one, like we were saying, Astar's team is a little bit more like a ragtag of a team within the MENA region. But they're proving themselves time and time again, right? Like, obviously, Jing Tian, probably the more unpopular picks within the hero pool, like the likes of the Yang, which didn't work out in game number 1, but the Masashi, as well as the Yao as well, they really kind of start to build up a character, or at least some kind of development for this player in general, right? Like, this is just like an import jungler that we only know has attained 350 stars within their rank matches. So other than that, we don't know what their peak rank is. We don't know if they played with a team prior. So they're really like a dark horse within this competition and one to watch out for.
Yeah, limited information, but so far in that debut game, he has shown pretty interesting picks, like you mentioned, the Yao, the Yangjin, Tank Musashi build, and so far, he is one of the key performing members coming in from Astar Esports here. So, coming into this series between Crazy Raccoon and also Nongshim RedForce, I want to see more action coming into the Clash lane here, because out of this entire day, I feel like the Clash lane has been the eye candy here, making the big plays, making the big engages, being the lifesaver of their team.
Oh, that's a huge valid point there, to be honest. I mean, you've had the likes of Abdo, you've had the likes of Wawa, you've had Kyung9, and you've even had Kai as well, right? Like, so many Clash laners that have just been playing so well today. So I feel like this one's going to be no different, right? Like, neither of these Clash laners are really, if they are going to take that 2v1 up to the top side, you can imagine that Crazy Raccoon are going to emulate that and react that fast. So I feel like this is probably the test here for Crazy Raccoon, right? Is how well can they react to a Nongshim RedForce? Because Nongshim RedForce can react to anything on the spot, and that's why I love them as a team, right? They're just so impulsive within their reactions.
The beauty about Nongshim RedForce, yes, like what you mentioned, and also calm, collected, and they scale during large games like BO5 and BO7s. They keep getting stronger and stronger as they study their opponents. They have this calmness in their eyes where they're also well aligned in what they need to do. Yes, they might not be the most mechanically high-tier team out in the global world, but when it comes down to mental fortitude and macros gameplay of how disciplined they are, I gotta give it to Nongshim RedForce. They are one of the most macroly clean teams out there.
Oh, very disciplined as well. But I mean, you were saying that they've got a calm look in their eyes. I mean, Faye was asleep there, so Iwasaki's got some hidden super ability of X-ray vision that he can see through to the eyelids of Faye. But hey, that's for him to tell us in his own time, right? We're here for you. We can talk about that, okay? But yeah, they are definitely one of the more disciplined teams when it comes to macro at Nongshim RedForce, and definitely disciplined when it comes to learning on the spot, right?
Yeah, learning on the spot. That's why we always tell, like, hey, why does Nongshim Games always push it to a best of 7 when we saw them back in the HOK S3 Invitationals in this early about March or February, right? That's because they're composed, they learn throughout the game, and they have a decent hero pool that allows them to go for that game number 7 here. Yes, in the end, they fell short against Nova Esports in a 3-4 fashion. They fell short in HOK KWC, but we always believe in growth. That's why teams like Twisted Mind, teams like OG, even though they didn't perform the best back in the earlier days, look where they come so far, and that is the beauty of HOK and Global Ban Pick.
Oh, absolutely. It's definitely like a fork in the road, but it's also kind of like the learner. It's the master where you can learn from, right? Like, you can't just be one-trick players. You can't just constantly hope to lock in a Marco Polo, look to lock in an Augur, and you have to be able to play something a little bit more meaningful. You have to be a master of more than one pick, right? Like, and if you're not a master of more than one pick, that's where you've really got to rely on to your teammates, right? Like, hey guys, I'm gonna pick around you, not kind of just like, oh, you know, Ali's available, I'm taking it, and then having a terrible match sort of thing. So that's kind of like the gift and the curse of the Global Ban Pick.
Global Ban Pick is one of the most interesting formats that we've seen so far. It tests your hero pool. You cannot go through the same composition until game number 7. It allows coaches to play a key part in the game as well. So players have to train for those specific heroes and have sufficient pool of heroes, maybe like 7 to 10 of the role of the heroes. And also coaches have to make sure that when you go down to game 5, game 6, there's still enough heroes to make a comp that's so reasonable here. But that's Global Ban Pick. Right now, we have the pick and bans between Nongshim RedForce on the blue side and also Crazy Raccoons representing the red side.
Yep, I mean, speaking of hero pools, we are going to be starting to see what kind of heroes are going to be drafted from the pools of these two teams onto the Gorge. But typical first ban phase heroes, Luna, Dharma, the Ali, as well as the Mai Shiranui. So really, are we looking at going for a Q1, which has had such great priority in this day number 1 of KME?
That's indeed the case here. Most of these teams are prioritizing Yu Huan as a flex pick here, allowing her to pair up the Dolian, allowing her to go towards the roamer role, and also, if needed, she can go towards the jungle role as well. For the side of Crazy Raccoons, they go for a very standard approach here, picking up the Lo and Zhang Fei to round up their first 2 picks.
Ooh, I mean, that's definitely one of the benefits of being on the red side, right? If you're not too sure how to sort of like counter a flex pick, and there's nothing you really want to go for, you go for lock it into that bot side of the map, right? Especially when it's like Naya and Nanohana as well. Nanohana played very well within that last game against CFF. But Nongshim answering back here with the pay and the Byron. I mean, this is now making sure that Q1 is slowly but surely navigating down to Faye, right?
I do think so as well. If you have the Yu Huan and Byron and Pei, you advocate one thing: extreme strong early game here that will be set up by top and jungle side for the side of Nongshim RedForce here. But what's a good counter towards the Pei here? It will be the Ukyo Tachibana being picked up on the side of CR's Kong.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is definitely the first one to come out of the KME with all the other leagues that's going on right now. Obviously, the PKL, the IKL, and now we've obviously just had the fresh MKL come back up. Yukio's actually been locked in quite frequently when that pay comes through, right? Like, this is definitely a hero that's hard to navigate, but is a great counter against the pay.
Yeah, when the Pei pounces onto you, you have a close range stun, and you can always leap away with your spell 1 double mobility here. So, Ukyo Tachibana, he revolves around short range bursts, and Pei revolves around jumping onto you. So that seems to be a counter of his sort here if it forces Pei to always stay in human form.
Exactly, right? I mean, the other good thing about Ukyo as well is obviously he has the HP regen, the sustainability from his own kind of kit, so he's not really relying on the hopes that you lock in something like the Huan or something like a Sekiro or anything like that. You kind of just self-sustaining yourself. But Crazy Raccoons here potentially going for a little bit more burst damage. So obviously the potential lockdown, obviously the Zhangfei, but then also pairing that up with the Ganamokable Blades. This could be scary for the side of Nongshim if they're not able to climb on top of the backline.
Ooh, Xiao Qiao and Hou Yi being covered for some Nongshim here. Is that really what they want to go for? Okay, so I get the idea because right now, on the side of Crazy Raccoon, you have the Long, you have some squishy heroes like the Gun and Mo. So once Hou Yi is locked in, it provides the counter in terms of the tank Arcana build to fight against the Long in laning phase, and also the Burning Sun arrow will land onto these squishy targets and allow Xiao Qiao and Pei to actually nuke them down before any follow-up comes through.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be heavily reliant here, obviously, Huan on Faye to try and get that intel to find out where the Ganamo is. Because really, if we're looking at that Burning Sun arrow, what hero to the side of Crazy Raccoons is that going to be the best at optimal taking down, right? And you're looking at the likes of the Ganamo. If you're not, you're kind of hoping that you can hit maybe the Yukio so that you kind of like, you know that Pei's going to be fine, right? Like if you hit a Burning Sun arrow from quite a distance, that's going to lock down that Yukio and just make sure the pain from Pei and Byron comes through thick and heavy.
Yeah, exactly. The moment the Burning Sun arrow hits, you're going to be in a treat for immediate bounce house here. But I'm liking the Guan Yu pickup here coming in from CR here because, yes, you have all these spells here coming in from Xiao Qiao and Hou Yi to set you up for success. But what do they do bad at? It's the mobility department here, and Guan Yu, his soaring green jade allows him to cleanse off crowd control. So if he gets hit by the Burning Sun arrow, he gets to cleanse it off almost immediately like a purify.
Exactly right. Like that's definitely what they're going to be looking for here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Going up against such sort of like CC heavy kind of comps here for the Nongshim RedForce on the Hou Yi. But this is the draft of game number 1, right? I mean, we've been seeing sort of like teams compose weaker drafts and then stronger drafts for all of this day number 1, but this one, I'm pretty much, I mean, I'm known for this. Hola hates me for this, but I'm sat on the fence between these two. I'm not too sure who I'm favoring right now because obviously the Xiao Qiao being locked in with the likes of the Huan, that's a double AoE of area of effect for both ultimates, right? Like you're not only getting the stun, but you're also laying down the damage.
You're also laying down the damage here, but that's why we're so stuck in between because I love the fact that Crazy Raccoons with their red side last pick, they lock in the Guan Yu here to lock down all these squishy picks here. Even though the Pei has so much mobility, if he gets caught out by the Rizzo cavalry, he is in for a treat towards the mouths of Crazy Raccoons.
Oh, you can see here again, Naya is going for the Prison Sprite. I mean, this seems to be the only player, as well as obviously somebody else within the KME. The support players going for this Prison Sprite here. I mean, it kind of makes sense, especially with like dive-heavy heroes like the Byron and the Pei. If you lock them down into the Prison Sprite, it's going to be harder for them to try and like get out of that fight. They've got to try and commit.
Especially Byron, right? Once Byron goes in for that Storm Strike and he gets locked down by that Prison Sprite, I don't think he gets to go out that frequently. Usually you want to see Prison Sprite with the flash here, but a repeat of what happened in game number 1 is like this once again. Kyo9 gets cheesed by the Kai and Kong combo.
I mean, we were looking forward to this, like, head-to-head up into the clash lane. Was like, oh, man, Kai's gonna have a bit of an issue on his hand. But then, like, out of nowhere, it's like Kong and Kai are like, you know what, bro? Let's go and take down Kyung9. And that's exactly what they did. I mean, we saw teams try this already within day number 1, going up against Nongshim, which, more specifically, R8, and failed that early 2v1 into the top side of the map, right?
But you know who came out successful? It was Crazy Raccoon against CMF Esports. So they bring it once again towards the table and they punish Kyo9 with a successful gank. So that puts Crazy Raccoons on top of the table already with that first blood, but gold seems to be stagnant between these two teams.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, in terms of obviously like jungle clear and obviously be able to sort of like traverse the gorge, I believe that Haku probably has the advantage there. I mean, Yukio is still a very sort of like mobile, very fast wave clearing jungler, right? Like onto the Yukio, but I feel like I always give it up to Pei. Pei always finds a way to just basically be 0 to 90 in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, 0 to 90 in 2 seconds, gets to pounce across the gorge, has so much mobility to traverse around the gorge like you mentioned here, but look at Kong and Nya here. They want to catch this Haku that is going around for this wild boar, but Haku spots him out. Wow, good.
He was like, I don't know where they are. Their jungle's basically empty, so they've got to be somewhere in my jungle. So I'm going to check that brush to the back of my Crimson Golem, which I feel like is just a really good call here. Illusion does pop the ultimate to try and get this minion wave wiped out, but also try to get the lockdown onto Kong on the Yukio, but wasn't quite successful enough. We do obviously have Nanahana here, potentially getting locked down. He does get the ability on arrow, but even the Bastards does get punished out here by the side of Nongshim. It's pre-4 minutes, so that turret's not going to go down that easy.
But still, that is an Infinite Vastus being forced out here, and also missing out. Some of these crucial minions here will damage Nanohana on towards this insanely important late game potential here. But look at Kai here. He's looking for a flank on towards Illusion here. Will Illusion get caught out? Nope, that's not the answer here, as he backs off safely towards the turret.
Yeah, I mean, we got ahead of ourselves. Obviously, Crazy Raccoon be able to get that 2v1 into the top side onto Nongshim, but RA Esports also had a decent early game against Nongshim, but then soon got punished for it. So really, that's what I'm kind of like hoping for, right? Is like maybe around about 8 to 10 minutes, we'll start to see that Crazy Raccoon actually had improvement over RA Esports compared to just like having just that early flutter, that kind of like supernova of an early game and then crashing out towards the end.
That will be what they have to answer later on in that 4th minute mark, right? Because they have so much enablers here. You have the Rizzo Cavalry coming in from the Guan Yu here, but Faye might be caught out here as he might have to burn the Unending Sorrow here. That is a key cooldown prior to this 4-minute Tyrant.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 20 seconds onto the board. They're really trying to exhaust as many ultimates as possible here. Kai, he's just driving. He's Sunday driving, getting out of there, going in jungle now. Forcing the flash from Illusion to keep himself alive is, again, another common skill, another bit of resource here for the side of Nongshim. They don't really want to flash out or burn out before this neutral objective.
And Haku is insanely low. I don't think Haku or Nongshim can actually contest for this Tyrant here. This Tyrant does seem to be going really towards Crazy Raccoon. As you see, a brighter Bumpus goes through.
Yeah, Bright Light Burst goes through just to try to clear away Haku from that Crimson Golem. The Burning Sun Arrow does land onto Naya, but he's now Beast Mode. He's not going to be easy to take down.
Not easy to take down. Lots of shield on towards the Zanbei. Key cooldowns being expended here, but it gives Haku a bit of a hard attack here, knowing for the fact that there was a potential engage landing onto this Pei.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He wanted to get out of there. He didn't want to kind of fall at this point in the game, right? Because, I mean, we always know that Pei is kind of just like, as soon as he gets to the 10-minute mark, he starts to fall off. If you're not finishing the game a little bit after that 10-minute mark, then that's where things start to become a bit of an issue for you, especially when you're going up against heroes like the Lung, right? Something that's hard to catch out, something that's hard to kind of get a gain on top on, like the Zhang Fei. So they've really got to be careful here, but Kyung9 just trying his best here. Haku hiding into the bush. He may get the catch out here on the Kai, but he has managed to slow him down for now. Haku was put in his place by Kong.
And Kong here getting all the assistance that he needs from Kai and Cliche. Coming into the cavalry here to defend this jungler from any form of collapse that is being done by Nongshim and RedForce here. So, based on the map state right now, both teams are matching neck to neck in terms of this mid game as they look to contest for more lead.
Yeah, I mean, we see here that obviously Kong's kind of just expanded himself top side of the map because they don't want to lose any kind of pressure, right? Like, that's how Nongshim get into your head. As soon as they get that T1 to either one of these side lanes, that's when they know they're on top of you, and then that's how they just keep taking on. And there we go. Siri gets a kill onto Nanahara once again. The burdens on arrow from a close distance is enough to give you enough time to basically burst down a Lung.
And Nanohana didn't have enough reaction time to actually react to that close range Burning Sun arrow right now. And losing out a member here, Haku might be in danger.
Yeah, Naya with a nice and bright light burst. Maybe get to isolate Haku, but Faye's going to be behind him, giving me the support beam that he is, right? Keep himself alive and keep making sure that Haku does not fall here. But that pressure has been put into both of these side lanes. Once again, the teleport come through. There is a T1 down to the bot side. Can Kai use his motorcycle to get in time to wipe out that minion wave into the clash lane?
It seems to be the case here as we wipe out the minions. And right now we're looking at a stalemate so far. This is one of the most quiet or peaceful games we have, but in terms of kills only, it's peaceful, but the trading and movement across the map is very aggressive coming in from both of these two teams.
Oh, absolutely, super aggressive. I mean, you've got a Pei on the side of Nongshim, right? You've got a Guan Yu on the side of Crazy Raccoons. These are two heroes that should not be sitting in the lane, but also who should not be sitting in the lane and uncontested is Siri here, because he's putting that pressure on down to the bot side, and that's going to basically what they did to R8, right? Like, Nongshim always like to create this early game pressure by taking these T2s, taking these T1s, and then by the end of it, by the latter parts of the game, it's hard to come back from.
And look at that Soaring Green Jade that's being expended for the side of Kai. And just casually blocking that Burning Sun arrow, allowing his team to get that tier 1 turret towards the mid lane here. Very big win coming in for the side of Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, but I mean, this is what the comeback they needed, right? Obviously, they allowed their bot side and top side to fall. The only consolation they could do is get that mid lane. And obviously, that's a crucial one to open up for, because, I mean, now Yukio and Kong here has a lot more means to gank onto the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, more places to flank, more avenues to actually enter the backline here. But Faye goes in for the flash engage, but does not find any form of follow-up here coming in from Nongshim RedForce.
He doesn't expand the unending sorrow either, so he still has his ultimate within his grasp, right? So definitely, obviously expanded the flash, but didn't get rid of that ultimate. So it's basically a little bit of a one step forward, two step backs in that case.
Wow. So far, 8 minutes towards the game here. This is one of the most neck-and-neck games that we have between Nongshim RedForce and another team. And right now, we see Crazy Raccoons control more of these neutral objectives, being the Tyrant, being the jungle camps, and Kai is just casually knocking towards this bottom tier 1 tower.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely just putting the pressure on, right? You can see here, though, that Nongshim are just more focused at trying to get more pressure to that top side of the map, whilst they're kind of allowing TR, if we want to use that word, allowing them to get these neutral objectives, because their gold is such neck and neck. So really, the only advantage they can have is by taking that Tyrant and getting that extra damage.
And Faye here has no unending sorrow, has no flash here, as we see Kai look for a big engage on the Kyung9, but is disengaged almost immediately.
Yeah, disengage. They don't have the mini wave to kind of engage at this point. They don't have the privilege right now, but there may be now that all the side of CR at top side of the map here. You got Infinite Bastards being burnt down. They can potentially get the T1 here as well. Guan Yu taking the hit on the chin there from the Burning Sun arrow. It means that the side of Nongshim didn't have any kind of follow-up.
But still, Crazy Raccoons are playing so crazily on top of the macro game, matching head-to-head against Nongshim RedForce. And right now, we're looking at a tower advantage over to the side of Crazy Raccoons, just short of 10 minutes before the Shadow objective spawn.
It's more than what any other team could say about Nongshim that they've done right now. within the KME, right? Like Crazy Raccoons in day number 1 are definitely putting up a fight here to Nongshim, and Nongshim are just trying to react. They're trying to make sure, like, okay, guys, what is our means to get around these Raccoons?
What is the means will be answered just shortly, as this burning sun arrow does not find its mark here. 10 seconds onto the Shadow Tyrant as we see the positionings from both of these two teams heavily towards this important objective.
The Overlord
Yeah, the Tyrant now up as Shadow variants as well, so this could be a big team fight for both of Crazy Raccoons and Nongshim RedForce. Oh, okay, the Bright Light Burst didn't catch into anybody there. Obviously forced the flash of Siri onto the Hoagie, so he's now susceptible to ganks. That couple blades just shaved Faye there. They've got to be careful. Young Knight, Haku on the sideline here. The Tyrant's looking pretty low. It looks like he's going to go over to the side of Nongshim RedForce. They have that extra bit of damage now. This could be everything for the taking as they are down 4 to 5 on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
The Crazy Raccoon successfully beat out the HP bar coming in from Haku and Illusion, forcing out their recall here. Thanks to the damage coming in from Kong and Nanohana, they successfully take a return compensation on towards the Shadow Overlord, at least making it a 60-40 sort of trade while losing the end.
Yeah, whilst losing the I mean, they're able to get obviously that Shadow Overlord, which is, like he said there, Sagi, was a little bit of a consideration prize for the side of Crazy Raccoons. This is now, are they going to choose to put the Shadow Vanguard down into a lane and take the fight? Or Nongshim's going to be a bit too wary about that, right? They were able to get that kind of victory over them in that last team fight. They're going to stop Young Nine, so really, they've baited that Shadow Fire in.
Look at Kong. Look at Kong, he found the perfect fight onto Siri. Siri gets taken down!
Siri does get taken down with Illusion as well, but they are turning this one with Kong, who gets a kill onto Kong as well as Cliche. Can they get some more? Siri, obviously the most amount of damage is going to be taken off the board here. Kai looking pretty slow and pretty low in the hell. Haku waiting in the wings there, tries to get the dive onto the Nanohana and gets taken down. That could potentially be a team ace.
Seems to be an ace coming on towards the side of Nongshim RedForce, even though they lost Siri and Illusion starting off the team fight. Kyung9 and Haku also, with the help of Faye, they utilize the buff coming in from Shadow Tyrant and they win big in that team fight.
They won huge, right? I mean, the fact that they're able to get Illusion and Siri taken off, I mean, that could have been a much quicker team fight and a much more of a damaging team fight in terms of their positioning on the Gorge right now. Crazy Raccoons, that is, I'm speaking of. But they're able to take out Illusion, able to take out Siri, really try to mitigate that damage overall.
I gotta say, you have to check the replay here. Even though Kong destroyed Siri here, Kyung9 was the one who flashed in-game hit on the Cliche, allowing Haku to realistically find the backline assassination of all these members. As of this point, the entire battlefield is being controlled by Kyung9, Haku, and Faye. Nanohana does not have enough damage as he jumps back to life. Another Unbridled Alphas goes through, but it's just a trade of ultimates here.
Trade of ultimates between the Zhongfei as well as the Hue one at this part of the game. But I do have to say, obviously, you made a good call there, obviously. I feel like if Kyung9 didn't go for Cliche in that team fight, he would have had the distance, he would have had the couple blades, he'd be able to do so much burst damage towards Nongshim if that wasn't contested.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because we were wondering, like, hey, removing Siri and Illusion wasn't enough to win the team fight, but Kyung9 and Haku and Faye was just so consistent in these upcoming skirmishes, allowing them to not just save the day, but to also ace their opponent, giving them that 2,000 gold lead towards this 13-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, for a team like Crazy Raccoons to actually only be suffering around about a 2k gold lead at this point against a team like Nongshim, I feel like this is already kind of like the improvement that we wanted to see from the spring season Crazy Raccoons, right?
Exactly the case here. So far, they have been neck to neck in terms of exchange, in terms of map movements here. But we gotta see, are they daring enough to challenge the Nongshim RedForce, the Greatest Red, at this 6, 5, 4 seconds objective of the Shadow Tyrant?
Yeah, they gotta be careful, right? I mean, we did see obviously the slow being used there by Nia to try and just get the lockdown on the enemy team, already being committed pretty early, but it's gonna be faded to the backline that gets the kill onto Cliche, which is a bit of a cliche right now. Room for a mid, that is crazy. We're looking for a little bit more here. Kai trying to shove, push around, Siri trying to get him into the enemy team. They get the kill onto Siri, onto Illusion. Once again, can they get Haku? Haku goes down. Kong is still alive, but can they get the takedown here? Kyung9 looking to put the pressure on, looking to drive them away from that Tyrant. He's able to get out, and they take down Faye as well. This is Crazy Raccoon coming back from that team ace.
I gotta say, Kai was insane. Nia let down a prison sprite on towards the bottom right side. He pushed 3 members of the Nongshim RedForce team towards that prison sprite, locking 3 members for about 5-6 seconds. Insane gameplay coming in from Kai. So damn clutcher and calm. My oh my, kiting Faye out of existence.
Oh, such a good team fight here from the side of Crazy Raccoon. I'm going to see it again, right? That thing that we heard Sagi say moments ago, putting down the prison sprite, and then Kai pushing them into it. There we go. We see it drop there between the Jurgle, between the Tyrant. There we go. They get pushed in, they get slowed, they get immobilized. They can't even use Flash if they really wanted to. So Illusion, he lost to get a gel card there because of that play by Kai, by Naya.
That was a nasty combination coming in from Kai, and yeah, I gotta say, look at Kai though, he's looking for all these angles here. He wants to look for more plays here as Burning Sun Arrow does go wide.
Yeah, I feel like that would have been the execution trigger there. If that Burning Sun Arrow landed onto the one other side of Crazy Raccoons, they would have dived in.
They would have dived in. You will see immediately Illusion pop the ultimate and flash in with the Splendor here, but right now, both teams get to take a breather here as all of these outer turrets on the side of Nongshim RedForce is starting to get slowly removed from the map here, and Crazy Raccoon getting more control on these shadow objectives compared to what we expected.
A lot of control and a lot of preemptive joy from the side of Crazy Raccoon, right? Like, indeed, this could be the team that stops the undefeated streak of Nongshim RedForce and the KME ranking week this time around. They put the pressure into the top side. They've got the Shadow Overlord. They still have their mid T1. They still have a lot of cards on the deck, on the table, in the favor of Crazy Raccoons. But Young9 getting phase checked there by Nia. That's the kind of person you want to be phase checking with, is that Zhongfei.
But they do have to give away that Crimson Golden Force and the Crazy Raccoons. As Crazy Raccoons, they have the Shadow Overlord. They can cast it any way they want to really secure that lane's priority here. Overlord Vanguards are attacking the map as of this point. Shadow Vanguard as well has been casted towards the bottom side of the map. This is Crazy Raccoons' time to formulate that push to get a bigger lead towards this game.
Yeah, trying to formulate obviously the lead into the mid lane. They wipe out the minions there. They know that Haku is down to the bot side of the map here. Kong tried to get a little bit of poke there with his skill, but it means they're going to get the takedown of that T2 because of the damage reduction that is done to the turret. You do more damage, you take less damage if you're in that lane. But right now, it's all about how they're going to set up this team fight now. Will we get the Umbrella Levers? Kicks onto 3. We have Young9 into the backline, gets a take onto Cliche. But can they get any more? Haku looking pretty low. Kai gets the shove, gets the Razor Cavalry onto the side of Nongshim RedForce, but it's going to be Nanahara. It's going to be Kai that gets taken down in the end. What a defense by Nongshim RedForce.
It all started with that one Burning Sun Arrow landing onto Cliche, executing him off the map, and Nanohana, he's no longer on the map. He got sent up to the sky by Illusion here. Let's check out the replay here as we see the Burning Sun Arrow here. Yes, you get that treatment of Rhino Outburst, but the damage has already been done. Even though Kai found a treatment bridge charge, so far we don't see much of a follow-up. We see a engage coming in from Illusion, setting up that knockup, sending Nanohana to the skies, but not with an Infinite Vastness.
Yeah, exactly. He got sent up to the Spirit in the Sky, unfortunately for the side of Crazy Raccoons. And right now, Nongshim still up only ahead by 1k gold, which at this point in the game means absolutely nothing, Sagi, right? It's all about trading those objectives, all about getting these neutral objectives right now. Nongshim look like they're going to put a hold on to that one. He tries to get the snipe with the Bridal Outburst. Kong into the back line. The Sage's Sanctuary has been blocked, but it's going to be Naya. It's going to be Kai that tries to take as much damage as possible from the side of Nongshim. They get rid of Siri, they get rid of Faye, but they've still got to contest with Haku. They force the Infinite Fastness, but Young9 dashes into the back line, tries to take out Cliche, but he's alive for the second time for Crazy Raccoons.
Tree exchange in favor coming in from Nongshim RedForce, as not only they win in kills, they also get the Shadow Tyrant in towards their pockets here. On the side of Crazy Raccoons, they overextend on the kill for Siri here, even though Siri fell in that team fight, but he dished out sufficient damage to damage Crazy Raccoons' desperate attempt.
Yeah, I mean, this is now a desperate attempt here for the side of Nongshim, as they obviously have to wait around about 5 seconds for Kai to be back at the board, as well as Kong. They're going to look for an assault onto the base, and right now, this is the key moment. This is pivotal for the side of Nongshim, because they're getting the high ground turrets. as when the Tempest Dragon spawning in about 30 seconds time.
And this is such an important high ground turret because why, Blam? It is directly opposite of the Tempest Dragon spawning on towards the top side of the map here. If Nongshim plays it chill and slow, this minion wave will be a contributing factor to a backdoor end here coming in from Nongshim RedForce, or it will open up a path for Nongshim to freely get that Tempest Dragon.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a Nongshim MO, right? Like, they love to create a backdoor. They love to create the pressure onto the opposite side of where that Tempest Dragon spawns. And right now, this is going to be the be-all, end-all for both of these teams. But once again, Nongshim's been forced that 20-minute mark.
20-minute mark once again as we have our second Tempest Dragon game. The Burning Sun arrow goes by, but Siri, Illusion gets caught out.
Red team has
Oh, he does
slain
get caught out.
an
He
enemy.
gets taken down by Nanahara. He's looking for flying. It's going to be Haku, Fei, and Kyung9 looking like a tight unit. But Siri, it may get taken down here. They force out the Sage's Sanctuary. Cliche with the couple blades. They're looking for the kill. They're looking to get the takedown. They get the takedown of the Haku onto Siri. They're looking for more. Kyung9 is going down. The Sage's Sanctuary being forced off of him as well. Double kill going over to Nanahara. There's Crazy Raccoons with the victory.
Crazy Raccoon does seem to have a shot towards the victory right now. It is 4 members down for the side of Nongshim RedForce as Crazy Raccoons are knocking on towards the Crystal 5-man stroke as they take game number 1 towards their pockets here. Who would have thought of this ending, Glam?
Oh my goodness, Crazy Raccoons. I mean, JPKR region as a they should stand up, right? I mean, that's one win onto Nongshim, which they did not suffer in the last KME spring. So already, day number 1 is already completely dispelling all those preconceived ideas that Nongshim RedForce were going to be uncontested in this fall season.
I gotta give props to the Crazy Raccoon coaching staff because that Guan Yu pick at the 5th pick was chef's kiss. Because that single-handedly allowed the back lines of Nongshim RedForce to feel immense pressure here. And to add on to the praise for Crazy Raccoons in game number 1, Kong was finding insane flanking angles to catch off key members like Illusion and also Siri in all these exchanges. That's why we see the game pushes on towards this last-minute marks, because even though the trade-offs were awkwardly even, but in the end, it all comes down to this final 20-minute mark.
It does. I mean, this is a bit of an unfortunate thing for Nongshim RedForce, right? Like, the fact is that they've gone for 2 games in 1 day to go all the way to that 20-minute mark. One of them, they won against RA Esports, but because of the efforts that they put into the early game to take down the entire base very quickly. But this time around, even Haku gets the pay. They have the early game draft that they can try and go for that aggression, but it was still Crazy Raccoons that came out on top. And let's have a little bit of a dive into the post analytics here. I mean, right now, Kong with that Yukio really was a stopping force, but I do have to shine light here, like you were saying just moments ago, Sagi. 5th pick, Guan Yu, chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss indeed. He was out there finding all these flanks of the key members like the Xiao Qiao, like the series Ho Yi. He was always marking the back line here, applying pressure. And we can see Cliche, Nanohana, and Kong, they are the main damage departments here, delivering the blows. But on the side of Cliche, 29% team fight rate does mean that he was getting targeted a lot by the likes of Kyung9 and also Haku.
Yeah, I mean, he seemed like a little bit of a scapegoat, right? Like, he was there to do the damage, but Kyung9, he knew he couldn't handle himself and control himself. Ganamo completely just laid there to waste. Kind of like a bit of a golden carrot being dangled in front of Kyung9 when we look at those post-game stats. Maybe that was the strat here for Crazy Raccoon.
Maybe that was a strat for Crazy Raccoon. You sacrifice your mid lane and then allow Kai, Kong, and also Nanohana to actually deliver the damage that they need on towards the backline. But the final play and the final MVP does go over to none other than Kong. I think this is his 3rd MVP of the day so far, Vlad.
Yeah. He's going for 4, baby. He's like, you know what? 2 wasn't enough. Give me 3. You know what? 3's not enough. Give me 4. But this time around, he did die twice. In the last series, he went for a no-death run in 2 games. But this time, he gets that 527 KDA with a maximum damage taken of 24% and 24% dealt.
And this is the first flank that we saw so far. He snuck past vision. assassinating both members before dying to his demise here. But this is the Haku Kyung-Knight effect that we talked about. They found cliche in terms of a return kill. As of this point, there's no consistent DPS. Though he's not a consistent DPS, he is a burst marksman. So towards the likes of Kyung-Knight, he can't really dish out enough damage to realistically take down this Byron in towards the Clash lane.
Yeah, I mean, this was where we really thought that it was going to be the comeback for Nongshim, right? They had the whole team ace takedown, but it was really this fight again as well. Prison Sprite into the Guan Yu. Obviously, you can't breeze the cavalry people over the wall, so they could not replicate that same thing they did at the Tyrant Pit. But still, they were able to come out on top of that one. Was going to be Nongshim, and it was just this fact that they weren't able to get that Tempest was really the spanner in the works here for the side of Nongshim RedForce, and really gave Crazy Raccoons the win they needed in their sails to get this victory in game number 1.
An uncharacteristic mistake here coming from Illusion. You're face checking a bush that your roamer or tank has not cleared. It's a critical mistake that you do not do in honor of King's Esports. So they get punished by losing out the game here. So props to Crazy Raccoon for finding that perfect angle to also punish the backline coming in for some Nongshim RedForce there. So very good stuff from Crazy Raccoon and Nongshim RedForce in this game number 1.
I mean, you put it perfectly there, right? Like, that's not a mistake you should be making in competitive Honor of Kings. But really, we saw Nongshim, I keep putting it back, they've been at that 20-minute mark twice. So impatience was a bit unfortunate. And speaking of impatience, we have to go for a short break, guys. So make sure you come back after this short break.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
You can G. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay victory. Say. I've triggered my soul down.
Follow my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a way for tiny bags. Storm is coming tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the Kings, it's an honor showtime.
And there you have it. The Crazy Raccoons are right now 1-0 in terms of the scoreline against none other than the greatest red of the King Major East here. My name is Sagi. Alongside of me is none other than Blam. That we are having one of the best series so far in this final series of the day.
Exactly. I mean, best series so far, day number 1 of the KME Fall edition. And honestly, I was completely surprised, right? Like, I even had my preconceived notions that Nongshim was just going to be undefeated again in the ranking week. But 4 months is a very long time within Honor of Kings, especially for some of these teams that want to and have the hunger to get on that international stage. And Crazy Raccoons right now is showing themselves to be one of those teams to make it and want to make it further into the Honor of Kings ecosystem.
It's just day 1 right now, man. But day 1 has already been so explosive, like you mentioned, right? Okay, Crazy Raccoons taking a game away from Nongshim RedForce at game number 1 of the series. And also, just now, we have Astar Esports taking a game away from Gen.G as well here. So today has been a crazy day of potential upsets and improvements shown by our KME teams. But game number 2 has been commenced and the ban pick phase has been implemented, whereby global ban pick is our rule here. Game number 1, if you have already expended that pick here, you will have to either ban it or not choose it and let it over to your enemy team.
Yeah, I feel like you won. That was the first loss for this hero within day number 1, right? Like, everyone prioed it. Everybody wanted to have that pick on their teams. And now, Nongshim was the first team to actually get the loss onto the board with the Hue 1, right? Like, that's going to be a little bit of an upset here for Hue 1's win rate. But looking at kind of like expensive draft, you not only lose the Hue 1, you lose the pay, you lose the Byron as well. Like, such a frightful combo in that top side of the jungle has already been lost by Nongshim. But right now, it's going to be the call of Crazy Raccoons to ban something like the Ali again, or will they go and ban something like the Dharma? Because now Kyung9 could go and lock in either the Ali or the Dharma.
Your answer will be the Dharma being locked in for the side of Kyung9, and they might give over the Ali towards the hands of Nanohana, or we might see other potential picks here being picked up by the side of Crazy Raccoons here. But for now, Dharma and Kyung9, we have seen crazy plays being committed by this young player here. He has found many success with this high mechanical and high setup of a pick. So let's be ready of what he can show us.
Exactly right. Let's see what he can do in this game number 2 against Nongshim and Crazy Raccoons. But Crazy Raccoons now, they're taking their time to lock in that first 2 picks onto the side of red side. But are they being available? They have to take it, right? You can't give Siri and Ali, you can't give Kyung9 a Dharma at this point. But it's going to be the Liampo being coming through here for the side of Crazy Raccoons. So already I'm starting to see a little bit of a picture here, a little bit of a potential issue as we go further into this KME Spring season. Is Naya just a tank support player? Because we've only seen him play the Zhangfei and the Liampo before.
Maybe that seems to be the case, but so far, that answer will take a while to be revealed here. But Nongshim RedForce, they do go for the channel and the Diadea, 2 of the best counters against the early as of this point here.
Oh, yeah.
So far, judging the first 3 picks here coming from Nongshim, those 3 picks do exceptionally well against early on Nanohana here. So he have to be extremely careful moving towards with this early pick.
Speaking of extremely careful, I mean, the side of Nongshim's got to be extremely careful here as well, right? I mean, Fatih, he's going to be able to kind of completely eliminate that CC from Dharma if he really wants to with his ultimate, right? And even onto the likes of the Diadea and diving on top of the Chano. So really, we're going to see Kai bring back out the Fatih this time around.
Yep, Kai does seem to be picking up that Fatih, and out of the few games that he played, the Guan Yu, he's been having an exceptional performance here. So marking the backline will be this Fatih's job on towards the hands of Kai. On towards the second banning phase, we are seeing more of these junglers being banned out here. So, oh, is that a calming towards the mid lane, or are we seeing something else here? Okay, it's just a tease. Lady Zun is locked in here. So it kind of counters the hard link being provided by FaZe Diadea. So when you want to go for a hard link, the snowball will follow you and you will bounce towards your ally.
I feel like they're trying to draw out the Ogryn here, right, man? I mean, like, Crazy Raccoon, they've got the Lady Gen, they've got the Liampo, right? 2 good counters against the Ogryn. And Haku loves this pick, right? Like, we have the Yixing being hovered here, maybe even the Shi, to try and obviously get a bit of a lockdown onto some of these more squishy heroes or more of the engaged heroes here onto the side of Crazy Raccoon. But let's see what is going to happen here. It looks like, yeah, it's got to be the Ogryn. It's got to be the Ogryn, right?
It's gotta be the Ogren. It's a signature pick coming into the KME. It is the symbol of Nongshim RedForce, right? So, Ogren and Yixing being locked in for the side of Nongshim RedForce here. This is what they like to play. Big team fights with setups. So you have the Yixing putting down the board. You have the Dharma assassinating from the backlines, utilizing the wall to set up the Arlie or the Lady Zhen towards the terrain here. And Crazy Raccoons here, hovering that Fade towards the hands of potentially Kong towards the jungle here. So what's good about the Fade? That built-in execute will allow this Fade to farm exceptionally fast and steal away buffs and jungle monsters.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen a Kong on this Fade already, especially paired with cliches, Lady Chen as well, right? Like using that interaction that we had no idea could even be a thing. But the fact is that they obviously have that double execute, like you were saying there, Sagi. But I do have to give it over to Nongshim RedForce's draft here as well, right? Like Yixing into the Dharma, very good synergy there, creating walls that he can then use his Truth Mantra onto. But they have the sustainability from the Diadea with the pairing of the Ogren as well. So really, once again, these drafts are very good from both of these teams.
Good drafts does symbolize one thing. Players have good hero pool, and coaches have a good idea on how to formulate a proper draft around their team's comfort zone and the enemy team's gameplay here. So I'm very happy that we're seeing such a competitive style of gameplay and drafting from KME teams.
Oh, absolutely. It's definitely a revitalizing thing that we're seeing here for the day one of KME Fall edition. But right now we're seeing here, this is going to be the draft for the potential last game, right? I can't imagine this will be the last game. I can't imagine that Nongshim will be taking this defeat on the chin. But hey, Crazy Raccoon maybe like, you know what, let's execute right now, because obviously Kong's got his Fade, Kai's got his Fati, we have Cliche on the Lady Chen, which is obviously a natural counter to Haku's Ogren here, and then Nanahana on this Arlie. Let's see what they can do with this draft.
Let's see what we can do, and right now, off the bat towards the mid lane here, we already seen a form of a combat here, forcing Haku away from that counter here, and on the top side, Faye looks to recreate the success that Kai and Kong had back in game number 1. But Kai smells out the Diadea and forces them away.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to replicate what obviously Crazy Raccoons did in game number 1, right? I mean, they can't really sort of expand or maybe even have the Ogren there, because Ogren needs to farm up. Ogren needs to try and get ahead of this Fade at some point. And if you're going to kind of put him into the clash lane, it's going to be trouble there. We get the taking the knocks him off the wall. Kong maybe again locked down. Oh, Fade with the first blood. Can they get a little bit more here? Kai taking a little bit too much damage here from Illusion. Has to be careful.
Has to be careful, but look at that. The jungle of CR has already faltered just 1 minute towards the game right now. That is out of the norm that we've seen so far. Kong is the engine coming in from the Crazy Raccoons here. Stopping him will allow Nongshim RedForce to puddle up and allow them to get more of this lead coming towards this early game. As look at Haku, already countering one of the wild boar camps.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is like Haku on one of his signature picks, right? This is not just a normal Ogren. This is not someone who's like, Ogren's available, let's lock it in. This is Haku, who's known time and time again for his amazing Ogren performance in not only in the KME, but Season 3 Invitational as well. But like you were saying, Sagi, they just need to keep check of Kong, and if they can, Kong will fall.
Kong will fall indeed, and that is another case towards the top lane as Kyung9 takes down Kai in a 1v1.
Yeah, definitely a better game for Nongshim at this point, right? Still super duper early doors. It's still 2 minutes and 2 kills. That's 1 kill per minute for the side of Nongshim. But this is the force and the pressure that they could really create here. Given over the likes of picks like Kyung9 with the Dharma as well as obviously the Ogren, as I was saying earlier.
This was thanks to the fact that Illusion and Faye forced out the flash coming in against Kai in towards that invade that did just now, and that escalated into this play where he has to die because he has no flash.
Yeah, exactly. He's got to be careful here. Obviously, they do get the execute onto the spike tail beast there, so really, they're just trying to use that double execute to make sure that they can gain that lead once again, because they are behind by around about 1.4k, if not around about 2k now for the side of Crazy Raccoon, so they've got to do something, right? They've got to bring out those early game measures to make sure they can get back on the saddle.
And you are looking at Nongshim RedForce putting so much pressure already towards the enemy jungle right now at 3 minutes mark of the game. They know they're ahead, and right now they are looking to play extremely aggressive.
for taking liberties onto the wall of Kong there. Really puts him in a stop, and that is going to be the death precipice. Gets the kill down onto Kyung as well. Can they get any more side of Nongshim? We see that Naya, Cliche looking pretty low, and it's going to be the dive in there. Faye, with the help of Illusion, gets the pickup once again. They've got to be careful here, because Crazy Raccoons have bitten up a little bit more than they can chew.
Taking 2 kills, taking away the Azure Golems, failing out, not harm at all. That is Crazy Raccoon facing a very big punishment coming in from the side of Nongshim RedForce draft here. And look at bottom side right now. Nanohana getting punished extremely hard by Faye and Siri.
Yeah, it's gotta be careful, right? I mean, this is the 2 counters to Ali that's really kind of showing that they are not just a counter by us saying it, but in practice, they are able to lock it down, able to do a lot of damage. You can't block the Spirit Wolves.
Exactly, you cannot block the Spirit Wolves, you also cannot block the chain that's coming on towards your face here. So, if you're Nanohana, if you do so happily dash forward, you are gonna be met by a bittersweet barrel coming in by Faye's idea.
Yeah, exactly. They got to make sure. I mean, to be honest, the Fade into such a lot of like crowd control as well. It's very hard for Kong to navigate this one, right? Like, he's mainly going to be there predominantly to try and get these pickups like we potentially see here. Kyung9's able to get into safety though, however, but that means that that Tyrant is going to be uncontested, right? Fade's too far away to even bother contesting that one.
Blue team.
And a very big difference compared to game 1 and game number 2. Game 1 was so quiet in towards the early game here, and right now, game number 2, we're already seeing so much action already.
Oh, Illusion gets taken down here. It is going to be Faye getting a kill onto the Yixing, but they are looking to take a little bit more here. Illusion falls, but so does Kong, so does Nia. This is trouble for Crazy Raccoons. Maybe it was just a little bit of a fluke here, because look at this, man. We see that Siri is once again, just like his whole Yi in game number 1, just focusing at that bot side of the map, putting that pressure down so that they have to always double think.
And that was just a 4v5 coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce. If they decimated that 4v5 and allowed Siri to not even join the fight, it's like, hey, Siri, just go do what you want to do, push down that bottom turret, we got this here. Illusion gets caught out by the engage coming in from Nia and Kong, but once the Fade comes down to the ground, you can no longer jump back onto the wall without a 5-second cooldown here. So, he gets punished and he gets taken down along with the bottom tier 2 tower here. Look at that 4,000 gold lead just 6 minutes in.
Yeah, absolutely. This is back to the form that we know Nongshim, right? They definitely took that loss personal, because now obviously it is a blemish on their previous record of being undefeated within the ranking week. So they really took that to heart at this point in the game.
They really took that really hard, because right now they are looking ferocious and angry, wanting to tear up some of Raccoons to actually fill up the appetite here. But so far, 5,000 gold lead already, and they are not stopping their tracks. They are currently pushing up that top tower, and they will continue with that top tier 2.
Yeah, looking to put more pressure onto the side of Crazy Raccoons for now is going to be Nongshim RedForce. But like you were saying there, Sagi, like what? Just under 6k gold difference here. That's almost 1k per minute. Siri may get caught out here. Oh, okay. Finally, another kill onto the board here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. That means that Siri is going to be taken down here. It means that pressure to the bot side of the map is going to be alleviated for a brief moment. But a lot of ultimates and skills will be expanded just to get that kill.
Now this is a 4v5 situation that they have to handle against the Azure Golem here. What is the call here, Crazy Raccoon?
Ooh, I mean, they're trying to go for the Azure Golem. They are able to get it. It's going to be Haku that claims that one. So Fade's already going to be down without that cooldown reduction for his blue buff. So that's already going to put a bit of a stunt in his growth.
Stunt in the growth, very well said here. Once again, we see so much pressure being elevated by Haku's signature Augur here. This Augur so far, I don't see anyone coming in from the side of Crazy Raccoon's draft realistically tearing this monster of a tank down.
Yeah, nobody yet, right? I mean, he's scaling at the right level. I mean, he's already XP ahead of the enemy Fade. He's already ahead by about just under 800 gold there for the jungle alone. Just under like 900 now. So really, we're seeing a really good performance here from Haku on the Augur, which we expected, right? When this pick comes through, we knew that it was going to be an issue for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
And also, lots of these goldies go in favor of Siri and Kyung9 towards the side lane here. For Nanohana, you are a early to mid-game centric marksman on towards this early. If you do not find success in that mid-game, you will find yourself getting outscaled by Siri's channel.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Chano, like you said, is a late game assurance, whereas Ali is not quite that what you need, right? The ultimate will be committed there to the left side of this team fight. Means that they have to fight onto the side. And in the favor of Nongshim RedForce, Haku gets a kill onto Kai. Once again, Kai not having as good a performance as that game number 1.
This is thanks to the fact that Trade and Illusion punish Kong and Kai for their overexertion towards their own jungle. That is what resulted into this game state currently, because Kong losing out that early game jungle control resulted into the whole map being in favor, being painted red by Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing as well, right? Like, Haku's had such an easy game to begin with. Like, he's not really been contested by the side of Crazy Raccoons, and now he's got to the level, and to the resource level as well, that it's going to be such a comfortable game for him. Like, there's no real kind of stop here unless he kind of takes hits from Cliche by the Destructive Deluge, or maybe he gets caught out with a big team fight, but he's already hit by so much.
Hit by so much, unlikely to even die unless he's going for a crazy power dive, but a board is committed.
Ford has been committed there, just a zone outside of Crazy Raccoon to keep him away from that T2, but it's going to be an in for the back line. We do get the execution from Hong onto Siri, but is that going to be enough damage taken off the board here for the side of Crazy Raccoons to get any more kills? But no, the double kill goes over to the side of Haku, and Kaga goes down. That's a triple kill. Can he go for a quadra? He does, but there, Lady Chen is just a little bit too far away to get that penta.
But still, this is the question that has yet to be answered coming in from the side of Crazy Raccoons there. Yes, you get Siri, you get Illusion there. But who is here to handle Haku here? Kyung9 out of the entire fight still has the True Mantra and Flash combination here. So this Haku alone is providing so much pressure just by being such a dominant opponent.
Hey, maybe he doesn't want to be handled, right? Maybe Haku was like, no, guys, like, I want to play the game that I want to play. Just leave me alone. I'm not going to be handled by you. And he had the early game, he had the mid-game assurance to make sure that that was going to be a reality for him. And there we go. We just saw a replay here of that quadra kill that came through here for Haku. I mean, that would have been the first penta if Lady Chen, if Cliche was just charitable enough to stick around and label him to get that penta. But look at that. The blood rage is just too much for the side of Crazy Raccoons. This is not enough damage.
Yeah, not enough damage, and so far Nanohana does not have any of these item power spikes to really allow this Ali to tear this Orgrin down. Currently, mid tower T3 goes down on favor of Nongshim RedForce, and look at the gold chart here, dominated by Haku and Kyung9. Nowhere to be seen for Nanohana as he is extremely behind on this Ali.
Oh, so behind. It's a little bit of an unfortunate case, right? But we saw it already once. We saw it with Monto. Monto didn't have a great performance onto the early. And right now, Nanohana is not having that same kind of look, unfortunately. But it's because Nongshim know that you can't allow an Ali to farm and have a good early game, because that's where it starts to cause trouble for the other members of your team. Maybe not so much Chano, but maybe not the idea, but other people where you need to shred armor, Ali's going to come through thick and thin if you're able to get her into the early to mid-game point. But fortunately for the side of Nongshim, they've not allowed that to happen.
The board goes through, and right now I do think that they're locking up this vehicle in place.
Yeah, they try to, and they get the Soaring shot there. It's going to be Soaring signal that gets the claim onto the Liapo, onto Kai, onto the Fati as well. We have minion waves pushing through into the mid lane, into the top side, potentially going to get this high ground turret here for the side of Nongshim.
And this is the glaring problem that we have on towards an Arlie, right? If you have so little resource on an Arlie, it means either two things. The Arlie player does not know how to find the resource, or the team is not funneling resource towards the Arlie here. Because just now we saw, just 2 minutes ago, the Arlie was sitting at 5,000 gold at about 11 minutes. That's about 500 GPM, which is, compared to the ordinary 700 GPM, that is not normal.
Oh, not normal indeed. It's not where you want to be if you are playing the early, right? But I mean, to be honest, deck carries, you really are looking at even Nanohana on this draft, or even Kong, right? So they tried to put it into Kong, it didn't work. He got pressured in the early game, and now, obviously, Nanohana is now suffering from that decision for Crazy Raccoons.
That is very well said, and right now, look at Fate here, finding the mark onto Kong. Kong is dismounted, and he will be executed.
Yeah, the Death Precipice does come through as well as the world is my board. Is now being committed, and Naya does get caught into the corner of that one. But the Crystal will provoke the side of Nongshim, but with the minions coming through here, Nongshim look at the game, take game number 2.
Game number 2 is brought over by Nongshim in a clean fashion to pull back the series into a 1-1 scoreline here. The Greatest Red, they are looking a bit of an angry statement here.
Angry statement indeed, right? Like, this is definitely a night and day difference here for Nongshim RedForce. This is definitely the performance we were really expecting in the game number 1 for them, right? Like, they definitely didn't dominate to this level as they did in game 2.
Wow, game 2 and game 1, there's a very glaring difference. Game 1 was very systematic and quiet, where both teams are just looking to poke each other in certain places until they find that perfect angle. Game 2, however, starting from 1 minute, 2 kills, 2 minutes, more kills, and then it just was kills after kills after kills until the end of the game here. So, game 3, what are we expecting in terms of game 3 here? Since it's global ban pick, 10 heroes are already automatically banned for both of these two teams here, so it's gonna be very interesting moving forward.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, is it going to be at the detriment of Crazy Raccoons? Because obviously the comment that I made earlier about Naya being maybe a potential tank-only support player, we'll have to find out what he plays in game number 3. But then over to the side of Nongshim, they've expanded some really big signature picks, like the Ogren on Haku. We have the Dharma onto Kyung 9. We have obviously a FaZe, Diadir as well. Like there's and the Yiching for Illusion. Like, yes, he has the priority behind him. He always has the Gunner mode, but Illusion on the Yiching is definitely one of his better picks, right? I feel like the only person that hasn't expanded their true signature pick here is Siri.
Yeah, Siri only expanded the channel to counteract the Ali, and also picking up the Ho Yi to counteract against the Long. So he still has the top 2 marksmen of the entire HOK ecosystem to back up his game 3 performance, right? So right now, if you are Crazy Raccoon, you are running low in terms of the clashing department because you have already expanded the Fatih and also the Guan Yu here. So questions have to be answered here because going to game number 3, that's where draft is exceptionally important.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the gold graph right now is definitely going into the favor of Nongshim RedForce. There was never one moment in time where it was actually going to go into the favor of Crazy Raccoon because they just failed to have such a good early game. And whether it was due to the draft, I think it was just mainly due to the draft of Nongshim RedForce just getting obviously prior picks like the Ogre in here. Haku getting the MVP, actually not dying a single time, gets a KDA of 9-0-3. So the max damage dealt 31%. He was in the thick of it, always into the team fight, taking 36% of the overall damage as well.
And look at his glasses. He's rocking it with style. He knows he's cool with it. He's those players who don't look at explosions yet. But as of this point, this is the early game that Haku and team has already allowed themselves. This Ogren, no one can stop him. He's just running through the team and soaking up whatever damage he has. But unfortunately for Nanohana, he does not find the execution on this last HP Ogren here.
Exactly right. I mean, to be honest, Illusion was definitely playing very well with the World is My Board, right? He was capturing like at least 1 or 2 members of the side of Crazy Raccoon every single time, and then using it as a zoning mechanic as well to kind of keep them away from taking those T2s as well. But Kong on the fade really never had a good start of a game. He was always getting hit by those taken liberties. All that CC was just knocking him off the wall. He had no start to begin with.
Yeah, no start to begin with. His jungle tempo was disrupted just 1 minute towards the game, and that is not what you want to happen if you want to be this jungle-centric team that relies on Kong to bring in Crazy Raccoon's full potential. So, game number 3. It will be very important for Crazy Raccoon and also Nongshim to allow their jungle to play towards the maximum potential. That then we might see an epic finale of the series.
I mean, it can only go that way, right? Like, the fact is that the draft has actually expanded some of the picks that really outshine for both Crazy Raccoons and both Nongshim RedForce as well. So I feel like draft in game number 3 is definitely going to be an exciting one. So you want to make sure you come back after this short break as we conclude the last series of the day. See you soon.
Blinding light, you were standing there when you surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Kings Major East Falls Season 2025. And we are back with the last game of the day because it's gone the full best of 3 between Nongshim, RedForce, and Crazy Raccoon. Who would have thought Crazy Raccoon would take a round from Nongshim? Not me, not you, and that's why we're here to see this conclusion through. I am Blam, and with me is Sagi. What are we feeling needs to be a change here for either of these teams to get the dub?
First things first, we gotta see the marksman players stand up because Siri and also Nano Hannah didn't have the best of the series so far in today's game. So I want to see more action from them because so far the entirety of the day, it's only been Clash Lane and junglers performing all those miraculous plays, fancy tanks, and also these insane 1v5 moments here. So coming to the last game, let's shake things up a bit. I want to see more focus going to the farm laners.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Siri, to be honest, I will give him dues because obviously he has been the kind of like split pushing force. He hasn't generally been the force within the team fights, especially on picks like the Ho Yi or Chano, but he's definitely been putting the work, the legwork into the macro playstyle that we know Nongshim for all the time.
Exactly the case, and we talk about Siri having all these farm laners up and available. Ollie will be removed from the pool here. Are we going to be seeing Long? Ooh. It will not be, as Gen.G gets banned away from Siri's pool.
Are they going to just bait out either? I mean, the Dharma is probably going to be the only exceptional pick here, or maybe even go for the Hue 1, right? I mean, Crazy Raccoon hasn't had it yet. Game 1, Nongshim had it. Maybe that's the priority they're going to go for here, or maybe even the Diadea, or even the Dharma, right? There's quite a few picks here to be had.
Well, Dharma doesn't need to be a priority here because Nongshim has already expended it. That can go into the second or third pick. For the first pick, it does seem to be that they want to hide whatever pick that they have for the second and third side.
I mean, they're keeping the Dharma here, so they are going to lock it in. Ooh, okay. Nongshim, RedForce, maybe hovering over the Futsu here, so maybe we're going to get Futsu Clash Lane, potentially, for Kyung 9.
Futsu Clash Lane, and I remember back during KWC 2025, there was TT Global playing that Futsu Dolia, but doesn't seem to be the case here as Nongshim RedForce wants to secure that Long and Mozi towards the bot and roam lane.
But yeah, good combo down to the bot side of the map there, especially in terms of maybe trying to create some long distance. It's going to kind of stop if they try onto the side of Crazy Raccoon to try and lock in the console U, which we've seen them lock in already today. So maybe this is why they've gone for the Lung and the Motsu, because it's obviously console U good against blocking out those flaming bombs, but then the Motsu able to kind of just use that cannon blast to lock her in place, which is annoying. But it's going to be the Flowborn Marksman once again for Crazy Raccoon.
And the idea is fairly simple, right? Long excels in mid-range high burst potential. And what way of better countering mid-range than to use Flowborn Marksman, the Hail of Arrows, and also Nua's Annihilation to snipe Long from afar. But talking about all these projectiles, Musashi comes in with the Illuminating Slash to block away these skill shots.
Yeah, we've already seen one very impressive Musashi today, which was obviously Jingtian of Astar. So now it's going to be Haku picking up this pick for himself. He's gone from Orgren to the counter himself, the imperiled state that stops any kind of healing coming through onto the side of Crazy Raccoon. So maybe they're looking... Oh, wait, they can't go for the Huang because it was first ban here, but they're looking for something that maybe if they go for some potential healing onto the side of Crazy Raccoon, that they can kind of mitigate that for themselves.
Well, they still have the Augur, like you mentioned, right? So they're opening up for grabs on that pick. On the side of Nongshim, they're targeting the potential Musashi counters, Monkey being one of the famous Musashi counters being locked away, and Dolian removing that double annihilation or double combination that Crazy Raccoon might potentially bring up to the table here. And on the side of Crazy Raccoon, Lady Zun is banned out. We might see that Augur come into play.
Yeah, I mean, definitely one of the bans of the counters being taken off the board here for the side of Nongshim. They are going to go for the Orgren on Crazy Raccoon, right? So they need some kind of front line to kind of help assist Kai onto the Dharma. We have the potential Guan Yu pick coming through here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Ooh, Kyung 9 with the big boy pick.
I like it. The fact that Flowborn Marksman and Nuwa doesn't have consistent mobility, this locks them away from a lot of these positionings. If they don't find a Guan Yu, they're gonna have a big headache to actually survive in these team fights. But for the side of Crazy Raccoon, they hover towards the Dune and secure as their final 2 picks for this draft.
Okay, I mean, they're going to deny the Sakia from Fake here on the side of Nongshim RedForce, right? So, I mean, you may as well take it for yourself. You're not only going to have the Wind Slash, you're going to have the Morphery Power as well. That's some double knockups that could come through here. Try and stop the engage from the likes of the Musashi. Obviously, as soon as that CC immunity becomes out of the duel to the death, you can look for turn to get the pickups.
You can indeed look for the pickoffs here, and I'm interested what is the mid lane last pick here that will come in for the side of Illusion here. Lots of the control mages has been banned, Mai Shunui has been banned, Lady Zun is removed from the poll, and out of the last 2 games, he has picked things like the Yixing and also game number 1 being Xiao Qiao here. So Ganemo being hovered here, so it's artillery versus artillery in towards the mid lane.
Ooh. Yes, the Ganemo coming through here does give them that long range, because obviously you were saying there, Sagi, that Lung is definitely better at that mid-range combat stance, but now that they have the Ganemo, it kind of makes up for that, and especially pairing it with something like Faye on the Motsu, it's going to mean that those cannon blasts, they are going to be connected. You can see that already Illusion, Faye, Siri are going to be locked around like a unit. They're going to go as a army as 3 to try and get those takedowns onto the side of Crazy Raccoons.
And you make a very good point, right? You have the Cannon Blast Mozi, and then it lands onto the enemy, and you will see the freshly forged right towards your face, eliminating you from the map. So that is also a key combo here that allows Crazy Raccoon, to allow Nongshim RedForce to actually burst down these tanks in towards the early game here. So coming into this game number 3 here, I think in terms of draft, so far Nongshim has a more convincing draft.
They do have a very convincing draft, right? I mean, they have the long range setup there for the Motsu. They have obviously, they don't need to babysit Siri if they don't really need to, because they have the infinite vastness, right? You can really try and bait out some of those unruly blades, some of those kind of the wind slashes, the Morphery Power from the side of Crazy Raccoons. But this is game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, for those watching online. This is going to be the last game of the day, so let's get some cheers in the chat. Let's see who comes out on top of this. Is it going to be Crazy Raccoon, or is it going to be Nongshim RedForce?
And we see a sneaky play here coming in from Kyungnan to spot out the jungle star of Kong towards the blue side. And the average gameplay here that we see is just a normal start here coming in for both of these two teams.
Yeah, they're going for the vanilla approach, right? They don't want to go for anything too exotic. They don't want to make sure that they're sacrificing this dub onto the board for either of these two teams, because right now, like we were saying before these two teams battled it outright, these teams are both at 2-0 right now within the KME scoreboard. So they're sitting very nicely, very cushionly at the top of the board.
But one will change that whoever wins will definitely shift the board into their favor here. So a victory here is exceptionally crucial in securing their slot in that S group here. Coming into the bottom side, we see Cannon Blast already landing onto Nanohana, but thanks to the fact that they have Sustain coming in from Secure, they still come in on top. But the Firehawk goes into the pockets of Siri.
Yeah, I mean, they have obviously the Cannon Blast, but they also have obviously the Mulberry Power from the side of Crazy Raccoon's Nia, right? Like you saw there, he went within, he traveled the brush, he ride the wind, right? And then he flashed across to then get the hit down. So really just denying any kind of access once that Cannon Blast lands, which is a really good combo here from the side of Crazy Raccoon.
And right now we see Haku appearing across the map, allowing the movement for Faye to move towards that mid lane that he needs to get that control. So far in towards this early game, it is not as crazy as last game. It is back to that state of game number 1.
I don't know. I think it's still just as crazy, right? I mean, we don't have the kills onto the board, but we still have that mega aggression, right? There it is, the Dalton Death into the back line, but we have the Cannon Blast as well. Forcing out the flash from Cliche. First blood is going to go up to Illusion, taking down Nia as well as Kai.
I think I jinxed them. The moment I said it wasn't crazy, it immediately resulted into Haku engaging for that team fight. And right now, 2-0 in terms of scoreline, they are looking to invade this group up once again, stopping Kong's tracks in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, Kong on this Duin is not going to have a fun time if he cannot get that Azure Golem, right? Like, dude, we already know has very low cooldown, but needs an even much lower cooldown thanks to his second skill, right? That Gale's Benediction to keep that tank, keep that shield coming through to make him sure he's like a beefy guy into these team fights.
You have to see what do they have in store, but right now, repeating game 1's game 3 success, we see Cliche gets caught out again! My goodness, that frisbee forge hit hard!
It hit hard, but then it's the problem, right? Like, this is a nice little bit of interaction between the Musashi and the Ganamo. Like, as soon as that locked on sight with the duel to the death, they're staying in the front line, so you know the Ganamo... just to lay those couple blades down.
All in there, forcing out the smite here on the side of Kong, all up by the freshly forged and the duel to the death here. So, amazing setup here once again coming in from FaZe Mozi.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just one of the greatest, like, hero shot callers you can have, right? Like, because, like I said in one of the previous games, if your captain is on something like the Motsu, it means that you can just have a safe distance. You can be like, right, guys, I'm letting my Cannon Blast onto, say, for example, Cliche. We're going to go in. And then that's it. You just start to everything just falls into place at that point. And this is just showing the great communication from Nongshim at this point.
Yeah, great communication, great combo so far. Chunking out all the key health bars here on the side of Crazy Raccoons. This Tyrant, the control does seem to be in favor of Nongshim RedForce as of now. But look at the bottom side.
Ooh, forcing the flash there thanks to that Cannon Blast. If he did not, Nanohana would be gonna.
Nanohana gonna, but Siri gets sniped down over the cross match.
Oh yes, Siri does get sniped out, so that is currently a 1-1 trade from now. Make that a 2-1. We are racking them up for the side of Nongshim RedForce. They get another one. Kai goes down as well. They also get the Tyrant as well, so that means a lot of damage already for the side of Nongshim, who are ahead by around about 2k gold. We can see here Kyung9's trying to go for a bit of a stalk there, maybe try and push out Kong out of that safety, but trying to make a good out of a bad situation is Nanohana with that T1 takedown.
But still, that is so much damage from the side of Illusion's freshly forged, and Fate and Illusion get combo are so on point as of this point. Every time you get hit by a Cannon Blast, if the Ganamo is enraged, you will be hit by Spears after Spears.
Exactly. The spears are going to be the deadliest thing, right? Because really, we was hoping that Crazy Raccoon was going to have a good early game, which means that they can control the tempo for themselves, which means they can put the pressure on somebody like the Ganamo. But right now, they lack that control, so they can't really have that privilege in this game so far. They may be able to turn it around in a few moments, maybe get some kills on the board, maybe get some more gold going for them, but right now, it's looking like it's going into Nongshim's favor, and there it is. Oh, okay, not even the couple blades can save Kyung9.
Beautiful JCC here coming in for the side of Crazy Raccoons. Securing the kill on the Kyung9, but Kong is also nowhere to be seen as FaZe strikes down here from the skies.
Yeah, beautiful snipe there from that cannon blast, but did we expect anything different there from Faye onto the mode 2? He's shown it time and time again that he can do onto this pick there. Nobody else can. The impulse state is going to be onto Nanahana, and he gets taken down once again. Haku, Faye are all over the gorge. They're looking to put pressure into these side lanes.
Nanahana is not respecting these side lane rotations coming in from the side of Nongshim RedForce. And right now, he's getting punished extremely hard, and Kong is also locked inside the box. There is no thinking, that is only a gray screen.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of box you go in after the end of life, right? Like, you aren't thinking, you are just trapped in a box. And that's exactly what Kong is, right? This is the unfortunate role of a hero like Guan. Like, he's not able to get out of that thing inside the box once he's been committed.
Yeah, you can't get out, you're locked in, and right now, he's not also going for that boost of resistance here, which is, I'm scratching my head as of this point, but he's a pro player, he will let me know what's better.
Has destroyed a tower.
Exactly. He will let you know. He'll DM you at SagiHOK to let you know which one is better. But right now, Nongshim already proven themselves to be a little bit more better within this series. A Crazy Raccoon had a fantastic game number 1. They can still turn around this game number 3 if they really want to and if they are given that opportunity. But right now, it's looking like Nongshim don't want to be charitable, don't want to make or create an opportunity for them to come back.
It seems to be the case, right? Because this is the repeat of game number 2, whereby 7 minutes in, it's already a 5,000 goal lead, but Faye does get annihilated from the map.
I mean, that's a good call, right? They definitely need to focus Faye. Faye has been a very oppressive force for the side of Nongshim RedForce, setting up those cannon blasts, setting up those team fights, and those shot calling potentials. But Cliche was like, I'm not having none of it. That's too much of a Cliche. We're going to get the kill onto Faye, and we're looking to go and take this T1 into the mid lane. So really, even though Crazy Raccoons have had a hard early game, and they are obviously traversing into about an 8-minute mark, they are trying to come back here, but Sirius to the back line, using even the fastest, but he's waiting for Haku to come through. It's a little bit too late. Dude gets the kill on the Haku, but now it's going to be Kyung9 that falls down, as well as Kong. Cliche, Nia have to get out alive. That's a triple kill for Haku.
Triple kill in towards Haku as they take an ace against Crazy Raccoons, as Nia is the last member standing. He will not fall off. Ooh, as the deal to the death sends him towards the death.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about Masashi's ult, man. As soon as you click it, you are set to go. No CC is going to stop you until you hit your target, but here's that replay.
Just that replay. So we see Cliche flashing away from the Musashi ultimate here, Siri, finding that ultimate flash to land onto multiple members. But as of this point, Haku is already unstoppable. He's already unlocked. There's no more spells, no more members coming in from the side of Crazy Raccoon to realistically stop this Musashi. Look at him. He just single-handedly sliced the entirety of Crazy Raccoon's backline.
He's crazy, man. Triple kill coming through for Haku. He took that first game personal. He didn't want to fall there. He was just like, you know what, guys? We need to come back. We need to make sure we're putting Crazy Raccoon back in the bin where they belong. And that's exactly what they're doing, right? And we see here Illusion is able to not only steal away the Azure Golem, he's able to get that Tyrant as well. So really, Crazy Raccoon are back against the wall for this next 77 seconds.
And Haku was probably like, hey, the casters were talking bad about us. We gotta pack up. We gotta pack up. We gotta get our A4 back. And right now, just with our A4, we say our sorry as Nongshim RedForce. They are looking to be a force to not reckon with.
Exactly. They are definitely looking to be a little bit more of a defiant force. Maybe they will find some more upsets within the KME throughout this ranking week. But right now, their biggest upset has been on day number 1. They no longer have that undefeated streak within the ranking week from spring season 2025. But they're looking to put a bit of flame onto their name now as this game number 3 is coming through. A lot of damage from the couple blades, and now we're at that 10-minute mark. A lot of damage and a lot of late game potential here for the side of Nongshim. You have not only the Lung, you have the Ganamo, you have the Masashi.
The Musashi is also insanely fed as of this point here. The
Dark
Annihilation does
Tyrant
not
has
find
been
the steal
defeated.
away on the Shadow Tyrant. And like you mentioned here, Siri and Illusion is already above the curve, and Haku is almost indestructible as of this point. I do not see Nano Hana or Cliche being able to take down this tank of Musashi.
I mean, I'm hoping here that we're going to get another 20-minute game,
Red
right? I mean, we
team
really
has
love to see
destroyed
when
a tower.
Nongshim RedForce are kind of forced into that Tempest Dragon fight that they needed. But really, right now, they've already started to lament those late game, those winning conditions here for the side of Nongshim, right? They've put the complete pressure into the side lanes. Their mid lane T2 is still standing, but for the side of Nongshim, they've only lost one T1. They've not allowed any kind of pressure to be created by Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon is getting slowly choked away from any available space that they can play. Right now, they are being forced right back
Red
into their base,
team has
and if they
destroyed
get
the
hit
tower.
by the Cannon Blast in their base, you gotta believe those freshly forced spears are gonna be landing right onto your face here, because look at Illusion here, just playing with his food.
Yeah, I mean, there can't be anything more frustrating than just taking those couple blades to the face, right? Like, you can't do anything. Kong, if he dives in on top of Illusion, he's going to get punished by Haku. He's going to get punished by Siri as well as Faye. So they're really playing the positioning of this kind of mode very well, which is a lot of teams, they either do it very well or very badly. And right now, we see Illusion playing quite well. Haku into the backline there, just tries to get the Imperial State onto the Dharma to try and get the takedown, but it's not quite enough. Could it be enough to get the takedown of this T3 to the top side of the map? Not just yet.
Yep, not just yet, but they seem to be rotating themselves back towards the blue buff, and then they will look to put their eyes on this Shadow Vanguard. Once the Shadow Vanguard has been secured, we will see them make this grand push to get all these tier 3s or potentially the end game.
Potentially the end game here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. I believe this would be one of the quicker games within this series so far if they are looking to press the execute button at this point. But honestly, Kong got the game number 1. Yes, he was riding that high. The fade getting locked in really kind of brought him back down onto Earth in a humble state. And now on this Dune, he's not having the playmaking potential that he could really have, right? Like, he's there to be a flashy player, whereas this Dune is just not having a fun time.
It's not having a fun time going in and barely able to make it out. That's not what you want to be doing as a Dune. As we see the top tier 3 falls in prey for the Shadow Vanguards. Right now, more of the Shadow Vanguards are marching towards top and bottom side of the map.
Yeah, they got to be careful here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. I mean, if they lose their T3s, we've seen teams come back from that very dire situation. But it's not a situation you really want to be putting yourself into. You want to kind of like remove at all points. But speaking of removing, they have removed Notahana as well as Mia from the gorge for this next 36 seconds. They're looking to get a takedown on the top, not the tie. We have Nongshim RedForce with a triple kill once again. Haku come through. We have the Vanguards, and Nongshim are back on point with the series win.
Nongshim wins over a demanding Game 3 victory as they secure the 2-1 series victory against the Crazy Raccoons. What an amazing clean reverse sweep that is done by the greatest Red themselves. And I gotta say, Game 1, potentially a warm-up game for Nongshim, but Game 2 and Game 3, that's where their early game really showed class.
How many warm-up games do they need, right? They've already had one series today against RA Esports. They should be warmed up as much as ready. I definitely don't want to put a damper onto Crazy Raccoon's attempt at trying to get the takedown of the series there for Nongshim RedForce, but they definitely did play a lot better in game number 2 and game number 3. They had the Raccoons by the scuffs of their necks. They put them back into the trash can. They was like, right, okay, we'll meet you in Survival Week.
We'll meet you in Survival Week. It's only day 1 here, Blam. It's too early to say whether our Raccoons deserve into the Survival Week, but it's a valiant attempt here coming in for our Raccoons. They are the only team to defeat our Nongshim RedForce in the ranking week, so definitely props to the Raccoons for showing us immaculate gameplay in that game number 1.
I mean, even they were shocked after game number 1, right? Like, they was like, oh, wow, we've took down Nongshim. We've managed to actually blemish the record that they had from the spring season ranking week. So really, I have to give it over props like you were doing there, Sagi, is the fact that they were able to actually improve to the point to take a round from Nongshim, which was already a better stance for them in the fall season compared to the spring season.
But yet again, we have to look back into all these drops and picks, right? We gotta see the end game. Illusion had an insane game alongside of Haku. I think thanks to the likes of Faye, because Faye was finding all these cannon blasts on point.
Yeah, all those cannon blasts, all those couple blades, all those flaming palms were the real reason why Illusion was able to get that 120k damage, as well as obviously Siri not quite able to get into that late game potential where you can start to do the damage, but Haku was always just in the face of the enemy team, just getting that perilled state, making sure that the healing from Naya onto the side of Crazy Raccoon just wasn't coming through.
And look at that blue. That is blue economy being funneled over to the side of Nongshim RedForce. Nongshim had a blast of a game number 3 and game number 2. This is a repeat of game number 2, whereby Nongshim is just like, hey, we win the early game, we win that 2v2, we bring that lead towards your jungle, and that is where the engine starts running.
The engine did start running, and that's the engine for Nongshim. So Nongshim actually being the winners of this best of 3. So let's see who the MVP is going to be, and it's none other than back-to-back Haku with his cool glasses and the no death run. He was going for a love letter for Kong at their first series of the day. He went 0-0 in terms of death against CMF, but now Nongshim's like, all right, you got game number 1 win. Let me show you my ultimate potential. And 11 kills, man. That's crazy.
And this is the moment where I said, like, this is a quiet game, nothing's happening, and immediately we have a 4v5 situation being erupted back in towards the mid lane, and this is the key cannon blast landed by Faye to execute Cliche in towards the mid lane. And as of this point, even Haku, he's looking for these backline engages. Yes, you can flash away from the Musashi ultimate, but what's next? All your damage dealers are already being removed from the map. Haku, as of this point, he's just having a field day, just chopping, slicing, and dashing, and micro sidestep away from the blocks, and then destroying Cliche and not looking at the explosion.
Yeah, so beautiful. It was definitely like one of those director's moments where it's just like, turn away from the camera. It doesn't matter if it's going to singe your hair, it's fine. It's going to look cool in the director's cut, and that's exactly what Haku did that entire game. He was just not looking back in anger. He was taking the kills, going straight to the face of the enemy team, and this is why Nongshim was able to get that 2-1 victory over Crazy Raccoons. But like we were saying in the post-games, we have to give props up to Crazy Raccoons for getting that dub onto the board to Nongshim RedForce.
Hey, it's Crazy Raccoons. They can pull off crazy things if you give them the avenue to do so. So that is all the games that we had in Major East League for day number 1. Absolute bangers, back-to-back full BO3s being played by Gen.G, Astar, Crazy Raccoons, and Nongshim RedForce. So what a day we had so far, Vlad.
Oh, absolutely amazing day, right? I mean, we've seen obviously the likes of Crazy Raccoons and both Nongshim twice in one day, and they had to go head-to-head, and someone had to lose, and someone is now at the top of that leaderboard, and that someone is obviously going to be Nongshim RedForce after day number 1. But the thing is, it's always going to be like haunting them for the rest of these next so many days within the ranking weeks, is the fact that they've got 1 round of loss. I mean, to me, Nongshim aren't going to take that lightly. I feel like they're going to take out their rage on the rest of the KME.
They are indeed going to take that rage towards the KME, but for the side of Crazy Raccoons, it's a pretty good showing from the JP region, and I can't wait to see what Scars have to show for us tomorrow, because they have yet to play a game alongside with, I think, they're the only team to not play today.
Scars, yeah, I believe it is just Scars, isn't it? Scars is the only team only left to play to show their cards.
So yeah, coming into these final moments of day number 1, what is your conclusion? What is that one word that you want to say towards these teams?
Unpredictable. Unpredictable wins, unpredictable victories, unpredictable picks as well, right? I mean, A-Stars, Jing Tian obviously picking out the Yangxian in game number 1, even the fantastic pick, but then picking up the Yao, and then obviously his performance on the Musashi, which was a fantastic performance there. Really was the kind of like claim to fame that we really was hoping for in that game number 2, which really Gen.G wasn't counting on.
Yeah, Gen.G really wasn't counting on such a surprise factor that Jing Tian delivered towards them. He was really an odd factor, but it was very amusing picks that we don't really get to see in the global state of the game. So I do thank him for his valiant effort. Coming into day number 2, it will start being more serious as we are going lesser and lesser days to finalize the ranking week of who gets to go to group number S and who has to fight for survival in that group number A.
Yeah, I mean, that's where it's all going to come into fruition, right? Over the next 3 days is where these teams either book up their ideas from day number 1. Those teams have lost. They need to make sure that they're going back tonight or whatever time it is right now, making sure that they research before their matches tomorrow, if they do have any. If not, they want to take a whole day making sure that they're sat there with their team, with their coaches, making sure they're like, right, okay, this is where we went wrong. This is what draft completely like done us over. Let's make sure that this doesn't happen again, because nobody wants to be 7th place team, right? Nobody wants to be the 7th place team. Everybody wants to try and get as high as possible. And like you were saying, Sagi, everybody wants to get to that top 3 so they can get into Group S and have a little bit more of an easier time in Survival Week.
Yeah, Survival Week does mean that we will bid goodbye to 3 teams. And if you're Group S, you don't have that worry. You only have to worry, do I go into the upper brackets with the top dogs, or do I stay in the lower bracket with only 1 life? So that's about it for the entire grouping for the playoffs. But it's still a long way to go. There's still 3 days of full blown out action before we decide who is Group S and who is Group A. So there's still a bit of a time here, but moving on next will be KMW.
Oh yes, KMW in a few hours time, right? I mean, I won't be there this time, but we will be obviously being kept nice and safe by both Dash and Kin, who were the faces of spring season. Now they're going over to the West. Let's see if the West can do what they do best, and that's not do as good as KME.
Moving extremely fast here, Vlad. I like that transition from you from the West to the East here, but that is really all towards it. But really, I still want to prize the JP region for proving so much improvement, especially in this day. I do think that aside from Astar's Jingtian, I kind of want to give props to Kai and also Kong. I do feel like these 2 players had a phenomenal day in day number 1.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, definitely against CMF. I mean, the difference between, obviously, like we were saying when we were getting into this series before it even finished, was the fact that Crazy Raccoons have played CMF, which is obviously the 7th place team of the spring season, and they got against the defending champions, and they still managed to get victories in minor ways. Really just shows the improvements of this roster change, but also just the improvements overall. Obviously, Kai as well. Kai being the Clash lane, Kai being the only player that played in spring and in fall now, and really being the star player that he is, and definitely properly, aptly being pointed out as their star player, because he definitely showed some star potential up into that Clash lane.
And it's still only like day number 1 of the KME. So when we go into day 2, day 3, day 4 of the ranking, we might see these teams pop up even harder or stumble even further down the ladder, because that's when all these games come into a more important factor where they need to desperately perform. If not, it will severely harm their potential of actually pathing towards that KIC 2025, that year-end tournament that everybody wants to be in.
Yeah, exactly. This is where all roads lead, right? Is the KIC tournament towards the end of the year. But then there is going to be some of those not so lucky teams that have to go through to the last chance qualifier, right? I mean, it's already looking like a bit of a shape-up of the competition already for day number 1 of KME. Is the fact that what we were already expecting to happen hasn't happened yet. So we haven't seen a dominant Nongshim not lose a single round. We haven't seen a dominant Gen.G come back from the not so clean spring season. But then again, it's a change of their marksman. They're still getting used to Monto onto their team as well, which always kind of throws a spanner in the work, right? Like, you've had an established roster since Season 3 Invitational, and now you're changing it towards the end of the year, which is always going to be a little bit more of a harder challenge to overcome for some of these teams.
Yeah, and it's also like a common phenomenon between like different regions, whereby even though they found success in some tournaments whereby a certain roster makes it to top 4 or top 8 per se, but it's not what they want, because they want to be able to be with top dogs, top 3 minimum, or even the champions such as teams like Nova, teams like BSE. So making your roster force an improvement out of their comfort zone, that will contribute to maybe future success that they are looking to conquer the world with.
Exactly right. Like, they're looking to put an investment into the team that may not see them into KIC at the end of this year, but as obviously we get into the following year, where we're going to more likely have invitationals, have the leagues again, have these big international competitions where these teams are really going to look to obviously outshine the rest of the regions, because there is a lot of regions at play, right? I mean, like I said earlier, you've not only got the KME and KMW, you've now got PKL, IKL, MKL as well on top of all that going on right now. So there's never been a better time to actually be an Honor of Kings esports fan, viewer, or even a player. There's so much opportunity.
Yeah, so much opportunity. Like, even most of our teams, they qualify from the Open Series, whereby whichever region you are, Open Series always opens a path for you to actually qualify to these major leagues. And major leagues is your pathway to the grandest of the stage in the world-class tournament. We had S3 Invitationals in the early of 2025. We had KWC 2025 in Esports World Cup in Riyadh back in July, and right now pacing towards the finale of the year. Before that will be Nations Clash that will be introducing Philippines, Malaysia, and also Indonesia, these three regions. And finally, towards the end goal will then be the KIC 2025. And that's just not the end of it. The top 3 of KIC 2025 will also progress themselves to the grand event in China, whereby it is the Challengers Cup.
Exactly. I mean, Challengers Cup is going to be what it says on the tin, right? I mean, this is going to be an ultimate challenge, especially for the global teams as well, to see how far they can go up against a lot of the KPL teams and talent over there in China as well. So really going to be keeping your eyes on that one also. But for me, KIC, especially just after KWC as well, is definitely where my eyes are shifted for these global teams to see who's going to come out on top, right? Because I mean, somebody has to dethrone Nova Esports. They have been pretty much champions of all the competitions they've been in so far this year, and they're looking not to stop.
They're looking not to stop, and so far we have a lot of regions actually progressing extremely well, like the KMW, like the KME. Recently we've seen PKL, IKL teams start really evolving into a different state, especially after meeting KPL teams back in the Honor of Kings World Cup here. So I don't necessarily believe that one region will forever be the top of the scoreboard, so it will only take time for it to be dethroned.
It can only take time, right? I mean, Nova Esports, they were able to take a round, obviously, of the KPL teams as well, so that's already an impressive feat for one of the global teams also. So they already have so much going for them, so it's going to be really hard for them at KIC, but I feel like there is a brewing storm of a team that can rise and potentially dethrone Nova Esports. But for now, unfortunately, not anybody just yet. We'll have to see if they make it at the MKL League, the fall of that one, which is probably going to be an obvious definite for the Nova Esports to come out of that one, but it depends on who comes out with them as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of talent going on over there in that region, but we're in KME. KMW will be obviously next. There's going to be obviously BTK, which we've seen a lot of love for in the chat today. They'll be playing their first match within the KMW, so it's going to be interesting to see how their boot camp has improved them as well.
Yeah, boot camping in Malaysia is where KME and KMW is happening, so I do believe coming in from all the way from North America to a Southeast Asian country, it allows you to scrim with the best of the best, such as the MKL teams, PKL, IKL, or even the Chinese region teams. So for BTK, it's only been about 2 or 3 months ever since their debut on the Honor of Kings World Cup, so I'm thinking, whether are they prepared or improved well to take on the best of the best, like OG Esports or System Minds, because it's gonna be a super big challenge for these bunch.
Oh yeah, massive challenge. But I mean, we've had challenges already within the KME, right? Like we have teams like CMF, we have Astar as well. I feel like Astar's definitely surprised me a lot more than CMF. CMF are currently sort of still trying to find out their identity, still trying to find out how they play against these other teams that are obviously already established teams within KME, especially the likes of Nongshim, who have no singular roster change at all.
Yeah, no singular roster change. It does mean that the coaching staff, the management, trust in this roster super well to actually allow them to stick S5 and to conquer or to improve in towards the future seasons here. So for now, in KME, I think the most consistent team will be Nongshim RedForce so far, yeah. Coming second, Gen.G with the addition of Monto, I don't think they have shown consistency so far. They're still looking a bit shaky, but I want to see Gen.G go head-to-head against the new addition of Crazy Raccoon to see how well Crazy Raccoon actually evolved, or actually it's just a fluke that Nongshim gave up for that Game 1 victory.
Yeah, I mean, definitely seeing what they do give up for their Game 1 victory against Crazy Raccoons at this point. But I mean, we've seen Crazy Raccoons already. Like we say, we're going to see Scars tomorrow. It's going to be interesting to see how they have improved, to be honest. I mean, Scars overall, in terms of their roster, we've only seen really how their farm lane. That's a bit of a change for them. Obviously, ASD as well. ASD moved from, I believe it was... They played as the farm lane at KME Spring, so now they're going to transition into mid lane as well. So let's see how that shape up for Scars changes their overall playstyle, right?
Yeah, Scars did decently well in the KME Spring, although they did not have a best of the best playoffs performance, but it's still Scars and one of the prestigious orgs coming in from the Japanese region. So thinking about them, I think we will expect good news coming in from this Scars roster. I'm just waiting for their debut tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be a good debut for them. Obviously, we've already seen much promise from the side of Crazy Raccoons, so it's going to be just as interesting to see how they fare against their matchups tomorrow. So obviously a little bit of a sneak peek on who they're going to be fighting tomorrow. You've got Scars going up against Gen.G, first game of the day. I mean, that's a banger, right? That is a heck of a banger that's going to happen tomorrow. And then obviously Astar against Crazy Raccoon. That's going to be an interesting one. Crazy Raccoon obviously already played a very dominant game against CMF. They got the win off Nongshim. Can they still keep in that mental that they are able to take a round from Nongshim, let alone a victory, and take that forward into Astar? We have R8 going up against CMF, so CMF is going to have to try and pull some tricks out of the bags against R8 because they were third place of the spring season 2025. And then to finish the day, we're going to get Crazy Raccoons going against Gen.G. Ooh, well, that's a fight between MENA and JPKR region tomorrow, which is a very nice one to look for.
That's indeed very nice to look for. It's like Gen.G, straight off the bat, starting the day fighting Scars, ending the day fighting Crazy Raccoon. It's like massive win coming in for both regions to whoever can prove themselves to be stronger in that sense here. So tomorrow will be also a very interesting day. So mark in your calendars, we'll be right at it. But let's check out the tomorrow schedule that we mentioned. But before that, this is today's match schedule. 2-0 comes in for the side of Crazy Raccoon against CMF, 2-0 as well for Nongshim against R8 Esports, and Gen.G versus Astar. It falls in favor of Gen.G in the 2-1 fashion, and Nongshim RedForce closing out the day with a 2-1 victory over Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, again, we've had a bit of a spice of life for this day number one, right? 2 0s, 2 1s, but this is going to be the group stage ranking so far. So you can see there, Nongshim, they're going to be staring at 1 point. That one game loss that they never had in spring season is now on the board. So it goes Nongshim, Crazy Raccoons, and Gen.G as their top 3 spots for the day. But Scars hasn't played yet. They will be able to put their book into the race tomorrow when they play up against the teams of Gen.G as well. So let's see who can come out on top of that one. Is it going to be Gen.G keeping the third place, or will it actually be Scars taking third place from them? And here is the preview that we were talking about earlier, Sagi.
Yep, we have Scars and Gen.G with the opening match at 5 p.m. GMT +8. Following that will be Astar versus Crazy Raccoons. I gotta say, Astar had a pretty amazing run today, just short of a few moments, but it's still pretty up to par. And going to set number 3, we have R8 Esports versus CMF, both at the bottom of the table with a 0-2 scoreline. Whoever wins this will pull themselves back towards an even state, but when they lose, it will send them further down for the contention of that group number S. And in the last moment, we will have Gen.G versus Crazy Raccoons to close out the day.
Yes, again, another banger of a series to finish up the day. It feels like Crazy Raccoon's job in this whole KME Fall season is to just entertain us at the end of the day, because that's what they've done for us. They were able to get a dub onto the board, a game dub, not just a series dub onto Nongshim RedForce. Maybe they can actually take a full series from Gen.G, because the Gen.G we've seen today doesn't quite fill me with the same kind of confidence in the Gen.G we saw with spring season. But hey, maybe it's just day one jitters. Maybe it's just the introduction of Monto getting onto the stage and playing against those competitors. But praise Raccoon, they're going to take no prisoners.
They're going to take no prisoners. They are wanting to prove themselves after their not so amazing run back in spring season. So coming into fall, everyone is geared up and everyone is looking for that top dog spot. So my name is Sagi, alongside me is Blam. Today has been a fascinating day at the King Major East League. So we'll see you tomorrow for more banger of action. Goodbye.